Reflecting under the moon, Mu Qingyi considers himself the greatest immortal, and his disciple the best. A shirtless, black-haired Chu Yinli rests in the water as his master watches from the bank. The disciple invites his master to watch flowers bloom, but Mu Qingyi senses an approaching disaster. From a high cliff, reports arrive that the seal is broken and demons are invading. The white-haired man prepares for his final duty, resolving to save the world for humanity. He laments leaving his disciple alone and breaking his promise to see the flowers. A close-up reveals the profound sadness in the blue eyes of the white-haired immortal. 10 years later, the white-haired man is shocked to find that he has been reborn. He discovers that his once sensible disciple has gone crazy, demanding that everyone must die. The disciple chokes his master, who wonders how he became a demon and struggles with his identity. The white-haired master faces the black-haired demonic disciple as rain falls between them. He hopes for the return of harmony between master and disciple despite the dark turn. Tied to the bed, the master asks Chu Yinli what he is doing and reminds him of their status. The white-haired man lies constrained upon the bed, flushed with a mixture of anger and distress. Chu Yinli stands over his master and simply calls him by his name, Qingyi. He continues to protest as the disciple suggests they study cultivation exercises together in bed. The white-haired man questions what kind of exercises require them to be in such a position. Leaning in close, the black-haired disciple asks if the master knows what double cultivation is. After the master reacts with shock, the disciple says they can work together and learn slowly. Golden, flowing fabric billows softly as the scene shifts back to a quiet evening by the river. Chu Yinli bathes alone in the river under the moonlight as glowing petals fall around him. A sharp swoosh sounding alerts the disciple as he senses someone approaching the riverbank. Resting in the water, the black-haired man wonders if he is crazy or dreaming of his master. Reaching toward the full moon, he whispers that he cannot hold back his desires for his master. Long black hair cascades down the back of the shirtless disciple as he stands in the dark. The master warns that cultivation is not easy and that one must be able to endure the pain. Startled, the disciple turns in the water and cries out for his master in surprise. The master tells him it is late and orders him to return to his room immediately. A hand reaches out and firmly grasps the white fabric of the master's long robes. Looking back at his disciple, the master asks if they can go watch the flowers together. The master easily agrees to go, leaving the disciple surprised by his sudden and calm compliance. Chu Yinli watches him go, hoping that all of his expectations can be met by his master. Disaster strikes as a dragon breathes fire upon the people, signaling a massive demon invasion. People scream for salvation as giant monsters attack the city and fire consumes everything. Villagers huddle in fear, lamenting the catastrophe and wondering if the palace master can save them. On a high cliff, reports confirm the seal is broken and the demons are too many to eliminate. Looking away, the immortal asks that a final word be passed on to his disciple. He sadly states that he will not be able to accompany him to see the flowers tomorrow. An ally asks what he plans to do as the immortal prepares his ultimate final technique. The white-haired man prepares to sacrifice his soul to recast the seal against the demonic forces. A massive, blood-red eye stares out from the darkness of the broken, jagged seal. Despite warnings of his death, he declares he has no regrets for the sake of all humanity. A massive explosion erupts as the immortal releases all his power to seal the demons away. Glowing embers and smoke rise into the crimson sky after the force of the blast. The immortal's body falls through the air as his soul begins the process of the seal. The white-haired master remains in a state of tranquil, eternal rest. Desperate cries echo as the black-haired disciple rushes toward the fallen immortal. Mu Qinyi stays peaceful and still, his eyes closed against the world. A trembling hand reaches out to touch the master's long white hair. Tu Yin Li cradles his master's body, his grief turning into something dark. The disciple begs his master to open his eyes and look at him. Allies watch from a distance, one of them shouting for the fallen immortal. Glowing energy swirls as he realizes he was only gone a short while. Bathed in a crimson light, the disciple asks why his master didn't wait. Chu Yinli rejects an ally's comfort, demanding silence after being told his master died for humanity without regret. A violent surge of dark power strikes the ally, who coughs blood with a sharp cry. The disciple rages against the notion of his master's sacrifice being made with no regrets. Declaring his singular desire for his master, he vows to send everyone to hell. Massive, dark wings unfurl from the disciple's back as his demonic power explodes. Terrified onlookers fear the disciple's new power will break the seal and end the world. An ally warns that the disciple is ruining his master's noble efforts for humanity. Chu Yinli falters for a moment, questioning the true purpose of his master's efforts. An ally warns that the master would be horrified to see his disciple in such a state. Kneeling by the body, Chu Yinli questions if his master will ever wake up. He gently caresses Mu Qingyi's face, convincing himself that his master is merely sleeping. The black-haired man fears his master will be furious at the destruction he caused. Concerned allies urge one another to stop speaking before the disciple loses control further. Carrying his master's body, Chu Yinli promises to return him to their palace. A quiet stillness settles over the palace as a light breeze rustles the flowers. Entering the bedroom, Q Yinli tells his master that he can finally rest there. A quick, sharp step, crack, 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 sounding as the disciple's boots crush shards on the floor. A sudden, loud whoosh sounding as the master's body nearly slips from his grasp. Catching him just in time, Chu Yinli apologizes and asks if the fall was painful. Tears fall as the disciple laments that his master doesn't care about his own pain. Hovering over the bed, he wonders if his master will simply continue to ignore him. A rhythmic, soft drop sounding as tears fall onto the master's golden silk pillow. Shock fills the disciple's eyes as he realizes his master still has not moved. Desperation takes hold as he demands to know why Mu Qingyi remains silent. He shakes his master, questioning his indifference toward morality and his own disciple's suffering. A quick, vigorous shake sounding as he commands his master to wake up and look. A violent whoosh sounding as the disciple destroys everything in the room in his madness. Mocking laughter rings out as he reflects on his master's supposed greatness and justice. He laments the perceived unfairness of a master who cares for everyone but him. Leaning close, he reminds his master of the broken promise to watch flowers together. Pressing his face to the master's, the disciple whispers his deep, conflicted hatred. A long, drawn-out whoosh sounding as golden curtains billow in the evening wind. Tears continue to fall upon the master's face as a rhythmic dop-dop sounding continues. Moonlight glimmers on a rocky riverbed where a soft whoosh sounding accompanies glowing butterflies. Reborn and confused, the white-haired immortal wonders where he is, following a rhythmic drop sounding. He notices movement nearby as people approach a ledge to dispose of more corpses. Men complain that mass graves are overflowing due to the destruction of many sects. They discuss how the immortal's disciple has become a lunatic in the past decade. Mu Qingyi listens in horror, realizing he has been dead for 10 long years. He is stunned that his once kind disciple has turned their palace into a demonic stronghold. The immortal stares down at his robes, overwhelmed by the news of his disciple's fate. Hearing reports of a slaughter at Ghost Cry Forest, the white-haired man follows. Mu Qingyi refuses to believe his disciple has become a murderer and goes to investigate. Rain falls rhythmically with a soft dop-dop sounding as the dark forest beckons. Arriving at the Ghost Cry Forest, the white-haired man searches for his lost disciple. He spots members of a rival sect fleeing from the pursuit of Lingshuan Palace. Elegant flowers bloom above calligraphic characters as the tragic tale continues to unfold. Desperate survivors urge one another to protect their sect's treasure at all costs. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding marks the arrival of enemies who quickly surround their prey. A woman in green cries out in horror as her pursuers arrive earlier than expected. Gripping a wooden box, she realizes that all hope for her survival is lost. A heavy, slow step sounding precedes the arrival of a black-haired man demanding a treasure. Rain continues to fall as a rhythmic, heavy step sounding echoes through the muddy clearing. Hidden nearby, the white-haired immortal is shocked to see his disciple among the attackers. The survivors scream defiance, refusing to surrender their treasure to the demonic black-haired man. Looking up with a cold gaze, the black-haired man sentences his victims to death. Demonic shadows erupt with a violent whoosh sounding as the slaughter of the survivors begins. Panicked cries fill the air as shadowy figures close in with another quick whoosh sounding. A man in green rages against the disciple, vowing to kill him for his crimes. The white-haired master leaps forward with sounding to protect the innocent. A sudden, powerful bam sounding erupts as a water shield intercepts the deadly dark energy. Stunned by the unexpected intervention, the survivors stare at their white-haired savior in disbelief. Looking at his disciple, the master is heartbroken by the killer he has become. The black-haired man demands to know the identity of the stranger who controls weak water. A sharp, crystalline crack sounding accompanies the master's realization that he is not recognized. A close-up reveals the golden eye of the disciple, narrowing with suspicion and malice. A violent whoosh sounding follows as dark power surges from the demonic black-haired man. The black-haired man chokes his master, demanding to know how he knows secret techniques. Choking and desperate, the master asks why his disciple became a demon during his absence. Pushing back, the white-haired man shocks his attacker by claiming to be his master. With burning blue eyes, he demands to know if his disciple intends to deceive him. The black-haired man rages, threatening to kill the stranger for pretending to be his master. The master recounts his sacrifice to seal the demons and his disappointment in the disciple. Denying his master's death, the black-haired man releases a massive surge of dark power. The white-haired man is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of his disciple's demonic energy. A colossal explosion follows as dark energy erupts in a massive, final whoosh sounding. Coughing blood, the master realizes his disciple's power is now enough to kill him. He is thrown back through the trees with a sudden, violent whoosh sounding from the impact. Wiping blood from his mouth, the immortal laments that he is still not recognized. A soft, quick ta sounding marks a footstep in a puddle as the master stops. Looking into the water, he is stunned by the reflection of an unfamiliar face. Panic takes hold as he realizes he has been reincarnated into another person's body. A slow, deliberate ta sounding follows as the disciple insists his master is only sleeping. Bathed in shadows, the black-haired man forbids anyone from claiming his master has died. A heavy, rhythmic ta sounding continues as dark aura fills the rain-soaked forest. Terrified onlookers watch the disciple descend into madness, fearing he will kill them all. The master finally understands why his once loyal disciple did not recognize his current form. Enraged by the mention of death, the disciple charges his dark power to strike again. A brutal bam sounding occurs as the disciple's strike draws even more blood from him. Another powerful bam sounding echoes as the master is sent reeling from the demonic blow. Falling to the ground, the master accepts his fate for failing to guide his disciple. Mu Qingyi mentions a specific name, sending a jolt of profound shock through Chu Yinli. Grabbing his captive, Chu Yinli fiercely demands to know how he learned of their secret agreement. Chu Yinli is filled with inner turmoil, blaming himself for being the one who causes pain. A soft whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi's strength fails and he suddenly loses consciousness in Yinli's arms. A thunderous bam sounding as Chu Yinli catches his falling master and pulls him close against the rain. The soft drip sounding as the black-haired man looks down, conflicted about the captive's true identity. A soft drip sounding as Yinli carries his master, while Master Xie provides shelter with an umbrella. Master Xi reflects on how the master never permitted strangers to touch him until this moment. A powerful whoosh sounding as Chu Yinli seizes a valuable box using a swirl of dark energy. Chu Yinli commands the group to return to Lingshuan Palace immediately while he carries his master away. Master Xie acknowledges the command as they prepare to depart from the dark, rainy forest. A disciple asks Master Xie if they should eliminate the remaining survivors of the Liu Jianmen sect. Master Xi insists on strictly following the master's orders and returning home without any further bloodshed. The subordinates acknowledge the command and prepare to disappear into the misty, dark forest landscape. The survivors of Liu Jianmen are stunned and relieved that they were actually spared by Chu Yinli. Realizing the danger of the Ghost Cry forest, the disciples decide to leave before any beasts arrive. A distant whoosh sounding as the scene shifts to the dark, imposing fortress of Qianmi Palace. A soft drop sounding as water falls onto Mu Qingyi while he hangs from cold chains. Mu Qingyi wakes in agony, coughing up blood as he finds Chu Yinli waiting in the cave. A sharp clang sounding as Mu Qingyi realizes he is now a prisoner in his own palace. Chu Yinli smiles coldly, confirming their location while maintaining a terrifying and intimidating presence over his captive. Mu Qingyi is overwhelmed by the realization that he has truly returned to the legendary Lingshuan Palace. Chu Yinli demands to know how the prisoner possesses his master's private knowledge and secret battle techniques. Mu Qingyi reflects on a promise to accompany Yinli to see the flowers on Yunmeng Cliff together. Chu Yinli aggressively grips the silver-haired man's face, fiercely demanding an immediate and honest explanation. Mu Qingyi maintains steady eye contact, asserting that his identity as the true master is an undeniable fact. A sharp slap sounding as Chu Yinli strikes him, refusing to accept the truth of the prisoner's identity. Chu Yinli draws a dagger, threatening to slowly play with his captive as punishment for his perceived lies. A sharp slice sounding as Chu Yinli uses the blade to tear through Mu Qingyi's white robes. Yinli warns that any further disobedience will result in the captive's skin being cut apart as punishment. Mu Qingyi condemns Yinli's rebellious behavior, refusing to be cowed by the disciple's sudden and cruel aggression. A sharp slice sounding as the blade cuts into Mu Qingyi's chest, drawing fresh and vibrant blood. Chu Yinli presses closer, cruelly encouraging the captive to continue his speech while watching the blood drip. Yinli mocks Mu Qingyi's reaction, questioning why the prisoner would dare to laugh in such a situation. Mu Qingyi laments their unrecognizable reunion after 10 long years of suffering, death, and profound personal change. Chu Yinli's cold expression falters for a brief moment as he listens to the captive's heavy words. Mu Qingyi reminds him of his past warnings regarding the cold springs and their harmful spiritual effects. He reminds Yinli of the specific time they were meant to watch the blooming flowers together. Mu Qinyi reflects sadly on how much people and things have faded away since those peaceful days. Chu Yinli is visibly shaken, wondering how this stranger could know such intimate and private master-disciple secrets. Visions of the past resurface, showing the master and disciple training together in the cold mountain pool. Mu Qinyi looks at him with pity, calling out the name of his beloved disciple once more. Chu Yinli roars in agony and denial, shouting that it is impossible for this man to be master. A powerful whoosh sounding as Chu Yinli declares that his master has been dead for a decade. Mu Qinyi looks him in the eye and vows to provide the proof of his true identity. Chu Yinli challenges him to prove his identity, though his expression betrays a deep and desperate internal struggle. Yinli orders him to remain confined within the dark cave until he can provide his promised proof. Mu Qinyi wonders if his own death truly shattered Yinli's mind and sanity beyond any possible repair. A splashing whoosh sounding as Mu Qinyi utilizes his water-based spiritual power to break his heavy chains. Mu Qinyi reflects on his miraculous rebirth as weak water as he dissolves into the light. Mu Qinyi decides to investigate Lingshuan Palace after being secluded for 10 years. The white-haired master worries about his disciples' actions and the fate of Liu Jianmen. Rain falls over the dark, foreboding trees of the ghost-crying forest. Survivors in green celebrate escaping the forest as they spot the distant Ning Palace. Celebrations are cut short as dark energy strikes, leaving the survivors shocked and bleeding. The man in green gazes in horror at the sudden and violent ambush. He cries out for his fallen brother as he surveys the carnage around him. Floating shadows mock the survivors, declaring that Lingshuan Palace leaves no one alive. The man in green demands to know why his sect is being targeted despite being robbed. A shadowy demon mocks his weakness before he warns of the consequences of karma. The red-eyed entity laughs, sparing the man only so he can witness his own futility. Consumed by rage, the survivor vows to destroy everything associated with Lingshuan Palace. Shadowy figures in purple cloaks question why their master let the survivor escape. The blue-skinned villain explains that creating more enemies for their rival is strategically sound. He recalls Mu Qingyi's ancient seal and declares that the time for revenge has come. Chu Yinli walks through the forbidden lands of his palace toward a glowing beacon. He arrives at the master's resting place, where the body lies surrounded by flowers. Reaching out, the disciple laments the 10 long years his master has remained asleep. The black-haired man confesses that he visits his master's side every single day. Chu Yinli uses a rare treasure, triggering a sudden, powerful whoosh sounding to wake him. A violent, massive whoosh sounding erupts as bright blue energy consumes the entire chamber. A sudden, deafening bang sounding is followed by a heavy bam sounding as energy stabilizes. Cradling the body once more, he whispers his hope that the master will wake soon. Chu Yinli mentions an imposter he recently met, finding the deception to be utterly ridiculous. He admits his strange hesitation to kill the stranger, despite his initial murderous intent. Looking closely at his master, he realizes the imposter's resemblance is what stayed his hand. He apologizes for being annoying and gently bids his resting master to continue his rest. Standing tall, the disciple decides to give the imposter a chance to prove his identity. He vows to kill the white-haired man personally if the proof fails to convince him. Moonlight illuminates the towering, multi-tiered pagodas of the grand Lingshuan Palace. Mu Qinyi gazes out from a high balcony, observing the palace he once knew. The white-haired master walks through the quiet grounds, reflecting on the passage of time. He contemplates the strange circumstances of his return and his desire to find more answers. Standing in a pavilion, he wonders if his old acquaintance, Juyu, is still present. A man with a fan appears, surprised to see the master's look-alike still alive. The newcomer expresses amazement that the stranger survived Chu Yinli's mercy with no injuries. Confused by the familiar yet unknown face, Mu Qingyi asks for the man's identity. Lowering his fan, the brown-haired man introduces himself as Jie Hongchen of Wanhua Peak. Mu Qingyi realizes the palace has changed significantly during his 10-year absence. Ji Hongchen laments his inability to solve the deep, miserable love within his master's heart. The master is stunned to hear of his disciple's heartbreak and wonders who it involves. Ji Hongchen offers a knowing, subtle smile as he observes the master's bewildered reaction. He prevents the white-haired man from advancing, his eyes narrowing with a sharp intensity. Ji Hongchen asserts that he should be the one questioning how the stranger survived. He conceals his lower face with his fan, maintaining a mysterious and guarded demeanor. He explains that ordinary people usually die just for questioning the disciple about the master. Ji Hongchen clarifies that he is referring to Mu Qingyi, the master of the palace lord. Mu Qingyi turns around to leave, dismissing the conversation if the man remains uncooperative. Ji Hongchen calls out for him to stop, as if he has more to say. He warns that mentioning the master's name is a deadly taboo within Lingshuan Palace. Mu Qingyi realizes his name has become a forbidden word and worries his disciple has truly turned to evil. Ji Hongchen warns the master's lookalike that surviving the palace lord's previous mercy doesn't guarantee future safety. Observing Yunmeng Mountain, Mu Qingyi resolves to find a way to make his disciple recognize him soon. A quick whoosh sounding follows as the white-haired man leaps toward the mountain to test a theory. Ji Hongchen watches in disbelief, questioning if the stranger truly has no fear of the forbidden land. A gray-haired man named Chu Ting approaches, demanding to know why the brown-haired man is yelling. Lowering his fan, Jie Hongchen identifies the newcomer as Chu Ting and looks at him with suspicion. The man with the fan suggests he just saw the person who is their master's destiny. Incensed, Chu Ting draws his sword with a sudden whoosh sounding, rejecting the idea of anyone being special. Ji Hongchen blocks the blade, noting how the stranger has survived the Lord's wrath multiple times already. Chu Ting insists their master's heart is impenetrable, while Jie Hongchen warns him to discard his own jealousy. Abandoning the argument, the brown-haired man suggests Chu Ting ask their master himself if he is so curious. Clenching his fist, Chu Ting vows to kill anyone who might disturb his master's state of mind. A soft whoosh sounding echoes over the mountains where eternal flowers bloom despite the years passing by. Arriving with a final whoosh sounding, the master finds the field of flowers remains exactly as he remembered. He decides to use the specific blooms to trigger his disciple's memory and prove his true identity. Suddenly, Chu Yinli appears behind him, demanding to know why he has dared to enter the restricted area. The black-haired man declares the mountain a forbidden place as the master realizes he is being confronted. With a quick whoosh sounding, Chu Yinli summons his dark energy to bind the intruder where he stands. Lightning crackles with a loud whoosh sounding as the white-haired man is caught in a magical trap. A sharp crack sounding accompanies the purple energy chains that coil tightly around the master's body and arms. Struggling against the restraints, the immortal glares at the man who was once his most loyal pupil. The disciple coldly states that only he and his master are permitted within this sacred flower-filled garden. A sudden, heavy bam sounding occurs as Chu Yinli chokes him, asking how he should be executed. The master remains calm, realizing the mountain was likely declared forbidden to honor his own previous death. Chu Yinli warns the stranger not to test his patience any further as he maintains his suffocating grip. Blue eyes meet golden ones in a moment of intense, silent tension amidst the glowing fields of flowers. Releasing him with a sudden whoosh sounding, the black-haired man mocks the attempt to deceive him with flowers. The master mentions a promise from 10 years ago, causing the disciple to pause in visible, confused shock. Multiple soft whoosh soundings follow as the master gathers water to manifest the promised gift for his disciple. Offering a glowing flower, the master apologizes for being 10 years late to their long-awaited appointment. Stunned by the specific words, the black-haired man stares at the offering in complete and utter disbelief. When the master assumes he loves the flowers, the disciple asks if he truly believes it is the plant he loves. He confesses that his only true desire is the one person he wanted but could never have. The white-haired man watches him, sensing the depth of his disciple's long-standing grief and hidden heartache. Dismissing the emotion, the palace lord hardens his heart and decides to place a new restraint on him. Waves of dark energy erupt with a series of whoosh soundings as the disciple asserts his total control. He decides that his previous tolerance has made the stranger too reckless and bold within the palace grounds. A sharp bam sounding marks the snapping of a magic bracelet onto the master's wrist to restrain him. A faint metallic tick sounding signals the lock as the golden band settles onto the master's arm. The palace lord explains that his own blood powers the seal, allowing him to track the master everywhere. Looking directly at his captor, the white-haired immortal promises that he will no longer attempt to run. Dismissively, the black-haired man orders him to leave the Forbidden Mountain and the Field of Flowers immediately. The master watches his disciple walk away, reflecting on how difficult his personality has become over time. He realizes that proving his true identity will be a long and arduous task given the Lord's temper. A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding envelops him as the bracelet's teleportation magic is activated by the Lord. A pillar of light erupts over the Field of Flowers, signaling a sudden and forced departure. The grand structures of Lingshuan Palace stand silent and imposing under the cold light of the moon. Materializing within the palace walls, the master is surprised to find himself transported back to his quarters. He gazes into the night, contemplating the next step in his difficult journey of reconciliation and proof. Mu Qinyi leaps through the air, determined to test the limits of his current distance. A sudden flare of blue energy stops him, causing the white-haired master to realize that the seal restricts his movement distance. A gray-haired man appears from behind, questioning if the stranger was the one brought back to Lingshuan Palace by the Lord. Mu Qinyi asks for the man's identity as they face each other under the cold moonlight. The gray-haired man ignores the request and demands that the intruder answer his questions instead. The newcomer, Chu Ting, declares that no one is worthy of his master and vows to kill anyone who might disturb his state of mind. Mu Qinyi reflects on how his disciple has accepted a lunatic as a subordinate, while Chu Ting prepares to execute him for using a forbidden name. Recognizing the sword technique as his own Yifeng art, the master watches the aggressive swordsman charge forward with green energy. The white-haired master stands his ground with a calm and regal composure amidst the violent attack. Chu Ting believes the intruder must die since only the palace master and Jie Hongchen can endure such a powerful skill. The subordinate is shocked to see the stranger easily evade his most powerful strike through a swift and graceful movement. Mu Qinyi explains that since the swordsman knows how to use the skill, he should realize that Mu Qinyi created it. Chu Ting rejects the claim as ridiculous and attacks with a lethal strike before Mu Qinyi reveals his true identity. The swordsman's face is filled with absolute shock as the white-haired man declares himself to be the late palace master. With a swift palm strike of blue energy, the master sends Chu Ting reeling and coughing up blood until he collapses. Mu Qinyi notes that cracking a skill he personally invented is easy, regardless of their respective levels of cultivation. Chu Ting calls the deception ridiculous, insisting that his true master has been dead for 10 long years. Gripping his sword with a trembling hand, the man vows to kill the stranger, regardless of whatever evil methods he uses. Their confrontation is interrupted by a sudden, quick tap sounding as the black-haired Chu Yinli arrives on the scene. Chu Ting immediately bows to the palace lord, seeking orders regarding the suspicious intruder who has dared to claim the master's name. Chu Yinli finds it interesting that the newcomer can successfully crack the complex Yifeng technique during a fight. The white-haired master watches his former disciple with a mixture of nostalgia and careful, silent observation. The black-haired man decides to personally test the intruder using the Yifeng art to see if he can break it again. Chu Yinli launches a dark attack as Mu Qingyi warns him to be careful during their high-stakes duel. The master decides to allow this test of strength, hoping the opportunity will finally prove his true identity to his pupil. They move with blinding speed as the master recites the poetic steps of the ancient Yifeng art. Chu Yinli is stunned by the effortless evasion, while Mu Qingyi asks how a pupil could ever beat the man who personally taught him. The palace lord stares at the master with a look of growing recognition and intense hidden conflict. Chu Ting watches from the side in disbelief as the intruder manages to avoid the lord's direct offensive yet again. Mu Qingyi tells the younger man to give up his futile attempt to defeat his former teacher. Chu Yinli questions how this can be possible, as a powerful swirl of dark energy begins to manifest behind them. The master tells him there is no shame in losing to the person who created his entire combat style. With a cold and mysterious smile, the disciple expresses his pity before unleashing an overwhelming wave of dark energy. Mu Qingyi is shocked to see the refined technique broken by nothing more than sheer, overwhelming cultivation power. The palace lord declares the stranger the loser as he dominates the flow of the battle with his massive strength. Attempting to retaliate, the master finds his golden bracelet is locking his movements and preventing him from moving his hand. Chu Yinli catches the master in a firm grip, asserting his total dominance over the now captured and immobile stranger. Mu Qingyi accuses him of playing a trick by using cultivation to suppress a much weaker body. The lord mocks the master's weakness, explaining that the stranger lost because his cultivation level is simply too low to resist. He reveals that the bracelet contains his own essence and blood, recognizing only him as the master to prevent any future attacks. Mu Qingyi demands that the black-haired man take the seal away immediately, but the disciple has no intention of complying. Chu Yinli grips the master's chin firmly, reminding him that he is merely a suspicious captive brought into the palace grounds. Chu Ting interrupts the moment, suggesting they hand the prisoner over to Xingdian due to his suspicious nature and recent attacks. The palace lord continues to hold the white-haired master close, his gaze fixed intently on the familiar face. Chu Yinli mockingly asks his subordinate what he should do with such an interesting and defiant prisoner. Chu Ting bows respectfully while listing the intruder's crimes, including using a taboo name and attacking the palace people. The subordinate demands that the stranger be killed while secretly vowing to keep him away from the palace lord's heart. Mu Qingyi realizes that the gray-haired man is determined to be heartless despite the master having done him no harm. The palace lord silences the argument by declaring the white-haired man to be his own personal property. Chu Ting protests the decision, warning that the stranger's true origins are far too unknown and unpredictable to be trusted. Chu Yinli orders his subordinate to shut up as waves of dark energy erupt from his body. Reeling from the sudden power, Chu Ting falls to the ground with a sharp "pah" sounding. The palace lord coldly tells his subordinate to leave, while the gray-haired man begs for forgiveness. Walking away, Chu Ting resents being hurt for a stranger and vows to remove the intruder. Chu Ting plans to exploit an upcoming anniversary to eliminate the guest, while Mu Qingyi observes the tension. Sensing the gaze, the black-haired man turns and asks what the stranger is looking at. The white-haired master watches him with a look of quiet, unshakable calm. With a sudden, quick stop sounding, the disciple catches his arm and mocks the master's claim. Mu Qingyi points out that despite the harsh words, the Lord just protected him from the subordinate. A heavy bam sounding occurs as Chu Yinli pulls him close, vowing to make him face reality. The Lord claims he only saved the stranger to kill him personally, but the master stays firm. Chu Yinli reveals he has killed many impostors over the years and warns there are no exceptions. Looking directly into his eyes, the master simply reminds him that he is still alive. He lists shared secrets and private lessons, asserting that the disciple is merely afraid to believe him. Furious, Chu Yinli insists it is impossible because the master's body is still kept in the palace. The white-haired man realizes he must prove his identity through more intimate and undeniable methods. The Lord is paralyzed with shock as the stranger suddenly reaches for his collar. Exposing a hidden mole on the Lord's shoulder, the master mentions secrets only he could know. The black-haired man is speechless as the master begins to recount long-forgotten childhood memories. He describes healing a forehead scar from 30 years ago when the disciple was a young child. The memories continue as the master recalls treating broken bones and a near-fatal monster wound from decades past. Mu Qingyi mentions an injury from 13 years ago, leaving the Lord stunned by his specific knowledge. He reflects on his sacrifice 10 years ago and notes the nearing anniversary of his previous death. A sudden bam sounding marks the Lord's explosive rage as he demands the master stop talking. His face is twisted in agony as he forbids any mention of that tragic anniversary. Chu Yinli recoils in visible distress, clutching his head and demanding to be left alone to think. The master watches his disciple walk away, saddened that he still carries such deep, unresolved grief. He realizes that the preservation of his old body is the primary barrier to the Lord's acceptance. Rain begins to fall as the master stands alone with a red umbrella, reflecting on his rebirth. He feels a depressing weight over the palace and wonders where his disciple has gone. The silence of the rainy courtyard is broken by a sudden, repetitive clatter sounding of approaching footsteps. Chu Ting reappears under an umbrella, mockingly asking if the guest is searching for the Lord. Mu Qingyi dismisses the questioning, but the subordinate warns him that his status as an outsider is dangerous. The master meets the subordinate's glare with a composed and defiant look. Chu Ting demands that he leave the palace immediately to avoid the Lord's wrath. He threatens to kill the stranger for the sake of his master's memory sooner or later. Mu Qingyi questions what right a subordinate has to make such threats to his face. The gray-haired man's face contorts with anger as he realizes the stranger will not be intimidated. The master reminds him that he is unworthy of the task since he was already easily defeated. Chu Ting mocks his low status and asks if he truly believes he is the legendary master. Mu Qingyi states that his identity only matters to one person and ignores the subordinate's insults. The subordinate dares him to visit the Lord at his residence in the forbidden Lingyu Hall. Under the falling rain, the master decides to return to his old home to find his pupil. Chu Ting watches him leave, knowing the Lord's temper becomes lethal at the residence on this day. A soft rustle sounding fills the room as the Lord lies amidst tea sets in his residence. Chu Yinli struggles with his conflicting emotions, unable to admit the stranger might truly be his master. A sharp clang sounding echoes through the room as he smashes a teapot in a fit of frustration. He is haunted by how much the stranger's words and gestures resemble the man he lost. A close-up reveals the master's intense blue eyes filled with determination and sorrow. Memories of the glowing gift and childhood secrets flash through the Lord's mind as he faces the truth. Rain filters through the ornate window as a soft rustle sounding fills the silent room. A low rumble sounding echoes as the black-haired Chu Yin Li closes his eyes in weary contemplation. Entering the quiet residence, Mu Qingyi calls out his disciple's name with concern. The black-haired man watches his master with eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and exhaustion. Mu Qingyi asks if the man has been drinking and crying. Chu Yin Li dismisses it as mere rain and asks how he dared to come to this place. The white-haired master explains that since this is his residence, he should naturally dare to come, noting that nothing has changed in 10 years. Holding a white teapot, Chu Yin Li admits that he does not want to stain the memories associated with his home. Mu Qingyi looks at him sadly and asks if his previous death truly made the disciple so miserable. The black-haired man drinks directly from the teapot, his movements heavy with unresolved grief. Chu Yin Li confesses that his heart feels like an abyss and believes that no one will ever love him again. Overwhelmed by the man's despair, Mu Qingyi apologizes to his disciple with deep sincerity. The master admits he believed the disciple was talented enough to lead the palace safely through the trials he left behind. Chu Yin Li looks down at the teapot, beginning to voice a regret, starting with the phrase, "if he only knew." Mu Qingyi reflects that he would not have been so decisive about sealing a monster with his body if he had known the pain it caused, or at least he would have waited for his pupil. Chu Yin Li asks if the stranger is truly his master, and the white-haired man confirms his identity with a simple yes. Looking away, the disciple asks why the master was so willing to leave him behind if he truly cared. On his knees, Chu Yin Li grips the master's hand and asks if he no longer feels any pity for his suffering. Comforting the man, Mu Qingyi apologizes again and vows that he is back and will never leave him again. The disciple admits he has waited 10 years to hear those words, wishing with all his heart that the master is real. Mu Qingyi watches him with a look of profound sadness, unable to immediately ease his pupil's long-standing pain. Recalling a memory from 30 years ago, Chu Yin Li describes falling on a cold stone while trying to apprehend his master as a child. Mu Qingyi is stunned into silence by the specific detail, uttering a soft question of disbelief. The memories continue with a flashback to 25 years ago when the disciple fought another named Ji Yuyu out of jealousy for the master's attention. A scene from 21 years ago reveals Chu Yin Li killing a monster specifically to create a large coat for his master. Mu Qingyi realizes that the injuries the man suffered throughout his life were largely due to his own actions and his disciple's devotion. Another memory surfaces from 13 years ago when the disciple fought a man named Feng Lei Gu for insulting the master's honor. Chu Yin Li kneels before the white-haired man, asserting how much he has always cared for him. He laments that despite all his efforts, the master still chose to leave him so decisively a decade ago. The disciple asks why the master did not wait for him, insisting they could have faced the group of monsters together. Mu Qingyi admits the sacrifice was his fault and that he never expected the depth of his disciple's eventual suffering. A sharp whoosh sounding occurs as Chu Yin Li suddenly pulls the master close, catching him completely off guard. The black-haired man asks if the master truly believes he was cruel for never returning to see him. Mu Qingyi wonders if the drunken man finally accepts his identity while Chu Yin Li admits his intoxicated state and mentions his unhappiness. Confused by the shifting conversation, the white-haired master asks what the man is talking about now. Resting his head on the master's chest, Chu Yin Li cryptically asks why one who holds jade would refuse to give it up. A soft release sounding marks the moment the disciple lets go of the teapot as he leans into the master's embrace. Mu Qingyi reflects that while he thought time would heal his disciple's wounds, it has instead acted like a knife etching pain into his heart. He realizes that while 10 years felt short to him after rebirth, It was a decade of long and continuous pain for the one left behind. The master gently touches the disciple's face, deciding they should work to rebuild their relationship slowly. He vows to bear the weight of the past decade alongside his pupil, as a sudden crash sounding signals the end of their confrontation. A soft flutter sounding occurs as a white flower petal falls onto the patterned floor in the early light. Outside the residence, a repetitive chirp sounding from two birds on a branch welcomes the new morning. Mu Qingyi wakes up in the hall, wondering if he accidentally fell asleep during the emotional night. He is surprised to find he has been covered by the black-haired man's own heavy coat while he slept. Noticing the master is awake, Chu Yinli looks up from his seat where he has been waiting nearby. Mu Qingyi asks if the disciple was the one who placed the coat over him during the night. A soft rustle sounding follows as Chu Yinli tells the master to leave quickly now that he has finally woken up. The white-haired man refuses to go, insisting they should have a proper talk about everything said during the previous night. Mu Qingyi notices a resurrection book in the man's hand, while Chu Yinli claims he has no memory of what happened. With a sharp snap sounding, the disciple stands and tells the master to leave before he changes his mind about punishing his intrusion. Mu Qingyi calls out to the disciple, asking about the resurrection book in his hand. A sharp whoosh sounding follows as the master reaches for the book while the Lord walks away. Grabbing his arm, Mu Qingyi asks if he still intends to resurrect his old body and demands to see the book. A sharp whoosh sounding marks Chu Yinli's intense glare as he asks if his previous tolerance has made the master too bold. With another sharp whoosh sounding, he pushes the master back, questioning where he got the courage to grab his things. Mu Qingyi insists he just wants to read the booklet, warning that soul-recovering techniques are non-existent and carry a high price. Chu Yinli smiles coldly, questioning the very idea of a high price for his master's life. He recounts years of bloodshed for treasures and says it's worth it for his master's survival, prompting Mu Qingyi to vow to accompany him. Chu Yinli is surprised as the master takes his hand, promising he won't let him go astray. Mu Qingyi states he will help find treasures and settle the blood debts the Lord has incurred. Touching the Lord's face, Mu Qingyi wonders who suggested that only a master's love is valid. Chu Yinli reflects that his master is his light, and without him, that light is gone. A repetitive chirp sounding from a machine bird brings a message from Chu Ting about searching for medicine. Mu Qingyi asks if he is leaving the palace to find medicine and what treasure he seeks this time. He worries if the mission involves more killing as they leave the hall together. The master realizes the blood debts were for his own revival and wonders about the origin of the soul book. A soft release sounding occurs as a blue Hansing flower bracelet binds them, with Chu Yinli ordering him to stay close. Chu Yinli commands him to follow, while a chibi panel shows the master's frustration at being led like this. A low rumble sounding of wind echoes over a snowy mountain landscape where a lone figure watches. Outside the residence, Chu Ting decides the unauthorized intruder must be killed by the Lord. He believes anyone disturbing the master's mood must die, as no one is worthy of the lonely Lord. A sudden whoosh sounding occurs as the pair flies past, leaving Chu Ting in complete shock. Chu Ting bows in respect, but his face is filled with sudden confusion and disbelief. He is stunned to see the master flying beside the Lord and realizes he is not dead. Mu Qingyi is confused, asking why the subordinate thinks he is the one who should die. The subordinate stammers that the Lord previously ordered all trespassers in Mu Xianzun's bedroom to be killed. Chu Yinli pulls the master closer, stating he will punish him later, while Chu Ting looks on. The Lord asks his subordinate if he is trying to teach him how to handle his affairs. Chu Ting trembles and bows, claiming he would never dare to do such a thing. A sharp bam sounding occurs as Chu Yinli strikes him down, warning him not to cross the line and ordering him to leave. Coughing in pain, Chu Ting obeys his master's command to pack and leave the premises. Mu Qingyi stops the lord, insisting that he also wants to go out to find medicine. Chu Yinli notes the prohibition bracelet has been untied and questions his own words as a sharp snap sounding occurs. Mu Qingyi promises to stay by his side from this moment forward. Chu Yinli stares at him, seemingly moved by the master's earnest vow. Chu Ting asks what right a stranger has to follow on such a mission, but his words are cut short. A sudden whoosh sounding occurs as the lord takes flight, ordering Chu Ting to stay while the guest takes his place. Mu Qingyi tells the subordinate to stay behind as a sharp slap sounding follows him, pushing the man down. Chu Ting is enraged, but the master notes he is at least more capable than the subordinate. A sharp whoosh sounding follows as Mu Qingyi flies away, leaving the defeated man on the ground. Chu Ting coughs in frustration, cursing the intruder for taking his place and surviving the forbidden area. At the palace gate, another man named Liu Ju arrives, announcing his arrival at Lingxuan Palace. Liu Jue vows to kill Chu Yinli for destroying his sect, as a sudden whoosh sounding marks a flying figure. A sudden whoosh sounding occurs as he spots Chu Yinli flying with another person, wondering why he is alone. With another sudden whoosh sounding, Chu Yinli dismisses the man as a worm and tells his master to ignore him. Liu Ju is stunned to see the lord actually leaving the palace and wonders what he is doing. A sudden whoosh sounding occurs as the pair descends toward a vast snowy mountain. Arriving at Nirvana Snow Mountain, Mu Qingyi asks what they are specifically searching for in this place. Chu Yinli explains that since treasures in the sects are limited, they must search for those scattered worldwide. Mu Qingyi reflects on how this land, once full of life, became a barren, monster-infested wasteland 10 years ago. Mu Qingyi stands alone against the pale, snowy backdrop of the high mountain. He reflects on how many innocent bones were buried in this desolate place. Chu Yinli states that the invasion of monsters often goes completely unnoticed by others. Holding the master's hands, he reminds him that he is not a god. The black-haired man asks if the master thought the same thing 10 years ago. Chu Yinli admits he hated how many were saved while the master speaks his name. Mu Qingyi admits his weakened body finds the mountains cold truly overwhelming and difficult. Chu Yinli places a warm fur coat over the master's shoulders for his stubbornness. Mu Qingyi looks up in surprise at his disciple's sudden and unexpected show of care. The master asks if the coat was for him, but Yinli dismisses the thought. They prepare to move forward through the snowy, barren landscape of the mountain together. Chu Yinli stops the master, asking if he even knows their actual intended destination. Mu Qingyi notices a small mechanical bird fluttering through the cold air before them. Chu Yinli watches the scout bird to determine the exact direction of their journey. The master asks if the machine bird can truly pinpoint the hidden treasure's location. They take flight together as Yinli explains the bird can roughly sense the treasure. Mu Qingyi discovers a hidden cave entrance where the mechanical bird has just flown inside. Yinli tells him to follow closely so that he does not get lost within. Mu Qingyi wonders if resurrection has truly become his disciple's singular and dark obsession. A sudden whoosh sounding echoes through the cave as they journey deeper into the dark. Mu Qingyi observes that there is no residual demon power within this protected cavern. Yinli finds it interesting that the outside snow and wind cannot reach the space. The master finds it strange that the cave was deliberately opened to block outsiders. They arrive at the end of the passage where a bright light beckons them. Mu Qingyi is stunned by the sudden and brilliant transformation of the rocky environment. He is shocked to find a flourishing village hidden deep within the frozen mountains. A soft rustle sounding occurs as he removes the coat, amazed by the warmth. Chu Yinli recites a poem while identifying the location as the legendary Taoyuan village. An old man greets them and asks how they managed to find the village. Mu Qingyi steps forward to explain they are here searching for something specific. The old man invites them inside after not seeing any outsiders for many years. Mu Qingyi privately notes the village feels weird and suggests they explore it first. Feeling uncomfortable, Chu Yinli suggests simply destroying the entire village to be absolutely sure. The master quickly restrains him, ordering him not to take any violent action here. Mu Qingyi worries about Yinli's volatility while the Lord notices his solemn, troubled expression. Chu Yinli surprisingly smiles and agrees to follow the master's lead for the mission. Mu Qingyi is confused by Yinli's sudden willingness to actually listen to his advice. A sharp bam sounding occurs as a hidden observer watches them from the trees. Lu Jue recognizes the master and wonders how he could be allied with Yinli. He vows to kill them both to avenge his brother's loss to Yinli's actions. Chu Yinli senses a presence and looks back while the master asks what's wrong. The Lord dismissively claims a little bug has been following them all this way. Mu Qingyi looks back into the falling blossoms, confused by the mention of followers. They continue their walk through the sun-drenched paths of the idyllic, hidden mountain village. Mu Qingyi notices that the villagers all share the exact same, unsettlingly blank expressions. Chu Yinli states he doesn't care as long as they find the treasure sought. The master is determined to find out why these mysterious people act so strangely. Chu Yinli reflects that the master's troublesome nature remains exactly the same as before. Two women whisper about the rare arrival of outsiders to their secluded mountain home. One villager agrees that it has been a very long time indeed for them. A dark-haired woman wonders how outsiders managed to enter the village despite her presence. An old man feeding his chickens with a repetitive chirp sounding is shocked by the rare appearance of visitors. Mu Qingyi asks the villager about his residence, and the man confirms he has been there since childhood. The master questions if the elder has ever seen the snowy mountains that exist outside the village. The villager denies the snow's existence, prompting Mu Qingyi to ask about the monster invasion from years ago. The man laughs at the mention of monsters, leaving the master deeply unsettled by the village's nature. Chu Yinli comments on the village's strange, paradise-like isolation as the master addresses him by name. The Lord dismissively notes that such a peaceful existence was requested for nothing. The elder suddenly announces the setting sun, much to the confusion of Mu Qingyi. Villagers warn that staying out after dark will invite terrible things to happen. Mu Qingyi tries to stop the elder to ask what specifically happens when night falls. His breath hitches as a cold touch sounding reveals that the villagers' hands are freezing. A sudden whoosh sounding and clang sounding mark the dark and rapid transformation of the village. Mu Qingyi is startled by the sudden appearance of thick, dark mist swirling around them. Chu Yinli narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the overwhelming presence of demonic power. The old man mindlessly repeats that it is time to go home as blood streams from his eyes. A sharp whoosh sounding follows as the master watches the horrifying scene unfold before him. A dark, shadowy figure moves through the village with a sudden and violent whoosh sounding. Mu Qingyi realizes the villagers are not human as a dark shadow looms behind him. Chu Yinli notes the strong demon power, but the master identifies the beings as victims of enchantment. The Lord is puzzled by the master's claim that they are merely enchanted rather than demons. Their attention is drawn to a rhythmic tap-tap sounding of footsteps echoing through the village. A red-eyed man in blue armor searches frantically, noting the growing darkness as he wanders. Chu Yinli asks if this specific crazed individual is the person the master mentioned. Mu Qingyi confirms the enchantment and feels a strange, familiar connection to the man. The Lord asks if he truly recognizes the intruder they have encountered. The enchanted man reacts with shock, demanding to know why the master is still alive. He snarls in rage, cursing all demons as his dark power begins to flare. Chu Yinli prepares himself for the inevitable confrontation as he watches the man. The master describes the man's madness as the intruder screams that all demons must be killed. Violent movement lines fill the background as a sudden whoosh sounding echoes through the dark. Chu Yinli decides to execute the madman immediately while the master watches in alarm. The Lord strikes the target and is surprised when the man makes no attempt to hide. A heavy rumble sounding occurs as the master intervenes with a protective blue energy blast. Mu Qinyi cries out in shock at the sudden burst of power during the fight. Waves of blue energy ripple through the air, separating the two combatants. The master stops Yinli, who looks back in complete confusion at being restrained. Mu Qinyi grabs the Lord's hand and insists they must leave the area immediately. He explains the man is a living corpse and fighting him will only cause more suffering. Chu Yinli smiles as he processes the master's explanation of the man's living dead state. Mu Qinyi privately notes the irony, as the Lord himself is technically a demon. The crazed man screams about killing demons so that a specific person can finally return. The pair observes the intruder's agonizing and mindless rage from a short distance. Chu Yinli determines that killing a creature like a living corpse is merely troublesome. Mu Qinyi stops him, stating the man is familiar and he cannot kill at will. The master narrows his eyes, focusing intensely as he tries to confirm the person's identity. A dark-haired woman suddenly grabs the master's wrist as Chu Yinli demands to know her identity. Coughing in pain, the woman urges them to leave before the demonic power swallows them. Mu Qingyi tells Yinli to trust her and follow the stranger out of the area. The master reflects on the incredible shock of meeting this specific person in such a place. The woman in yellow robes commands them to move forward immediately. Mu Qingyi expresses concern over whether their pursuer will continue to follow them. Coughing in pain, the woman assures him that the individual is unable to move. Mu Qingyi checks on the woman, who attributes her distress to a chronic condition and exposure to demonic power. Mu Qingyi offers a hesitant apology while looking at the injured woman. Chu Yinli questions her motives, but the woman invites them to rest at her residence while a creak sounding occurs as she opens the door. Chu Yinli attempts to decline, but Mu Qingyi quickly accepts the woman's hospitality, claiming exhaustion. The woman beckons them inside as Chu Yinli watches with clear irritation. Mu Qingyi agrees and begins to enter the building. Chu Yinli is stunned and feels ignored by the master's sudden decision. Looking out into the night, the woman warns that danger arrives after sundown. Mu Qingyi remains unconcerned about his disciples' hesitation, noting he will join them eventually. Mu Qingyi questions his host about the village's history and the condition of its residents. The woman offers a single night's stay, but refuses to divulge any secrets to outsiders. Mu Qingyi presses further, shocking the woman by identifying her as the master of the Tianyu Shui sect. Startled by the revelation, the woman demands to know his true identity. Mu Qingyi formally reveals his name, leaving the woman reeling in disbelief. A sharp clang sounding echoes as the woman drops her dish in absolute shock. A sudden whoosh sounding marks Chu Yinli's rapid arrival to investigate the commotion. Chu Yinli protectively checks on the master while Mu Qingyi acknowledges his arrival. Mu Qingyi turns his attention back to the stunned woman standing before them. The woman struggles to reconcile his presence with the events of the monster invasion a decade ago. Mu Qingyi admits he is uncertain of the circumstances surrounding his own rebirth. The woman expresses confusion over why he is lucid while her own attempt at resurrection resulted in madness. Chu Yinli listens intently, fixating on the mention of rebirth with a cold expression. Chu Yinli questions her about the crazed man, but she dismissively orders them to leave the following morning. While Mu Qingyi ponders the village's secrets, Chu Yinli decides to investigate the demonized individual outside. Mu Qingyi restrains the Lord, urging caution, while Chu Yinli mocks the idea of them sharing a single room. A confused Mu Qingyi watches as Chu Yinli suggests that staying together is a possibility. A warm glow emanates from a lantern as night fully settles over the village. Mu Qingyi is surprised that Chu Yinli agreed to share the room without any sign of anger. Chu Yinli halts his movements to question the master about the identity of their host. Mu Qingyi identifies their host and the crazed man, prompting Chu Yinli to question the depth of his knowledge. Mu Qingyi recalls meeting them years ago and asks why his disciple is suddenly so inquisitive. Chu Yinli points out the discrepancy, noting he has no memory of these people despite always being with the master. Mu Qingyi clarifies he was alone during that specific journey, then realizes that Chu Yinli's line of questioning implies acceptance of his identity. Chu Yinli questions the master's obsession with recognition, claiming the true master would care for all rather than just one person. Mu Qingyi declares his devotion, stating that his only goal is to rescue Chu Yinli from his dark path. Looking directly at him, Mu Qingyi admits that his disciple is his highest priority. Chu Yinli moves closer with a playful smile, questioning the true depth of his importance to the master. Mu Qingyi reaffirms their bond, comparing it to family, and stating that he cares for no one more. Chu Yinli reflects on the master's words with a cold and skeptical gaze. Mu Qingyi is bewildered by the sudden shift in his disciple's icy demeanor. Chu Yinli violently pins him with a sharp bam sounding, mocking the idea of a paternal relationship. Mu Qingyi defends his sincerity while Chu Yinli scoffs, refusing to acknowledge him as his master. Mu Qingyi reacts with shock as the Lord closes the distance between them. Chu Yinli suddenly forces him down with a violent push, sounding as Mu Qingyi gasps in surprise. Pinned and vulnerable, Mu Qingyi demands an explanation for his disciple's aggressive behavior. Chu Yinli smirks while placing a glowing restraint on him, which Mu Qingyi recognizes as the Hanxing Hua bracelet. Chu Yinli reveals his long-held desire to imprison the master so he can never escape again. Pinned to the bed, Mu Qingyi demands to know why Chu Yinli has trapped him and orders the immediate removal of the bracelet. Forced back with a sudden push sounding, Mu Qingyi asserts his status as master while sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Chu Yinli offers freedom in exchange for answering a single question, asking the master to define the true nature of their relationship. Mu Qingyi describes their bond as that of a master and disciple, comparing it to the unwavering closeness of a father and son. Chu Yinli laughs mockingly at the master's definition, leaving Mu Qingyi bewildered and unsettled by his disciple's strange reaction. Declaring the answer incorrect, Chu Yinli looms over Mu Qingyi and asks how he should be punished for his lack of understanding. Mu Qingyi is stunned by the rejection of his answer, while Chu Yinli tells him to experience the truth of his feelings firsthand. Mu Qingyi questions his disciple's aggressive intentions as Chu Yinli begins to close the distance between them. Their tense moment is interrupted by a sudden noise from outside, prompting Mu Qingyi to demand that his disciple let him go. Chu Yinli agrees to release him for now, noting that the current timing is inconvenient for their confrontation. Mu Qingyi warns his disciple against future rebellious behavior, while Chu Yinli watches him with a silent, intense gaze. Chu Yinli questions what rebellion he committed, as Mu Qingyi reflects on his disciple's increasingly unpredictable and anxious behavior. Mu Qingyi ponders his disciple's shifting thoughts and wonders if he ever truly accepted him as his master. Alerted by footsteps outside the window, Mu Qingyi spots the sect master, Bai Shui, carrying a lantern through the night. Mu Qinyi is confused by Bai Shui's secretive nighttime excursion, while Chu Yinli suggests they follow her to investigate her destination. The pair reaches the house where she vanished, noting that the sect master likely detected their pursuit. Mu Qingyi acknowledges the skill of the Tianyun Shui master while remaining determined to uncover the village's secrets at night. Chu Yinli questions the master's persistent concern for others as they find the house she entered completely empty. Mu Qingyi finds it strange that the house is deserted after witnessing the villagers supposedly returning home for the night. Chu Yinli wonders where the villagers could have gone if they are not sleeping within their own homes. Mu Qingyi notes the house is merely a hollow decoration, a fact Chu Yinli confirms by pointing out the accumulation of dust. Mu Qingyi recalls the village being reduced to ash earlier that morning, a memory that deepens the mystery of their surroundings. As the master ponders the village's secrets, Chu Yinli suddenly detects a strong and familiar devilish energy nearby. Chu Yinli identifies the energy as belonging to the enchanted man, prompting Mu Qingyi to seek out the source to solve the mystery. Chu Yinli agrees to follow the master, revealing his own intention to find a specific treasure he believes is with that person. The pair races through the dark alleyways, following the trail of dark energy through the night. Arriving at their destination, Chu Yinli identifies the specific source of the devilish energy emanating from the building. Mu Qingyi identifies the building as the village shrine, the center of the dark aura. They cautiously enter the shrine together to discover what secrets are hidden within. They are greeted by a chaotic swirl of energy and falling paper money that fills the interior of the shrine. Mu Qingyi watches as numerous pieces of paper money drift through the eerie room. Chu Yinli warns that the evil spirit presence is heavy and commands the master to stay close to him for protection. Mu Qingyi reflects on his disciples' protective actions, realizing that Chu Yinli still subconsciously cares for him deeply. Chu Yinli focuses on a sudden disturbance ahead as they explore the dark interior. Shadowy, monstrous figures emerge from the darkness, surrounding the pair with a menacing presence. A monster lunges toward Mu Qingyi, prompting Chu Yinli to shout a warning and move to intercept the threat. Chu Yinli catches the master and pulls him to safety, shielding him from the monster's aggressive advance. Chu Yinli mockingly threatens the spirits, declaring that their attempt to provoke him is a fatal mistake. Chu Yinli violently attacks the shadowy spirits, dispersing the dark energy as he fights to clear their path. Mu Qingyi notes the overwhelming energy, but insists they continue their advance toward the ancestral hall. Chu Yinli gives a simple acknowledgement as he remains focused on the threats surrounding them. The pair continues through the shrine, approaching the center of the dark power. They discover a man lying motionless within a coffin, seemingly the source of the swirling energy. The individual remains still as energy and paper money swirl violently around his body. Chu Yinli asks if the person lying in the coffin is the same enchanted man they encountered earlier that day. Mu Qingyi confirms the man's identity, expressing shock that he would be found within the ancestral hall. Their attention is drawn to a large lantern sitting on the floor of the room. Mu Qingyi wonders if Bai Shui left the lantern, while Chu Yinli threatens to kill the man for playing tricks. Mu Qingyi urges his disciple to wait as the man's eyes suddenly snap open, revealing a terrifying gaze. The man sits up abruptly and releases a piercing scream that echoes through the hall as he awakens. A sudden, violent bam sounding echoes through the shrine as wooden beams shatter into fragments. Chu Yinli and Mu Qingyi retreat while the master explains that enchanted individuals usually sleep but wake upon sensing strangers. Surrounded by a swirling dark aura, Nan Xian declares a murderous intent to kill demons. Chu Yinli suggests ending the man's life for relief, but Mu Qingyi intervenes and insists on handling the situation himself. Mu Qingyi prepares his water-based arts while Chu Yinli warns that he is no match for the crazed man. Chu Yinli watches with concern as Nanxian lunges forward with a feral scream, intent on killing them. Mu Qingyi reflects on his need to uncover the secrets of the village through Nanxian, whom he recognizes. Using his water energy, Mu Qingyi attempts to get close to Nanxian to understand the circumstances of his state. Swirling currents of water energy wrap around the characters as they move through the ancestral hall. Chu Yinli watches with intense eyes, reflecting on the existence of a pure soul that only his master can utilize. Chu Yinli smirks to himself, admitting that he never wants to acknowledge his companion as his master because of that unique soul. Bai Shui arrives in shock, questioning how someone can still perform the legendary pure heart soul art in this world. As Mu Qingyi continues his technique, Bai Shui looks on in disbelief, asking if he truly is the legendary master. Mu Qingyi focuses deeply, reciting a mantra to enter the journey of the spirit while water energy flows around him. Mu Qingyi commands the man to wake up as Nanxian releases a final, piercing scream of agony. Glowing blue energy washes over Nanxian, clearing the dark aura and restoring a sense of calm to his face. Chu Yinli watches Nanxian with a skeptical gaze, questioning if the man has truly returned to his senses. Looking up with clear eyes, a blood-stained Nanxian struggles to speak as he recognizes the figures before him. Mu Qingyi immediately questions Nanxian about the tragedy that occurred and why he became enchanted. Nanxian stares blankly, repeating the word enchantment as if struggling to comprehend his own condition. Bai Shui calls out his name in desperation, while Nanxian mutters about his desire to find his lover, Shui. Reaching out with a trembling hand, Nanxian gazes at Bai Xie and declares that he has finally found her. A sudden hum sounding marks a tragic shift as Nanxian's expression twists back into one of demonic rage. Chu Yinli restrains Bai Shui, warning her that Nanxian has lost his mind again and that she is courting death. Bai Shui begs to be released, insisting that Nanxian just spoke her name and had recovered his clarity. Nanxian clenches his head in pain, warning Bai Shu to stay away as the dark energy begins to consume him once more. Fully consumed by madness, Nanxian prepares to attack again with a singular, bloodthirsty command to kill. Chu Yinli pulls Mu Qingyi back, shouting a warning as the crazed man launches a fresh assault. A sharp bam sounding echoes as Chu Yinli deflects the attack, creating a shockwave that fills the room. Chu Yinli protectively shields Mu Qingyi from the blast, holding him close as the energy disperses. The group stands amidst the debris, watching as Nanxian retreats further into his state of violent confusion. Chu Yinli immediately checks on Mu Qingyi, asking with concern if he is all right or sustained any injuries. Mu Qingyi looks visibly drained, admitting that he is unhurt but clearly suffering from the strain of his art. Chu Yinli violently shoves Bai Shui away with a sharp slap sounding, questioning who gave her permission to touch the master. Tearing up, Bai Shui explains she has waited 10 years for this moment and begs Mu Qingyi to save Nanxian. Mu Qingyi explains that it is not a lack of will that stops him, but the fact that his own body is currently too weak. Chu Yinli glares at Bai Shui, demanding to know if she failed to notice the master's injuries while she selfishly pleaded for help. Chu Yinli declares that her 10-year wait has nothing to do with them, just as a feral roar echoes through the air. Nanxian's demonic features are highlighted as he mutters about killing demons, his mind lost to the dark energy. Bai Shui calls out in despair as Nanxian flies away in a cloud of black smoke, leaving her behind once more. Chu Yinli comforts the master, noting that Nanxian won't die easily after waiting 10 years. even if living is painful. Mu Qingyi reflects on the irony of Nanxian's devotion, realizing that Chu Yinli has also been waiting a decade for him. Mu Qingyi coughs, admitting that using the pure soul technique has severely depleted his remaining strength. Chu Yinli offers to transfer internal strength, noting that the master's body is currently too weak to sustain itself. Chu Yinli orders them to return, while Mu Qingyi reflects on his relief that his disciple was not fully lost to enchantment. As they walk through the night, Chu Yinli finds the romantic bond between the two men to be an interesting development. Mu Qingyi admits he finds it strange, noting he had never considered that two men could share such deep feelings. Chu Yinli halts and looks at the master with a questioning gaze, asking for clarification on his views. Mu Qingyi clarifies that he respects the freedom of choice in love, but simply never realized men could have such emotions. Leaning in close with a knowing smile, Chu Yinli tells the master that he should spend time thinking about that possibility from now on. Mu Qingyi questions why he would want something like that from his companion. Chu Yinli pulls him close and claims he will experience it soon enough. Mu Qingyi is baffled by the cryptic words and notices a subtle atmosphere. A brilliant light suddenly shatters the darkness with a sharp crash sounding. Mu Qingyi and Chu Yinli both stare in surprise at the sudden bright illumination. Mu Qingyi notes that the sun has appeared with startling brightness and suddenness. Chu Yinli wonders why this shift is occurring at this particular moment in time. They walk through the vibrant village as Mu Qingyi comments on its unnatural feel. Mu Qingyi contemplates the secrets hidden within Taoyuan village as they explore further. Villagers go about their chores with a sudden, loud creak sounding from the surroundings. Chu Yinli and Mu Qingyi watch the active village life with expressions of utter shock. Mu Qingyi recalls the empty houses from last night and questions the villagers' appearance. The villagers note the presence of outsiders for the first time in many years. Mu Qingyi asks his disciple why the villagers behave like they've never met before. Mu Qingyi realizes these villagers are the same ones who turned to ash yesterday. Chu Yinli decides to investigate after noticing a specific man is miraculously safe. Mu Qingyi firmly warns his disciple not to go off without his explicit permission. Chu Yinli agrees to stay with him, while the master notes his increased attachment. The pair approaches a villager who is busy working with several wooden buckets. The man greets them as outsiders he hasn't seen in a very long time. Mu Qingyi asks the villager if he remembers their previous conversation about the village. The villager claims he has never seen them and describes his daily farm chores. Mu Qingyi and Chu Yinli realize the man truly has no memory of yesterday. Chu Yinli concludes that all the villagers only possess a single day's worth of memory. Mu Qingyi notes the man is unaware he previously turned to ash and vanished. Chu Yinli explains the cycle where villagers return at dawn in a corpse-like state. Chu Yinli is relieved they have a living person to explain the village's history. Bai Shui arrives and offers to reveal the truth behind the mysterious village. Bai Shui sends the villager away while being invited to a future group dinner. The pair follows Bai Shui back to the village shrine to find more answers. Mu Qingyi simply agrees to the man's offer and continues to follow him. They arrive at the shrine with a heavy step sounding as they enter together. Mu Qingyi observes the shrine's lack of magic and the overflow of spirit energy. Chu Yinli is shocked to see Nanxian resting inside a wooden coffin again. Bai Shui explains that Nanshen sleeps during the day and only wakes after sunset. Mu Qingyi demands that Bai Shui fulfill his promise and reveal the village's truth. Bai Shui gestures toward the large hall filled with numerous coffins with a creak sounding. A sudden, loud whoosh sounding echoes through the room as the coffins are revealed. Mu Qingyi is horrified to discover so many coffins hidden within the village shrine. Ai Xie solemnly declares that this scene represents the true reality of the village. Chu Yinli realizes the villagers are dead, and outside presence is merely an illusion. Bai Shu explains that the villagers are remnant souls repeating their final day's memory. Bai Shui reveals they are stuck repeating the day of a monster invasion. A flashback shows a villager warning others to return home before the sun sets. Mu Qingyi realizes the villagers' fear of darkness was based on that tragic event. Bai Shu confesses that he is the one responsible for Nan Xian's current state. Chu Yinli demands a clear explanation for the tragedy that Bai Shui has caused. Bai Shui questions if they are also searching for the treasure Nan Xian holds. Mu Qingyi recalls Chu Yinli's quest for treasures to help with his own resurrection. Chu Yinli stares intently as the conversation turns toward the mysterious legendary treasure. Bai Shui begins to recount how he fell in love with Nan Xian 15 years ago, acknowledging the societal taboos of their bond. He explains how he resigned as sect master to protect his lover, eventually leaving their home with a heavy heart. Chu Yinli expresses a violent disdain for the world's ridiculous rules, declaring he would eliminate anyone who forbade such love. Mu Qingyi scolds his disciple for his aggressive nonsense and wonders why the topic of men falling in love makes him so angry. Bai Shui reveals that he and Nan Xian ignored the judgment of others to fulfill their desire for a life in seclusion. He confirms they lived happily in Taoyuan village until a sudden monster invasion occurred 10 years ago, accompanied by a fierce roar sounding. Bai Shu laments the tragic night when all the innocent villagers died despite their desperate efforts to save everyone. He recounts the painful memory of Nan Xian sacrificing his own life to protect him during the onslaught. Driven by obsession and guilt, Bai Shu admits to feeding legendary life-extending flowers to his deceased companion to preserve him. Mu Qingyi identifies the flowers as a legendary treasure of the Tianyu Shui sect, capable of extending one's life. Chu Yinli declares his need for the flowers, prompting Bai Shui to demand a specific condition in exchange for them. Releasing a surge of dark energy, Chu Yinli refuses to negotiate while Bai Shui watches in shock, questioning his state of enchantment. A sudden whoosh sounding fills the air as a long staff emerges from the darkness. Chu Yinli smirks and questions why anyone would be surprised that a fellow enchanted being like Nan Xian exists. Bai Shui is bewildered by how a demonized person can still behave normally, while Chu Yinli demands the flowers immediately. Chu Yinli prepares to seize the treasure by force as a menacing whoosh sounding accompanies his gathering dark power. Mu Qingyi intervenes with a firm block sounding, and his disciple immediately stops his assault out of complete obedience. The white-haired master is surprised by his disciple's sudden submission and wonders why he became so compliant all of a sudden. Observing their interaction, Bai Shui realizes Mu Qingyi has found his own light and expresses a sense of deep admiration. Mu Qingyi remains puzzled by the cryptic words and wonders about the true meaning behind Bai Shui's observations. Chu Yinli pulls his master back with a sharp tug sounding and asks for the specific conditions to exchange the flowers. Bai Shui points at Mu Qingyi and requests that he use his purifying soul art to restore Nan Xian's sanity. Chu Yinli immediately rejects the impossible demand, but Bai Shui insists that the condition for the flowers will never change. Chu Yinli warns the other man not to blame him for the consequences if he persists with such conditions. Mu Qingyi steps forward and solemnly decides to accept the challenge despite the personal risks involved. Chu Yinli erupts in fury, reminding his master that his inner strength is already damaged from the previous use of the art. Mu Qingyi sighs deeply, reflecting on the tragedy that befell the villagers and his desire to help. With a firm grab sounding, Chu Yinli demands to know why he continues to interfere in business that doesn't concern him. Mu Qingyi believes that those who sacrifice themselves to protect others shouldn't be left in such a miserable situation. The master challenges his disciple to admit their true relationship, while Chu Yinli continues to glare with frustration. Chu Yinli stubbornly denies the admission while privately reflecting on his deep feelings and his desire for a future together. Mu Qingyi questions his disciples' strange comments about falling into darkness as they continue their tense conversation. With a sudden whoosh sounding, Chu Yinli storms off, declaring his indifference even if his master gets hurt. Mu Qingyi watches him fly away with a puzzled expression, wondering why his disciple's temper is becoming increasingly weird. Bai Shui observes that the disciple's fierce behavior is actually a sign of deep concern for the master's safety. Bai Shui expresses his genuine surprise and gratitude for the master's kindness. Mu Qingyi praises their past benevolence and explains that he has no reason to refuse helping such righteous people. Lamenting their failure to save anyone, Bai Shui releases his grief with a heavy kick sounding against the nearby coffin. Mu Qingyi offers words of comfort, assuring him that heaven is ruthless, but they truly tried their absolute best. Moved to tears by the kind words, Bai Shui admits that Mu Qingyi is the only person who could say such things. Bai Shui offers a final word of thanks as he begins to cry. Mu Qingyi decides to seek out Chu Yinli's help, knowing his own body currently lacks the strength to perform the soul art. A soft creak sounding accompanies Mu Qingyi as he steps out, wondering where his disciple might be hiding. Mu Qingyi quickly spots Chu Yinli attempting to sneak around and watch him from behind a nearby building. Mu Qingyi calls out to his disciple, catching him by surprise as he stands near the edge of the roof. After a sharp bam sounding as he lands, Chu Yinli coughs awkwardly and pretends he didn't see his master approaching. Mu Qingyi reveals he already found him lying on the wall and asks to discuss something important. Trying to hide his embarrassment, the flustered disciple insists he was just about to leave. Mu Qingyi teases him, suggesting that he was secretly hiding and waiting because he couldn't help but worry about his master. Chu Yinli blushes and nervously urges the master to just say whatever it is he wants to ask. Mu Qingyi suggests they calmly discuss their plans while enjoying the beautiful scenery of Taoyuan village with a sudden rhythmic whoosh whoosh sounding. Chu Yinli abruptly runs off with a quick dash dash sounding as his master reflects on his awkward behavior and hidden concern. Standing by a stream as a soft rustle sounding fills the air, the disciple asks what his master needs to discuss. Mu Qingyi explains that his current strength is insufficient and he needs help to suppress Nanxian's demonic energy during the soul art. Chu Yinli flatly refuses to allow his master to perform such a dangerous technique. Mu Qingyi looks visibly saddened and asks why his disciple is unwilling to assist him. Pinning him closely, Chu Yinli warns that his master's unique constitution prevents him from safely cultivating or using such power. He tenderly touches his master's forehead while explaining that the technique will eventually drain his life and destroy his soul. Mu Qingyi argues that death is inevitable for all things, and they must fulfill their duty as immortal cultivators. He declares that those who deserve saving must be rescued regardless of the personal cost. Chu Yinli becomes intense, contrasting his master's path of life with his own darker path that goes against the natural order. He pulls the master into a desperate embrace, vowing to live forever for the sake of only one person. The pair stands together under the cherry blossoms as a gentle whoosh sounding carries the three falling petals. Mu Qingyi gazes into the distance, admitting that he cannot understand the complexity of his disciple's feelings. Chu Yinli suddenly confronts him, asking why he allowed his clothes to be torn off during their previous encounter. Mu Qingyi is startled as a memory of their intimate confrontation from the night before flashes through his mind. He speculates that his disciple must have intended to harm him or do something inappropriate at that time. Chu Yinli is offended by the accusation,
questioning if his master truly believes he wanted to hurt him.
Mu Qingyi recounts several times his disciple was violent or aggressive toward him in the past.
Overcome with emotion, Chu Yinli holds him closer and offers a sincere apology as a soft whoosh sounding echoes their embrace.
Mu Qingyi acknowledges the apology and asks him to prove his sincerity by staying to help Bai Shu. He pleads for cooperation, hoping to resolve the village's tragedy together. Chu Yinli expresses frustration over his master's constant kindness toward people who don't matter to them. After a moment of silence, the disciple quietly promises to do as he asks. Mu Qingyi asks for confirmation that he will help save both Bai Shui and Nan Xian. Chu Yinli clarifies that he is only helping to ensure his master's safety, not out of any concern for others. Mu Qingyi gently soothes him with a rhythmic pat-pat sounding, assuring him that he won't be harmed with his help. Gripping his arm with a firm pull sounding, Chu Yinli warns that he will stop the process and take him away if things become too dangerous. He reiterates that his master is the only thing of value to him in this world. Mu Qingyi teases him about his childish attitude with a light press sounding against his head as a sudden whoosh sounding passes by. Flustered, Chu Yinli turns away and urges them to continue their journey. He stops walking for a moment to demand that he be treated as an adult rather than a subordinate. He notes that his master's appearance is deceptively youthful compared to his own. Mu Qingyi watches him go as a sharp whoosh sounding follows, wondering about his disciple's true intentions. The green-clad survivor watches them from a distance with a heavy step sounding, plotting to strike when Chu Yinli is vulnerable. He draws his blade with a sharp clang sounding, swearing to avenge his fallen comrades. A sudden darkness falls over the village as a low whoosh sounding signals the arrival of night. Chu Yinli realizes the village's cycle is abnormal since the sun never truly rises. Haunting screams of pain from the villagers echo through the woods. Mu Qingyi recognizes the cries and suggests they find a better vantage point to see what is happening. The two leap into the air together as several rapid whoosh-sounding bursts carry them upward. They land on a high roof and are met with a shocking sight. The villagers dissolve into dark energy and flow toward the shrine with a heavy whoosh sounding. Chu Yinli explains the cruel, endless cycle of death the souls are forced to repeat every night.
Bai Shui approaches with a slow step sounding, revealing that this fate was the villagers' own choice.
He explains that their collective desire to preserve the village kept them trapped here. The villagers chose to bind their souls to Nan Xian's inner demons to avoid fading away completely. Mu Qingyi declares that this unnatural existence must end, and saving Nan Xian will finally set the souls free. Bai Shui accepts their help and thanks them for their intervention. Mu Qingyi is gracious, while Chu Yinli tells Bai Shui to stop causing trouble for his master. Light blue robes billow as a sudden whoosh sounding passes by. Mu Qingyi reminds Chu Yinli to respect his seniors, but his disciple dismisses the hierarchy and warns that he will take the master away if he is injured while saving others. Mu Qingyi reflects on how his disciple is now teaching him lessons after 10 years as dark droplets fall with a rhythmic drip-drip sounding. The group is startled by a noise, and the black-haired man asks if Nan Xian has finally awakened. A blood-stained figure approaches with a heavy thud-thud sounding. Nan Xian appears with glowing red eyes and a feral expression as a low huff-huff sounding escapes his lips. Bai Shui calls out to his companion while Mu Qingyi prepares to intervene, though his disciple warns him to stay back. Chu Yinli commands everyone to wait as he senses the growing danger. Furious that his warning was ignored, Chu Yinli reacts as a sudden whoosh sounding accompanies an incoming attack that lands with a sharp clang sounding. Mu Qingyi channels his spiritual energy, surrounded by swirling currents of water. A violent burst of dark energy erupts with a powerful whoosh sounding. Chu Yinli lunges forward to protect his master, asking if he was harmed while Mu Qingyi watches him in surprise. Mu Qingyi insists he isn't weak, but Chu Yinyi orders him to stay back and keep Nanxian awake while he handles the suppression.
Mu Qingyi reflects on how his disciple treats him like a fragile vase before focusing his water-based arts on the task at hand.
The master initiates a soul art, trapping Nanxian within a vortex of water as a constant whoosh sounding fills the air.
The possessed man screams in agony as the purifying energy takes hold.
Chu Yinli descends with a heavy crash sounding, telling the man to stop screaming and accept the suppression. Nanxian roars with a deep huff-huff sounding as he struggles against the binding energy. Mu Qingyi calls out to the man while Bai Shui watches with hope, praying for the success of the soul art.
A green-clad man lunges from the shadows with a quick whoosh sounding, catching the group by surprise.
Mu Qingyi recognizes the intruder as Liu Jue and wonders how he managed to arrive so suddenly. Liu Ju strikes with a sharp slash sounding, intending to disrupt the soul art so the resulting explosion kills Chu Yinli. The attacker sneers at Chu Yinli, questioning why he would choose to be with such a monster. Mu Qingyi realizes he cannot stop the technique as a sudden whoosh sounding signals the incoming blade. Chu Yinli intercepts the attack, causing a loud clang sounding as the blades meet. Liu Ju is sent flying backward with a pained sounding. The intruder hits the ground with a heavy thud, sounding stunned by the disciple's overwhelming strength. Without the suppression, Nanxian lets out a terrifying roar sounding and breaks free. Mu Qingyi realizes the danger too late as the monster lunges forward with a sudden thud sounding. Nanxian strikes the master, drawing blood with a visceral splash sounding as Chu Yinli cries out in horror. Chu Yinli catches his master as he gasps with a heavy huff sounding, desperately asking if he is all right. Mu Qingyi coughs up blood but tries to reassure his disciple, though Chu Yinli remains focused on the injury. Mu Qingyi laments the failure of the ritual, while Chu Yinli commands him to stay put with a sharp snap sounding. Chu Yinli declares that the man who hurt his master must die, despite Mu Qingyi's pleas that the attacker is enchanted. The disciple roars in fury, noting that he himself doesn't even dare to touch the master he cherishes. Chu Yinli delivers a devastating blow that connects with a loud crash sounding. He tells the monster to go to hell as he continues his relentless assault. Nanxian is knocked back with a sudden puff sounding, and Bai Xia reaches out in despair. Mu Qingyi attempts to intervene, but Chu Yinli declares that he only cares about his master's happiness, not the lives of others. The defeated man lies on the ground, muttering for death. Chu Yinli prepares a final strike as a loud whoosh sounding is followed by a massive boom sounding. Nanxian gasps with a pained puff sounding as he collapses. Mu Qingyi watches the scene unfold with a grim expression. Bai Shui stands between them, begging for mercy and offering to suffer in Nanxian's place. Chu Yinli sneers at the offer, suggesting they both die together as a dark whoosh sounding gathers around him. Mu Qingyi stops him with a quick slap sounding against his hand, commanding him to cease the violence. Chu Yinli is outraged that his master moved from his safe position. Mu Qingyi insists that they are there to save people, not to commit murder. Seeing his master's distress, the disciple relents and tells him not to be angry while still injured. Mu Qingyi turns to Bai Shui and apologizes for the failure of the soul art due to the unexpected attack. Bai Shui apologizes on behalf of Nanxian and desperately asks if he can still be saved. Crying, he offers to do anything and wait indefinitely as long as his companion can be rescued. Nanxian lunges from the shadows, commanding the monster to die as he prepares to strike. A sharp cry of pain escapes Bai Shui as he is suddenly stabbed through the chest. Nanxian calls out for his friend while Mu Qingyi watches the scene with a pained expression, Despite his injury, Bai Shui tells the visitors to stay away and avoid the danger. He accepts the situation, noting that things have unfolded exactly as they should have. Chu Yinli stops his master from intervening, explaining that the devil pierced Bai Shui's heart, and Nanxian has lost his sanity. He details how an inner demon might be the only thing capable of restoring a fallen soul's senses. Chu Yinli questions if enchantment can be deeper than an inner demon as Nanxian attacks again with a whoosh sounding. Bai Shui pulls the man into a tight embrace, resulting in a soft hug sounding. A close-up reveals Nanxian's glowing red eyes and blood-streaked face during the encounter. Bai Shui begs him to wake up, assuring him that the monsters are finally dead. Realizing he has spilled Bai Shui's blood, Nanxian begins a pained struggle, sounding to regain control. Bai Shui admits his own selfishness in planting flowers in the other's heart was the cause of this tragedy. He laments leaving his friend alone as he feels his life fading, while Nanxian reacts with a whoosh sounding. A massive cry of denial fills the air against a background of dark, swirling energy. Several rapid whoosh-sounding bursts erupt as Nanxian's demonic features begin to disappear. Nanxian finally returns to his senses and gazes at the man in his arms. Mu Qingyi is startled by the recovery and asks his disciple how he knew inner demons could awaken the fallen. With a firm pull sounding, Chu Yinli reveals that he also carries an inner demon within him. Mu Qingyi contemplates his disciple's growth, while Chu Yinli confesses that his master is his only inner demon. Frantic, Nanxian asks Bai Shui who hurt him, unaware of his own violent actions. He swears to take revenge on whoever is responsible for the injury. Nanxian stops in horror as he notices the sword in his hand and realizes what he has done. He asks if his companion is truly awake, while Bai Shui insists he isn't hurt and tells him not to be sad. As the dark energy continues to disappear sounding, Nanxian is crushed by the realization of his guilt. Bai Shu tries to comfort him, claiming that Nanxian simply found him in this wounded state. Overcome with grief, Nanxian apologizes for being too late to save him. Bai Shui expresses regret for making Nanxian suffer for 10 years and for not letting go sooner. He tells Nanxian that he doesn't blame him and would face any calamity just to see him happy. Fading fast, Bai Shui admits that he feels a little cold. Nanxian vows to hold him tight with a firm hold tight sounding so he won't be cold anymore. Bai Shui reflects on their sad ending and addresses Mu Qingyi, speaking of a love that is difficult to repay. He laments that love is a sea of lovesickness that is hard to cross. Mu Qingyi looks on as the scene shifts, wondering about the dying man's words as a whoosh sounding passes. Bai Shu reveals he went to apologize to the villagers and confesses his love one last time. A final declaration of love is carried away with a gentle whoosh sounding. The dying man whispers his final goodbyes as the light fades. Nanxian screams in agony, begging Bai Shui not to leave him alone. Mu Qingyi stands in silence, admitting that he never expected the situation to turn out this way. Nanxian is inconsolable, weeping over the fact that he killed his companion with his own hands. Mu Qingyi explains that Nanxian sacrificed his life to save him and wouldn't want to see him miserable. Nanxian recognizes the visitors and recalls that they helped him recover once before. Mu Qingyi apologizes for not helping more, and Nanxian asks if he was promised anything for his aid. The master looks toward his disciple as Nanxian recalls the promise of flowers. Chu Yinli interjects, reminding everyone that Bai Shui promised them Jialan Xinsuan flowers in return. Nanxian is surprised, while Mu Qingyi assures him that he has principles and won't snatch the flowers. Nanxian offers to exchange anything for the help, surprising the master with his cooperative attitude. Mu Qinyi wonders if the rumors about his disciples' greed and destruction hide a deeper secret.
Nan Xian explains how Bai Shui gave him the Jialan Xinxuan flowers to keep him alive.
He notes that the flowers will perish with him if he dies.
The dark-haired man states that only he can voluntarily give up the flowers.
He offers the flowers if they help him accomplish two final things.
Chu Yinli comments on their relationship, and Mu Qinyi tells him to stop talking nonsense.
Mu Qinyi asks the man to state his conditions for the trade. Nan Xian asks to save the villagers' souls before Mu Qinyi asks for his second wish. A whoosh sounding passes as the man requests to be buried under the acacia tree. Mu Qinyi reacts with deep shock to the man's tragic and final request. Nan Xian explains his decision is final because he cannot leave his companion alone. Chu Yinli makes a promise as Mu Qinyi questions why the man chooses death. The disciple argues that life without a reason is worse than death for the man. Chu Yinli expresses his hope that they do not share a similar tragic fate. Mu Qinyi ponders his disciples' words, wondering if they were intended for him. Nan Xian agrees with a whoosh sounding, noting they will spend their lives together. Light returns to the yard as Nan Xian holds his companion close one last time. A whoosh sounding and bang sounding signal the man's final, self-inflicted strike. Mu Qinyi calls out in despair as the man's life begins to fade. Nan Xian offers the glowing red flower from his heart as a voluntary gift. Chu Yinli accepts the offering while the couple finally finds peace in death. The flower glows brightly as Nan Xian whispers a final promise to wait. The man passes away, holding his companion's head in a tender, final embrace. Their forms begin to fade into light and petals as they leave the world. A quiet rustle sounding fills the courtyard as the scene shifts. Under a rustle-sounding tree, Chu Yinli holds the flower while Mu Qinyi watches. A simple tombstone marks their final resting place as a whoosh sounding passes. Mu Qinyi offers a blessing for their souls to find happiness together. Dark remnants of the villagers swirl around the yard with a whoosh sounding. Mu Qinyi realizes it is time to fulfill the first promise and release the souls.
A whoosh sounding follows them as the pair ascends to handle the spiritual energy.
Mu Qinyi questions the strange nature of the dark energy with a whoosh sounding. The remnants form a vortex with a whoosh sounding as they gather in the yard. Chu Yinli realizes the souls have come to pay their respects to the departed. A whoosh sounding fills the air as Mu Qinyi prepares to liberate the innocent villagers. Mu Qinyi channels his spiritual energy to initiate a purification rite. He tells the souls it is time to go with several whoosh-sounding bursts. A boom sounding erupts as the purifying energy collides with the dark remnants. Chu Yinli supports his master and asks if the villagers have finally been freed. Chu Yinli is angered by their refusal to leave, while Mu Qinyi coughs. Mu Qinyi notes that he sensed no hostility coming from the lingering spirits. He wonders why they are struggling against the release with a whoosh sounding. Spectral villagers appear with several whoosh-sounding bursts, pleading not to be freed. A villager explains they wish to remain and guard their benefactor's side. Mu Qinyi explains it was their protector's wish, but the spirits refuse to leave. Chu Yinli questions their loyalty despite the suffering they endured as demonic energy. The spirit clarifies they chose this path to save their benefactor's wife. He insists they will stay, even if the village is forgotten by the world. Mu Qinyi asks if they are truly prepared to endure eternal pain. The spirits bow and beg for approval with several whoosh-sounding bursts. Mu Qinyi looks to his disciple, who suggests he has another way to help. The black-haired man tells his master to let the spirits go to hell so they will only have to suffer once more.
The white-haired man questions his disciple's actions, while Chu Yin-li explains that a ruthless heart is necessary because one cannot have the best of both worlds.
Chu Yin-li tilts Mu Qingyi's head up and tells him to think carefully about what he truly wants.
With a sharp bam sounding, Mu Qingyi pushes the hand away and tells his disciple to speak without touching him.
Chu Yin-li stares back and tells the master that how they proceed is entirely up to him.
Standing before the acacia tree, Chu Yin-li explains he will seal the spirits there so they can stay with their benefactors forever as a whoosh sounding passes.
The spectral villagers bow in gratitude as Mu Qingyi tells them it is time to go.
Several whoosh-sounding bursts fill the air as Mu Qingyi watches the spirits dissolve into points of light.
A soft rustle sounding accompanies the sight of the acacia tree, bursting into vibrant pink blooms.
Mu Qingyi looks up in wonder, noting that the acacia tree is finally blooming.
Several crack-sounding bursts signal the collapse of the barrier around Taiyuan village, and Mu Qingyi suggests it is time for them to leave as well. As a rustle sounding passes, Mu Qingyi realizes that the snowstorm from the outside world has reached the village.
Mu Qingyi looks back at the snowy mountains and whispers a final goodbye to Bai Shui and Nan Shan with a soft whoosh sounding.
Chu Yin-li drapes a white fur cloak over Mu Qingyi and states that they must return to Lingshuan Palace before the snow buries everything.
As a whoosh sounding carries them away, Mu Qingyi agrees that it is time to return home.
Mu Qingyi reflects that the pain from a decade ago will never be forgotten by future generations despite the heavy snow. Walking through the frozen peaks, Mu Qingyi calls the departed couple mortals who were also heroes as a whoosh and rustle sounding pass. The blooming tree stands alone in the yard as snow falls and a whoosh sounding echoes through the courtyard. Golden characters glow on the dark bark of the tree as several whoosh sounding bursts pass over the village. A sudden whoosh sounding signals their arrival as they descend toward the steps of a grand palace.
Mu Qingyi looks around in surprise, confirming they have successfully returned to Lingshuan Palace.
Chu Yin-li tells his master that he must be exhausted from the journey and suggests he go inside to rest.
Mu Qingyi stops him and asks why he is leaving so quickly, prompting Chu Yin-li to tease him about being unable to let him out of his sight.
The white-haired man insists he can follow him anywhere, but Chu Yin-li reminds him he possesses the Jialan Shinsuen flower and asks what he intends to do.
Chu Yin-li smiles, realizing the real reason Mu Qingyi is so determined to stay close to him. Mu Qingyi is startled by his words, but Chu Yin-li says it's nothing and promises to find him after finishing his business as a whoosh sounding follows his departure.
Chu Yin-li pauses and looks back, calling out to the man standing on the balcony.
Mu Qingyi reveals he saw the Book of Resurrection and knows Chu Yin-li searched the world for treasures to save him, but asks why he is still obsessed now that he has returned.
Chu Yin-li scoffs and asks who said he recognized him or cares who he is, leaving Mu Qingyi confused.
Leaning in close, Chu Yin-li admits he would give everything to resurrect his master and asks if Mu Qingyi can truly understand his feelings.
Mu Qingyi is left speechless by the intensity of his disciple's gaze. Chu Yin-li argues that Mu Qingyi only knows cultivation and doesn't understand love or why Nan Shan chose death, while Mu Qingyi tells him not to change the subject. Chu Yin-li pins the other man against a pillar with a bam sounding and insists that he must complete the resurrection.
He explains that since he sought treasures to bring his master back, he will continue to seize whatever is needed to keep him forever.
Chu Yin-li notes that Mu Qingyi's current body is weak and will eventually perish, so he must find a way to restore his former body. The black-haired man's eyes narrow as he vows to figure out a way to restore his master's original form.
Mu Qingyi asks what he is hiding, thinking to himself that even after 10 years he still doesn't understand his disciple,
but Chu Yinli says he will only explain once his feelings are understood. Chu Yinli touches his master's face and warns him not to ask too many questions because he doesn't want to freak him out as a whoosh-sounding passes. Mu Qingyi insists nothing can scare him, but Chu Yinli warns that knowing the truth of his actions over the last decade might make him run away immediately. Mu Qingyi denies he would ever run, but a sudden memory makes him stop and think.
A whoosh sounding accompanies a flashback of an assassin's sudden attack in the village, which Mu Qingyi realizes he had no time to consider before.
Mu Qingyi asks Chu Yinli if he remembers the assassin Liu Ju and wonders if his disciple was the one who destroyed the Liu Jianmen sect. He notes that an assassination usually has a deep reason, but Chu Yinli dismisses the sect as useless and unworthy of his attention. Mu Qingyi wonders if there was a misunderstanding, but Chu Yinli grabs his chin and asks if his master simply doesn't believe him. Chu Yinli warns him not to doubt him for things he didn't do and tells him not to use this as an excuse to neglect or leave him. With an intense gaze, Chu Yinli declares that even if he is hated for it, he will never let the other man go. Mu Qingyi reaches out and gently touches his disciple's hand. He tells Chu Yinli that because he never bothers to lie, he believes him when he says he didn't do it. Mu Qingyi assures him that as his only disciple, he will never leave him, as a whoosh sounding passes through the nearby flowers. Softened by the trust, Chu Yinli admits that such absolute belief makes him hesitate to take any further aggressive actions. Mu Qingyi asks about their next steps, prompting Chu Yinli to dismiss the earlier assassin as a minor nuisance he will handle later. Chu Yinli pulls the other man close and tells him he only needs to care about him as a whoosh sounding passes. Watching from a distance, a gray-haired man in a purple robe is shocked to see that the master has finally returned. Mu Qingyi identifies the newcomer as Chu Ting, who approaches and questions what his master is doing with the stranger. Chu Ting is outraged and confused by the intimate way his master is holding this unknown man's hand. Chu Yinli turns his cold gaze toward the interruption as flowers bloom along the palace balcony. Chu Ting informs the master that Jiu Yu has returned to the palace, seeking to report on his mission. Mu Qingyi is surprised by the name, but Chu Ting rudely tells him that palace matters are none of his business. Chu Yinli explains that he sent Jiu Yu to find a treasure and decides they should all go see him together. Chu Ting is baffled, wondering why his master, who usually cares for no one, is so attentive to this newcomer. A whoosh sounding accompanies Chu Ting's intense glare as he questions the identity of the man standing beside his master. Mu Qingyi urges the palace master to hurry, but he notices that Chu Yinli is walking with uncharacteristic slowness. Mu Qingyi realizes the slow pace means his disciple doesn't actually care about the return of his subordinate as a whoosh sounding passes. Chu Yinli stops and asks if the other man truly cares about Jiu Yu, causing Mu Qingyi to flinch as he admits they haven't met in years. The black-haired man's expression darkens as he forbids his master from going and tells him to wait in the main hall. Mu Qingyi is confused by the sudden anger, wondering if the old rift between his disciple and Jiu Yu still exists. With a stern look, Chu Yinli repeats his command and forbids the white-haired man from seeing the returnee. Mu Qingyi reaches out with a gentle pat sounding on his disciple's head and tells him not to make such a fuss. He reminds the palace master that they are still senior brothers and insists they go to meet the injured man together. Chu Yinli reluctantly agrees for this one time, but warns that he will not tolerate his master caring too much for the other man as a whoosh sounding echoes. Chu Ting is absolutely stunned that anyone could touch the master's head and live, noting how much the master's personality has changed. A whoosh sounding follows Chu Ting as he decides that this stranger is too dangerous to remain in the palace. A wide whoosh sounding carries over the grand courtyard, where the scene shifts to the returning party. Blood drips from the chest of an injured man named Jiu Yu
as he staggers through the palace grounds. Villagers look on in shock while a whoosh sounding marks the arrival of a light-haired peak master who rushes to help. Supporting the wounded man, Xie Hongchen asks who hurt him and insists on providing immediate medical treatment.
Du Yu weakly tells Xie Hongchen to stop using his full name and claims he only needs a short rest to recover.
Xie Hongchen laments sending him out alone, stating that any treasure was not worth such a terrible price to his well-being.
As a sharp stab sounding occurs during the treatment, Xie Hongchen tells the injured man to remain silent while he focuses on healing. Bystanders whisper about the deep bond between the two peak masters and how they have always been inseparable.
Ju Yu tries to report his failure as the palace master and Mu Qingyi arrive, causing the crowd to gasp in shock.
The two men bow and offer their greetings as the palace master approaches the group.
Mu Qingyi is visibly distressed, asking with concern if Ju Yu has been badly injured during his mission.
Tu Yin Li asks about the treasure, but Xie Hongchen begs him to prioritize the man's survival over the failed mission.
With a harsh command to move, Chu Yinli sends a wave of energy that knocks Xie Hongchen away as a whoosh sounding erupts. Xie Hongchen is thrown back with several cough-sounding bursts, his mouth bloodied by the sudden force of the strike. Mu Qinyi is horrified by the brutal treatment and stares at his disciple in disbelief. Chu Yinli stands over the kneeling subordinate and demands a report on the missing treasure, while the man begs for punishment. The black-haired man's eyes glow with fury as he repeats his demand for an explanation regarding the failed seizure of the treasure. Xie Hongchen wonders who could possibly be strong enough to hurt Ju Yu, while Chu Inli demands to know the identity of the attacker. Ju Yu explains that he was ambushed by a practitioner from the Qian Yuan sect using a strange, soul-corrupting magic. Mu Qinyi is alarmed by the description, noting that soul corruption is a demonic trait that shouldn't belong to immortal cultivators. Looking up in confusion, the injured Jiu Yu silently wonders about the identity of the white-haired man standing by the master's side.
Chu Teng mocks the failure, accusing the subordinate of being weak and deliberately avoiding his responsibilities.
Mu Qingyi sharply rebukes the gray-haired man, telling him to stop making a fool of himself with such ignorant comments. A sharp crack sounding accompanies Chu Yinli's command for Chu Ting to be silent, while Ju Yu notes how partial the master is to the stranger. Ju Yu remains silent, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar man who seems to have such influence over the palace master. Chu Yinli gestures for the subordinate to leave and orders him to the punishment hall to pay for his failure. Mu Qingyi tries to intervene, warning that the man's body is too weak from his injuries to survive the rigors of the punishment hall.
Tu Yinli asks if he is showing pity, while Chu Ting coldly declares that such an incompetent waste deserves to die.
Mu Qingyi wonders why Chu Ting is acting like a hostile dog and mocking him. Xie Hongchen tells Chu Ting to back off and questions his authority over the palace. Chu Ting reacts angrily while the palace master focuses on the injured Ju Yu below. Bleeding from the mouth, Ju Yu voluntarily asks to be punished at Wu Wang Ya. Both Chu Yinli and Xie Hongchen react with visible shock at the mention of the sight. Chu Yinli notes that Wu Wang Ya is far deadlier than the usual punishment hall. Since Ju Yu insists on his wish, Chu Yinli coldly tells him to go ahead. Ju Yu limps away while the white-haired man watches him with heavy concern.
A heavy stagger sounding follows the injured man as he struggles to walk away alone.
Xie Hongchen asks to be excused and follows after the departing, wounded subordinate. Mu Qinyi asks where Wu Wangya is, noting he has never heard the name.
Chu Yinli explains it is a place that tests the mind and kills the impure.
Mu Qingyi wonders if anyone's heart is truly pure given the fear he saw earlier. The palace master warns that even a trace of dark emotion triggers a soul attack. Mu Qingyi insists Ju Yu is pure and will never be in any danger there.
Chu Yinli becomes jealous, asking if his master's belief is always delivered so easily. Mu Qingyi explains that having raised them both, he understands and trusts their dispositions. Chu Yinli stares intensely and asks which of the two he cares about more. Mu Qingyi is left speechless by the sudden, childish rivalry shown by his disciple. In a chibi state, Mu Qingyi worries that a wrong answer will be his end. Chu Yinli presses for an answer as Mu Qingyi mentions the Qianyuan sect plot. Mu Qingyi suggests checking if the Qianyuan sect is involved with monsters to find the truth. A sudden bam sounding occurs as Chu Yinli grabs the other man's arm with indifference. A powerful whoosh sounding carries them away as Mu Qingyi desperately asks him to wait. Chu Ting watches in absolute disbelief as his master flies off with the stranger. Chu Ting realizes they are heading toward the master's bedroom, which is strictly forbidden. With a bam sounding, Chu Ting vows that those distracting the master must die. A whoosh sounding carries a letter to Chu Ting, which mentions Chu Yinli's deepest secret. A whoosh sounding lingers as Chu Ting ponders the master's secret mentioned in the letter. In Ning City, a noisy-sounding crowd notices an injured man bleeding in the street. Villagers discuss the recent violence and the protection offered by the local Qianyuan sect. Liu Jue despairs over his inability to kill the monster Chu Yinli after his defeat. A man approaches the wounded Liu Jue and asks if he is doing all right. A whoosh sounding accompanies Li Tianyu, who introduces himself as a Qianyuan sect elder. Liu Jie is hesitant to accept an invitation to rest at the Qianyuan sect. Elder Li mentions that his sect successfully repulsed the recent attack from Lingshuan Palace. Liu Zhou is shocked and asks if the elder actually defeated the monster Chu Yinli. Li Tianyu admits he only repulsed Jiu Yu, but suggests uniting to fight Chu Yinli. Encouraged by the idea of an alliance, Liu Ju agrees to go to the sect. Liu Ju thinks to himself that a united front might finally destroy the monster. Li Tianyu leads the way as a whoosh sounding passes through the nearby leaves. A whoosh sounding marks the arrival of the pair at the palace entrance. With a bam sounding, Chu Yinli pins Mu Qingyi against a wall inside the bedroom. Mu Qingyi looks up in silence as his disciple looms over him with intensity. Chu Yinli asks if he forgot the question about who is more important. Mu Qingyi tells him he is no longer a child and shouldn't care so much. Chu Yinli disagrees, insisting that the answer is not a small thing to him. Mu Qingyi gently smiles and assures him that he is the most important. Chu Yinli asks who he would save if both were drowning as mortals. Mu Qingyi promises that he would sacrifice his own life to save Chu Yinli. Chu Yinli is stunned as Mu Qingyi says they are family and his only direct disciple. The black-haired man repeats the word family while looking at his master with deep skepticism. Mu Qingyi admits that in his heart, he truly views his disciple as a son. Chu Yinli yells for him to stop and refuses to hear any more about being family. The palace master asks if he remembers what happened after he made that claim previously. Mu Qingyi looks on with visible confusion, wondering what exactly occurred during their time in the village. A whoosh sounding carries them back to a memory where Chu Yinli pinned his bare-chested master down. Chu Yinli tells him he will never understand the truth for the rest of his life. He mocks the idea of a son tearing his master's clothes while pinning him against the bedding. Chu Yinli asks if he thinks his sons would ever be so physically intertwined with him. Back in the present, a bam sounding occurs as Mu Qingyi pushes him away and tells him to wait. Chu Yinli lists the human sufferings and asks his master to guess which one he hates most. With a stagger sounding, Mu Qingyi looks away and admits that he does not know the answer. A bam sounding marks the claim that his master is the one he repeats in his dreams. The black-haired man looks intensely at his master, describing him as the one thing he cannot have.
Chu Yinli admits he has delusional thoughts about his master since he cannot ask for what he wants.
Mu Qingyi pushes him back with a bam sounding and scolds him for being so bold. Chu Yinli tells him to stop the father-son talk and admits he wants to kill Ju Yu.
Mu Qingyi wonders if his disciple was misled and suggests his feelings are just pure admiration.
Chu Yinli asks if admiration would make him want his master to only look at and care for him.
Mu Qingyi suggests that his disciple is likely mistaking his feelings of family for something else.
Chu Yinli states his feelings are clear and tells his master to think about their relationship.
A whoosh sounding follows the palace master as he decides to let his master figure it out alone.
He plans to take advantage of his master's confusion to enter the forbidden area with a flower.
Mu Qingyi sits in shock as a whoosh sounding echoes above the quiet building. In a flustered chibi state, Mu Qingyi panics and wonders what to do after this sudden confession. A tear-off sounding occurs in his memory of Chu Yinli pinning him down in the bed. Standing up with a whoosh sounding, Mu Qingyi declares that he cannot imagine such bold human relations. Mu Qingyi stares down at his light blue robes in a moment of stunned silence. A creak sounding marks his departure to find ritual books to teach Chu Yinli a proper lesson. Standing outside, Chu Yinli is silent and empty as he waits for his master to understand him. A whoosh sounding alerts the palace master to a presence watching him from the shadows. Chu Yinli commands the stalker to come out while looking back with a cold expression. Chu Ting appears and acknowledges his master while looking down with a fearful expression. With a thud sounding, Chu Ting kneels and claims he found a soul-appeasing treasure to present. Chu Yinli demands a report while Chu Ting presents a glowing item in a small box. Examining the Zhu jade beads, the palace master asks how his subordinate could possibly get them. Chu Ting explains that he obtained the rare jade treasure after a harrowing brush with death. Chu Yinli lets him leave, but warns that another attempt to stalk him will end in death. A whoosh sounding marks the palace master's departure, while Chu Ting realizes he was discovered.
Chu Ting wonders about the master's frequent visits to the forbidden area and vows to find out.
A whoosh sounding carries over the grand palace as the scene shifts toward the forbidden area. Chu Yinli reflects on Chu Ting's behavior and wonders if the man knows too much. He dismisses his subordinate as unimportant and decides the most important thing is visiting his master. A hum sounding resonates as Chu Yinli stands on a magical blue teleportation circle. With a powerful whoosh sounding, the palace master activates the array and disappears. A whoosh sounding carries over the isolated and misty peaks surrounding the Forbidden Mountain area. A whoosh sounding echoes as Chu Yinli arrives before a massive pillar of light guarded by chains. Looking at a sleeping figure, Chu Yinli notes that he has hidden the body for 10 years. Chu Yinli tells the sleeping man he would likely be horrified and disgusted by his lunatic behavior. Chu Yinli embraces the white-haired body, obsessed with the idea that the man loves him. He promises to care for the corpse until the truth of his feelings is revealed. A whoosh sounding accompanies the palace master as he examines a red flower intended for resurrection. He acknowledges the fragility of the soul and the need for a careful, long-term plan. A whoosh sounding echoes around a massive, glowing pillar bound by heavy chains. A boom sounding marks the release of power into the array, followed by a splash sounding as water rises. Multiple splash sounding effects occur as the white-haired man's body rests within the surging energy. Chu Yinli remains cautious, vowing not to act until he finds a certain way to return the spirit. He resolves to make his master fall in love with him while wondering if the man is still in his bedroom. A whoosh sounding marks the activation of a tracking spell as he locates his master at Wu Wang Ya. Furious that Mu Qingyi ran to the punishment site, he decides to bring him back immediately. A whoosh sounding carries over the storm-racked peaks of the forbidden Wu Wang Ya. A whoosh sounding surrounds Ju Yu as he sits alone on the stone platform amidst the lightning. A whoosh sounding marks the moment Ju Yu reveals a hidden red treasure in his hand. With a bam sounding, Xie Hongchen appears and questions Ju Yu about stealing the Qian Yuan sect treasure. Xi Hongchen mocks the idea of hiding treasures and asks if he is planning something malicious.
Ju Yu explains the palace's spiritual energy is failing and the treasure is needed for the grand formation.
He speaks of honoring the immortal's last wish, but Xie Hongchen offers to handle the matter instead.
A whoosh sounding accompanies Xie Hongchen as he leans in, promising to do anything for the other man. The light-haired man watches his companion with an intense and unwavering gaze. Ju Yu reacts with stunned silence at the bold declaration of loyalty. Xi Hongchen assures him that he is proficient enough in formations to provide the necessary help. Ju Yu warns of the death penalty, but Xie Hongchen repeats his willingness to sacrifice his life. He tells his friend to cherish the offer while looking at him with a gentle expression. A whoosh sounding marks the start of the departure as the conversation concludes at the altar. With a whoosh sounding, Xie Hongchen leaves the area, claiming he cannot stay much longer. Standing on the misty stairs, the light-haired man declares he is heading out first. Mu Qingyi appears behind Ju Yu, commenting on the deep relationship between the two subordinates. Ju Yu is startled by the sudden appearance and wonders how the stranger went unnoticed. Mu Qingyi admits he misjudged Xi Hongchen's character based on their initial meeting. He notes his surprise at seeing such an affectionate side to the other man. Mu Qingyi promises not to tell Chu Yinli what he heard and asks to sit for a talk. Ju Yu is confused by the man's familiarity with the palace master and his casual tone. Mu Qingyi explains his desire to know why the palace fell into its current demonic reputation. Ju Yu reports that after the master's death, Chu and Li's aggressive looting caused massive suffering. The white-haired man reacts with visible shock and concern to the grim historical update. Ju Yu explains how rumors of massacres turned the palace into a widely hated demon sect. A memory shows Chu Yinli's indifference toward a destroyed sect, leaving Mu Qingyi horrified. Mu Qingyi asks for confirmation about Chu Yinli keeping the master's body within the palace. Ju Yu admits he is not certain about the truth regarding the master's remains. A whoosh sounding accompanies Chu Yinli as he suddenly grabs Mu Qingyi's arm from behind. The palace master looks on with a dark expression and asks how he arrived at the site. Looking intensely at his master, Chu Yinli asks if his sudden arrival has caused any bother. Chu Yinli snaps at Ju Yu for the lack of respect and orders him to address him as master. Mu Qingyi tries to de-escalate the situation by questioning the reason for such intense anger. Chu Yinli pins the other man's chin and accuses him of being perfunctory about his importance. Jealousy flares as the palace master demands to know why his master ran to see Ju Yu immediately. In a flustered chibi state, Mu Qingyi suggests they leave the area to talk in private. Chu Yinli agrees to leave but insists on hearing a full explanation for the master's behavior. Ju Yu watches in total disbelief as the palace master treats the stranger with such intimacy. A whoosh sounding carries over the pavilion walkway as Chu Yinli pulls his master along, prompting Mu Qingyi to question where they are headed. Chu Yinli plans to stay in his bedroom until his master understands their relationship, but Mu Qingyi claims he has already reached a conclusion. The black-haired man stares intensely at his master while demanding to know the final answer to his confession. Mu Qingyi looks toward a distant building and declares that the specific site will provide his definitive answer. Chu Yinli is skeptical of the diversion and wonders why his master is leading him toward the palace's storage area. A whoosh sounding marks their arrival at a large traditional building nestled among the misty trees of the palace grounds. Mu Qingyi questions why they have come to Yuhai Pavilion,
the site where the palace's ritual books are stored.
Chu Yin-li remains cryptic and tells the white-haired man to enter the building first to find out his purpose. A whoosh sounding follows them inside as the black-haired man ignores the surroundings to press for an immediate answer. Mu Qingyi presents a collection of ritual books on a table as his formal response to the sudden confession. Chu Yin-li picks up a volume titled Moralism and wonders what the master intends for him to do with it. Mu Qingyi admits he failed to teach proper human behavior and urges his disciple to study the ritual texts carefully. The white-haired man encourages him to read the lessons and offers to help with any difficult concepts. Chu Yin-li smirks at the offer while asking if he is truly permitted to seek his master's personal guidance. A whoosh sounding accompanies Chu Yin-li as he suddenly seizes his master's arm with a forceful grip. A bam sounding echoes through the room as the black-haired man pins his master down against the storage desk. A whoosh sounding occurs as Chu Yin-li leans in close, mockingly repeating the offer to help him understand complex concepts. A magical blue light swirls around his master's wrist as the palace master prepares to use a binding technique. The disciple insists his master should teach him the truth of being human through a more personal and direct lesson. A rip-off sounding occurs as Chu Yin-li forcefully tears the white-haired man's robes open to expose his bare chest. Mu Qingyi reacts with visible outrage and scolds his disciple for behaving in such a bold and presumptuous manner. A whoosh sounding punctuates Chu Yin-li's claim that he is merely studying hard to learn the way of humanity. The black-haired man uses a calligraphy brush to begin writing characters directly onto his master's skin. Mu Qingyi finds the brush strokes itchy, while Chu Yin-li suggests their bond should be a lifelong commitment. Chu Yin-li threatens to write every single character of the 81 sacred chapters across his master's entire body. He warns that if a satisfactory answer is not given today, he will replace the brush with his own fingers. The black-haired man declares he has already confessed and will not accept any answer he does not want to hear. Chu Yin-li stares down with a dark and unrelenting gaze, waiting for his master to finally submit to him. Mu Qingyi feels completely humiliated and wonders if he can still be considered a proper person after such treatment. The palace master leans over him once more, demanding to know exactly what his master's final answer will be. Mu Qingyi asks to be released so he can think, but Chu Yin-li refuses to change their intimate posture. The white-haired man looks up in distress, questioning if his disciple is truly trying to force him into a relationship. Chu Yin-li explains that since he has confessed his heart, he cannot allow any more procrastination or pretense of ignorance. He threatens to perform wicked acts in the pavilion if his master continues to deny him the answer he seeks. Mu Qingyi realizes the danger and decides he can no longer remain passive while his disciple behaves like a villain. The white-haired man suddenly changes the subject, asking a question that catches the palace master completely off guard. Mu Qingyi demands to know the truth about whether his previous body was actually buried 10 years ago. A whoosh sounding highlights Chu Yin-li's stunned expression as he realizes his master has discovered his secret. Chu Yin-li tries to claim the body was buried, but his panicked expression and stuttering reveal the obvious lie. A bam sounding marks the disciple's sudden retreat as he orders his master to stay and reflect on himself. Mu Qingyi watches him go, noting that the man's quick departure confirms his extreme state of panic and guilt. He reflects on Jiu Yu's information and realizes that his disciple likely hid his remains somewhere in the palace. Mu Qingyi resolves to find the truth about his body, convinced that his disciple's behavior has become completely unhinged. A thud sounding occurs as the white-haired man steps firmly on the ritual book that was used to provoke him. A burn sounding accompanies a burst of blue energy as Mu Qingyi destroys the book in a moment of frustration.
A whoosh sounding carries over the bamboo forest as the white-haired man begins his secret search for the forbidden area. Mu Qingyi plans to search the forbidden areas of the palace, heading toward the land of the Han Xing flowers. A rumble sounding alerts him to a massive surge of spiritual energy being focused on a nearby array. A rumble sounding follows the light-haired man as he places a glowing red stone into a massive formation array. Mu Qingyi recognizes Xie Hongchen and realizes the subordinate is secretly helping Ju Yu to recover the grand array. The light-haired man looks at his guest with suspicion and asks for the reason behind his sudden visit. Mu Qingyi claims he is just passing through when a rumble sounding marks the activation of the 7-star accumulation spirit array. Shi Hongchen asks if he is familiar with the formation method while privately marveling that someone could identify the intricate array at a glance. Explaining the array's function, Mu Qingyi realizes that the stolen treasure of the Qianyuan sect is being used as the primary material for the array eye. His eyes narrowing, Xie Hongchen asks if his visitor was previously at the altar and overheard the conversation with Ju Yu. Mu Qingyi promises to keep the secret, but points out an error in the trajectory of the eye array before a whoosh sounding accompanies his departure at the host's insistence. Shi Hongchen orders him to leave before the master arrives, warning that his own life is at stake for possessing the stolen stone. Walking away, Mu Qingyi wonders if the light-haired man is actually afraid of being discovered, or if there is a more sinister problem with the array. Shi Hongchen sighs in relief as the white-haired man disappears into the bamboo forest, noting that the entire situation has become troublesome. A soft rustling sounding follows Mu Qingyi through the trees as he reflects on the ferocious aura he sensed coming from the array eyes. A whoosh sounding carries the white-haired man toward Wanhua Peak as he decides to investigate Shi Hongchen's residence for hidden evidence. He concludes that protecting the palace's grand array is more important than finding his original body, fearing the casualties if the formation has been sabotaged. A whoosh sounding marks his arrival at the Peak residence, while a creak sounding occurs as he slips inside, confident that no ordinary person can detect his presence. Mu Qingyi stands in the middle of the room, convinced that any tampering with the big array would have left traces within this building. A whoosh sounding accompanies his urgent search as he hopes to find the truth before the light-haired man returns from the array site. The white-haired man realizes that something hidden would likely be placed somewhere obvious and moves toward a large decorative screen. He inspects the panorama of Lingshuan Palace painted on the screen, searching for any inconsistency or hidden detail. Focusing his spiritual energy, Mu Qingyi creates a shimmering wave of light to reveal the hidden truth behind the artistic depiction. His eyes widen in shock as a glowing point appears on the screen, marking a specific location within the palace grounds. Mu Qingyi identifies the point as the 6th eye of the 7-star Yunshen array, realizing it is being intentionally modified. He concludes that the current position of the eyes is forming a killing array intended to destroy Lingshuan Palace rather than protect it. A crackle sounding marks the sudden arrival of Shi Hongchen, who catches the white-haired man standing directly in front of his secret screen. A whoosh sounding punctuates the light-haired man's intense gaze as he realizes his visitor has discovered his secret. Shi Hongchen mockingly praises the white-haired man's courage for sneaking into his residence undetected. Mu Qingyi gestures toward the screen and demands a formal explanation for the dangerous modification of the palace's protective array. A snap sounding occurs as Shi Hongchen opens his fan, casually claiming he is not familiar with array methods and merely pointed to the screen randomly. Mu Qingyi warns that the deduction of the array has been reversed into a god-extinguishing trap, but the light-haired man continues to feign ignorance. A whoosh sounding follows a flash of blue energy around the white-haired man's wrist as he prepares to make a sudden exit. A whoosh sounding carries Mu Qingyi away in a pillar of light, leaving Xie Hongchen stunned by the display of immense power.
Shi Hongchan realizes that his guest's ability to identify the array errors instantly makes him a significant threat to his plans. A rumble sounding accompanies a surge of spiritual energy as the light-haired man resolves to hurry his timeline before proof of his treason can be found. The scene shifts to a secluded pool surrounded by bamboo where the water ripples gently in the mist. A splash sounding marks Mu Qingyi's sudden arrival in the pool, and in a chibi state, he realizes he overstepped the distance limit of the bracelet. A splash sounding occurs as the white-haired man stands up in the water, his attention caught by a sudden movement in the mist. A whoosh sounding reveals Chu Yinli bathing in the pool, his expression one of total shock at the sudden appearance of his master. Mu Qingyi is visibly annoyed, questioning if it wasn't the younger man's own bracelet that pulled him to this exact location. Chu Yinli explains that the distance limit forces the wearer toward him, then asks if his master was actually trying to escape the palace. The black-haired man wonders if his master is running away due to his discovery of the body, while Mu Qingyi admits he was investigating Wanhua Peak. Chu Yinli asks about the sudden interest in his subordinates, his voice heavy with suspicion and a hint of jealousy. Mu Qingyi explains his search for evidence regarding the 7-star Yunshen array, determined to confirm if there is a problem. Chu Yinli leans in close, while Mu Qingyi worries that revealing the truth might lead to the immediate execution of Xie Hongchen and Zhu Yu. A bam sounding marks Mu Qingyi's attempt to push his disciple away, followed by a block sounding as he tries to maintain his personal space. Chu Yinli stares intensely at his master, suggesting that someone else might also possess a boundless desire for him. The white-haired man reacts with a flustered expression, unable to find the words to respond to the bold claim. Chu Yinli points out his master's red ears before a splash sounding accompanies Mu Qingyi's attempt to retreat from the presumptuous disciple. The black-haired man smiles and asks who was the one who suddenly appeared right in front of him. Mu Qingyi argues that he only appeared because of the magical bracelet, but his disciple remains unconvinced by the explanation. The white-haired man demands to know where his original body is, but Chu Yinli insists on the lie that the remains have been buried. A whoosh sounding follows Mu Qingyi's questions about the location of the tombstone, while Chu Yinli suggests they leave the cold water to talk later. Mu Qingyi looks up with a sharp and knowing gaze, declaring that he already knows the truth about the hidden remains. Stepping out of the pool, Chu Yinli claims he feels a bit uncomfortable and suggests they continue their conversation another day. Mu Qingyi watches him with a cold expression, asking if the younger man is actually feeling guilty about his secrets. In a chibi state, the black-haired man shouts his denial before a whoosh sounding accompanies his hurried attempt to slip away. Mu Qingyi calls out after him, demanding to know why he is running if he truly has nothing to feel guilty about. Watching his disciple flee, the white-haired man reflects on how flustered and suspicious the other man becomes whenever the topic of the original body is raised. He wonders if his remains are truly still preserved somewhere, and worries if Yinli has done something inappropriate to them over the last decade. Imagining his disciple doting on his original corpse, Chibi Mu Qingyi grows increasingly distressed by the disturbing possibilities. The white-haired man resolves to investigate both the suspicious grand array and the location of his body as quickly as possible. His thoughts are interrupted by a whoosh sounding as a mysterious jade slip flies through the bamboo forest toward him. A bam sounding marks the moment the white-haired man catches the projectile mid-air, his expression turning sharp and alert. A whoosh sounding carries a mysterious hooded figure away through the trees while Mu Qingyi asks who is spying on him. A rumble sounding echoes as the hooded man is struck by a surge of energy, coughing up blood from the impact. Mu Qingyi lunges forward to intercept the intruder, shouting that the mysterious visitor will not be allowed to escape. A bang sounding follows the hooded man's desperate move to activate a blue crystal, followed by a whoosh sounding as he teleports away. The white-haired man stops in his tracks, staring up at a massive glowing formation and realizing an array has been triggered. A whoosh sounding follows the vanishing light as Mu Qingyi identifies a temporary teleportation array and wonders who possesses such high-level skill. Standing alone in the forest, the white-haired man examines the jade slip he caught, wondering who would go to such lengths to deliver it.
He reads the message on the slip, which claims to reveal Yin Li's deepest secret hidden directly beneath Lingyu Palace.
A whoosh sounding carries the light-haired subordinate back to a palace courtyard where cherry blossom petals fall through the air.
Coughing up more blood, Xie Hongchen reflects on the power of the spell he encountered and realizes he barely escaped being caught.
He notes that his plan went smoothly and concludes that anyone seeking the Jade Slip's truth should head to the Forbidden Land. A creak sounding occurs as the gray-haired subordinate slips into Lingyao Palace, determined to uncover his master's secret despite the risk of execution.
A whoosh sounding accompanies Chu Ting's movements as he prepares to find the teleportation circle he believes is hidden within the room.
A rumble sounding alerts him to a glowing blue formation appearing on the floor, and he exclaims in triumph that he has found it.
A whoosh sounding surrounds the gray-haired man as he stands on the array, briefly wondering why finding the entrance was so unexpectedly easy.
A whoosh sounding carries Chu Ting downward as he decides to put aside his doubts and discover what lies below the palace.
A whoosh sounding follows him into a dark underground chamber filled with glowing blue energy and floating mist.
His eyes widen in absolute shock as he spots a figure encased in ice and energy, identifying it as Mu Qingyi's corpse. A whoosh sounding highlights the ethereal glow surrounding the perfectly preserved body of the former master. Chu Ting trembles in disbelief, realizing that his own master has secretly hidden this body in the depths of the palace for 10 years. Horrified by the madness of the situation, the gray-haired man resolves to destroy the body and the chamber to save his master from himself. A whoosh sounding marks the moment he reaches out, but he is suddenly stopped by a powerful warding spell. A whoosh sounding follows a massive surge of spiritual energy as Chu Ting realizes too late that a powerful array is guarding the remains. A boom sounding accompanies a burst of pink light as the intruder is violently kicked out of the forbidden ground and sent flying. Crashing back into the courtyard, the gray-haired man groans in agony, feeling his very soul begin to collapse from the array's backlash. A thud sounding marks his collapse as he realizes his master knew that anyone who trespassed would be destroyed by the defensive formation. A thud sounding occurs as a dark boot steps into view, and Chu Yinli coldly comments on the subordinate's foolish courage. Gasping in terror, the gray-haired man looks up to see the palace master staring down at him with a murderous gaze. Trembling and bleeding, Chu Ting begs for his life and pleads for his master's forgiveness for his transgression. Chu Yinli remains unmoved, stating that there is no need to spare someone who has already been marked for annihilation by the array. Desperate and crying, the subordinate begs for salvation, citing his 10 years of loyal service to the palace master.
The black-haired man leans in closer, his voice low and dangerous as he points out that Chu Ting has now seen everything.
Chu Yinli declares that everyone who knows this secret must die, offering a quick death to end the pain of the array's curse. A whoosh sounding announces Mu Qingyi's sudden arrival, and he asks what is happening as both men react with visible shock. His expression hardening, Chu Yinli turns to his master and demands to know the reason for his sudden appearance at this location. Mu Qingyi claims he just dropped by, while Chu Ting frantically points at him, accusing the guest of being an outsider who also trespassed. Chu Yinli stares intensely at the gray-haired subordinate, coldly asking what kind of identity he thinks he has to compare himself to the guest. The white-haired man watches the scene unfold,
noting that his disciple caught the spy, and wondering if the subordinate learned the truth.
Declaring that this is not where his master should be, Chu Yinli grabs the other man's arm to take him away before more secrets are revealed. Mu Qingyi resists, pointing out that this palace was once his home and demanding to know exactly what his disciple is trying to hide from him. Chu Yinli denies hiding anything, insisting that Mu Qingyi must remain by his side as he departs. A moment of shared shock passes between the two men as they stand close together. Chu Yinli summons dark energy with a rumble sounding, while his master demands answers from the spy. Chu Ting coughs, claiming the palace master has gone mad and hidden secrets beneath the grounds. The gray-haired subordinate winces in pain as an invisible force suppresses his ability to speak. Mu Qingyi asks what was seen, but the subordinate finds himself physically unable to reveal the truth. The white-haired man identifies a soul-word curse designed to imprison the truth within a person's soul. Chu Yinli turns away coldly, urging his master to leave the scene of the transgression immediately. Mu Qingyi asks for time to fix things, but his disciple insists they leave the area together. Mu Qingyi laments the silenced witness, while Chu Yinli silently notes the arrival of his dark subordinates. Mysterious hooded puppets materialize, causing the white-haired man to wonder if they belong to a rogue warlock. Chu Yinli commands his faceless puppets to drag the traitorous subordinate away to a lifetime of imprisonment. Chu Ting begs his master to be a ruthless god, while Chu Yinli declares his singular devotion. The gray-haired man cries out in despair as the shadows pull him away toward his dark fate. A final, desperate cry echoes as the prisoner insists the secret beneath the land must be destroyed. Chu Yinli leads his master away, secretly mocking the subordinate's naivete as Mu Qingyi grows more suspicious. Shi Hongchen watches the scene from the shadows, satisfied that his manipulative plan is unfolding perfectly. The light-haired man vows to sacrifice anything, even his own life, to fulfill a childhood wish. A creak sounding occurs as Chu Yinli opens the doors to a private chamber for his master. Mu Qingyi questions why his old residence is off-limits, while Chu Yinli offers flimsy excuses about cleaning. The white-haired man's gaze turns piercing as he demands to know what is being hidden away.
Chu Yinli remains calm, asking what exactly his master believes is being kept from him. Mu Qingyi lists hidden treasures and arrays before accusing his disciple of a far more personal secret.
Mu Qingyi asks point-blank if the younger man has hidden his original corpse somewhere in the palace.
A cling sounding rings out as the black-haired man's hand trembles, nearly dropping his cup.
Chu Yinli asks if his master would hate him if the morbid rumors were actually true.
A sharp crack sounding marks the moment the palace master's grip shatters the porcelain in his hand.
Chu Yinli suggests his master would find him repulsive, while Mu Qingyi confirms the act is unnatural. Chu Yinli laughs off the accusation, claiming he would never engage in such bizarre behavior. The palace master insists he is no pervert as a whoosh sounding accompanies his dismissive gestures. Mu Qingyi stares deeply, searching for any hint of deception in his disciple's calm face. Chu Yinli maintains his denial, framing the idea of keeping a corpse as an unthinkable perversion.
Mu Qingyi reveals that a witness saw him with the body, catching the black-haired man off guard.
Chu Yinli realizes he was betrayed by a subordinate's observation and questions the man's true motives. The black-haired man asks if his master trusts a subordinate's words more than his own loyalty. Mu Qingyi relents, though Chu Yinli feigns a deep sadness over the lack of trust.
Chu Yinli's dark secret remains hidden. He spent years sleeping beside his master's preserved original body.
Mu Qingyi offers a stern warning against lying before Chu Yinli presents a mysterious, glowing object. A hum sounding emanates from a brilliant golden orb held in the palm of the disciple's hand. Mu Qingyi gasps as he recognizes the long jade pearl, an incredibly rare and powerful artifact. Chu Yinli claims the pearl was a gift from Chu Ting, intended to buy the subordinate's safety. Chu Yinli explains the pearl can heal the soul, insisting his master accept it for his recovery. A soft thud sounding occurs as the black-haired man presses the warm treasure against his master's heart. Chu Yinli leans in close, whispering that his master's well-being is the only thing that matters. Mu Qingyi agrees to use the treasure while his disciple heads outside to stand guard during meditation. A splash sounding marks the flow of spiritual energy as Mu Qingyi begins stabilizing his damaged soul. Mu Qingyi enters his soul world, a vast expanse of golden starlight and swirling celestial energy. The white-haired man stands amidst the brilliant cosmic light, marveling at the state of his inner self. Mu Qingyi feels his former power returning as blue lightning crackles through his restored spirit world. A boom sounding accompanies a sudden intrusion as Mu Qingyi reacts to a powerful, hostile presence. A sharp splash sounding marks the moment Mu Qingyi suddenly coughs up a spray of blood. Seeing his master's condition, Chu Yinli cries out in absolute shock and alarm. Noticing his master's spirit is being suppressed, Chu Yinli declares he must enter the spirit world. Navigating the celestial expanse, the black-haired man spots his master trapped within golden energy. Sensing a hostile presence, Chu Yinli lashes out to destroy the force suppressing his master. A boom sounding accompanies the destruction of the dark energy as the two men reunite. Far away, a scarred man senses Mu Qingyi's breath and realizes his soul remains intact. The scarred man is consumed by disbelief at the possibility that Mu Qingyi is alive. Resolving to prevent future accidents, the scarred man vows to hunt down and kill Mu Qingyi. Back in the spiritual realm, Chu Yinli urgently asks if his master's spirit is stable. A crackle sounding marks the collapse of the spirit world as Mu Qingyi grows weaker. Desperate to save his master, Chu Yinli decides to fuse their spirits together. A whoosh sounding accompanies their embrace as a brilliant light envelops their merging souls. A hum sounding carries a sense of warmth as Mu Qingyi's spirit begins to stabilize. Hearing echoes of his name, Mu Qingyi is urged by his disciple to remain calm. A whoosh sounding surrounds them as Chu Yinli tells his master not to resist. A sigh sounding escapes as their spirits finally align in a moment of deep intimacy. A hum sounding marks the successful completion of their spiritual fusion. A whoosh sounding trails a spark of light as the scene shifts back to reality. A gasp sounding occurs as Mu Qingyi suddenly regains consciousness in the physical world. Startled and confused, the white-haired man demands to know why his disciple entered his soul. Chu Yinli explains he was only using his own soul to heal the damage within. Mu Qingyi questions the source of such a trick, while Chu Yinli claims natural inspiration. The black-haired man teases his master about his enthusiastic behavior during their spiritual union. Chu Yinli points out that his master's spirit acted far more honestly than his words. Flustered and embarrassed, Mu Qingyi tries to silence his disciple's bold observations. A snap sounding occurs as Chu Yinli grabs his master's arm to emphasize his point. Chu Yinli suggests their complete lack of reservations makes them resemble a devoted couple. Mu Qingyi insists on their master-disciple relationship despite his inability to resist the fusion. A rustle sounding follows as Chu Yinli pulls his master into a closer, more intimate position. Mu Qingyi compares his disciple to a biting dog, while Chu Yinli mocks his stubbornness. Chu Yinli claims his master didn't want the spiritual mingling to stop at the time. A hum sounding underscores the tension as the black-haired man continues his playful interrogation. Mu Qingyi protests his exhaustion while his disciple questions his future reactions to their closeness.
The white-haired man demands his disciple get up as their intimate contact continues. Mu Qingyi winces at another sharp contact, prompting his disciple to ask about his comfort.
Declaring the experience uncomfortable, Mu Qingyi orders his disciple to keep a respectful distance.
Chu Yinli refuses to back down until he receives a completely honest answer.
A soft sigh sounding precedes Mu Qingyi's quiet request for his disciple to let go.
Chu Yinli mentions elders are searching for him, causing Mu Qingyi to worry about being discovered.
The black-haired man threatens to admit the visitors if his master remains dishonest.
Mu Qingyi worries about his compromised appearance and the loss of his masterly dignity.
Under pressure, the white-haired man finally admits that the spiritual connection felt comfortable.
Chu Yinli laughs and tells the outsiders to wait while Mu Qingyi begins to scold.
The black-haired man admits his deep affection and inability to control his own impulses.
Mu Qingyi blames his own pampering for his disciple's arrogance while Chu Yinli reveals his joke.
Chu Yinli possessively declares that his master's body is for his eyes alone.
Offended by such rebellious remarks, Mu Qingyi asks if he is being scolded or hit. The white-haired man orders his disciple to depart and attend to the waiting elders.
Chu Yinli notes his master's reluctance to follow through on his threats of punishment.
Mu Qingyi admits he has no desire to punish his disciple for his recent actions.
The white-haired man acknowledges the risk his disciple took by exposing his own soul to help him.
Chu Yinli confesses to having less than pure motives for his interference in his master's soul. Mu Qingyi refutes the claim, noting their spirits could only integrate through mutual trust.
The black-haired man notes how his master's provocative words make it impossible for him to leave.
Chu Yinli agrees to depart, but questions why his master is rushing him away so quickly. The disciple asks one final question about the force that was suppressing his master's soul world. Mu Qingyi recalls the overwhelming celestial coercion and the mysterious warning he received within.
The white-haired man reveals the cryptic 8-word warning regarding the law of heaven and immortality.
Chu Yinli recalls his master's proximity to reaching the realm of Wonderland a decade ago.
The two men discuss the suspicious timing of the monster invasion and the soul-sealing sacrifice.
Chu Yinli expresses his fear of a hidden manipulator, while Mu Qingyi offers words of comfort. Mu Qingyi declares his confidence in his own survival and his mastery over his own fate.
The black-haired man remains silent, deeply affected by the strength of his master's presence.
Mu Qingyi notes the waiting elders and urges his disciple to finally go and attend to them. Chu Yinli finally departs to meet the sect elders at his master's firm insistence.
The black-haired man leaves a final warning to keep the soul-healing treasure hidden and safe.
Mu Qingyi dismisses his disciple, ready to investigate the secrets of the palace on his own.
The white-haired man contemplates the vulnerability of his soul during his previous rebirth process.
Mu Qingyi suspects a grand calculation behind the monster invasion and his own miraculous return.
Mu Qingyi turns his attention to the mysterious scroll and the reason for Chu Ting's trespass.
The white-haired man decides to find the imprisoned subordinate while the palace master is occupied.
Mu Qingyi successfully locates the hidden dark prison deep within the palace grounds.
He notes the shadow puppets patrolling the area, recognizing them as part of his own legacy.
The swoosh sounding accompanies his graceful movement as he prepares to bypass the guard puppets. A sharp slap sounding marks the moment he disables a puppet by striking the core on its forehead.
Swirling water energy surrounds the puppets as the white-haired man easily neutralizes the group.
Mu Qingyi plans to improve the puppet designs later while prioritizing finding the prisoner.
A clank sounding rings out as the scene shifts to the chained and desperate Chu Ting.
Chu Ting questions why his devotion was met with such harsh imprisonment and a death sentence.
Mu Qingyi announces his presence, telling the gray-haired man that his life is already fading. The white-haired man scoffs at the idea that any guard could keep him from entering.
Chu Ting reacts with bitterness, accusing his former superior of coming only to enjoy his suffering.
Mu Qinyi clarifies he is only there to ask a question regarding the mysterious scroll.
The white-haired man presents the scroll, asking if the prisoner received an identical message.
Chu Ting offers to reveal the source if his visitor is willing to come within reach.
A whoosh sounding carries Mu Qinyi closer as he prepares to hear the prisoner's answer.
Chu Ting mocks the man's bravery before suddenly pulling his robes open to reveal hidden marks.
A splash sounding punctuates a sudden outburst of violence as Mu Qinyi remains entirely composed. The prisoner asks if the marks were left by Chu Yinli, catching the master off guard. Mu Qinyi recalls a sharp bite from his disciple during their recent soul-fusing embrace.
The white-haired man angrily dismisses the marks as nothing more than a stray dog's bite.
Chu Ting demands to know what transpired between the master and disciple during their time together.
Mu Qinyi grows flustered, internally questioning the true nature of his own recent actions. A memory of their intimate spiritual union flashes through the white-haired man's mind once more.
Chu Ting notes his visitor's blush and reacts with disbelief at the implied forbidden relationship.
The prisoner rants that such a divine being should never be defiled by anyone's touch. A thud sounding marks the moment Mu Qinyi seizes the prisoner by the throat to silence him. Mu Qinyi rebukes the man for trying to force his own twisted delusions onto another person.
A cough sounding escapes as Mu Qinyi declares his disciple is free to be whatever he wishes. The gray-haired prisoner mocks the master's identity, mentioning a secret he saw in the forbidden area.
A crackle sounding accompanies the white-haired man initiating a soul search on the bound prisoner.
A whoosh sounding carries the master through the prisoner's consciousness to find a hidden fragment. A hum sounding accompanies the master's investigation of the glowing, chained artifacts within the soul world.
The white-haired man identifies a soul column as a flash of light erupts from the prisoner's forehead.
A boom sounding marks the discovery of a massive, glowing array guarding the forbidden area.
The master notes the immense power of the array used to keep prying eyes away.
While the prisoner suffers, the white-haired man realizes the array's energy feels strangely familiar. The prisoner laughs manically, claiming the soul search will reveal nothing of the secret.
Mu Qinyi explains the search is limited by the prisoner's weak spirit, causing an outburst of resentment. The gray-haired man mocks Mu Qinyi, calling him a mere plaything for the disciple's true love.
A chibi version of the white-haired man reacts with pure confusion to the prisoner's insults. A hum sounding follows the sudden appearance of the black-haired Chu Yinli in the dark prison.
An oppressive silence fills the air as the black-haired man looms over the scene.
Chu Yinli demands to know why his master is visiting the prisoner in secret. The prisoner mistakenly believes his master came for him, expressing his relief and devotion.
A whoosh sounding follows as Chu Yinli aggressively questions the intimacy between his master and the prisoner.
Mu Qinyi tries to explain his actions while a chibi Chu Yinli rants about his master's wandering eyes. Mu Qinyi calls out to his disciple, who insists they leave the prison immediately.
The gray-haired man reacts with horror as his master prepares to take the visitor away.
Desperate and broken, the prisoner begs the master not to leave him for a mere plaything.
A boom sounding underscores Chu Yinli's violent response to the prisoner's insults against his master. Mu Qinyi urges his disciple to calm down and leave the dying man behind. The prisoner rants about his replacement, warning that Mu Qinyi will also be discarded soon. The white-haired man dismisses the prisoner's delusions, expressing his complete confidence in the future. Mu Qinyi vows to stay by Chu Yinli's side until the very end.
a clank sounding rings out as the prisoner rages against the master being dirtied by a subordinate.
Mu Qingyi tells the prisoner to stop projecting his own failures onto the disciple's life.
Chu Yinli asks for confirmation that the master will truly never leave his side.
The white-haired man declares the prisoner an outsider, making his choice for the disciple clear.
Chu Yinli mocks the idea of the prisoner even being worthy of comparison. A sigh sounding marks the prisoner's realization of his own worthlessness after years of service.
The gray-haired man laments his role as a fading light compared to a bright moon.
A whoosh sounding accompanies the arrival of Xie Hongchen as the others depart.
The prisoner is startled by the sudden appearance of the man with the fan.
Xie Hongchen mocks the lively scene, revealing he came specifically to find the prisoner.
The gray-haired man asks if he wants secrets, but Xie Hongchen reveals he provided the original scroll.
A rattle sounding accompanies the prisoner's realization that he was a victim of a cruel setup. A snap sounding occurs as Xie Hongchen easily deflects the prisoner's desperate chained strike. Xie Hongchen admits he was merely fishing and the prisoner was the one who took the bait. The prisoner demands to know why he was targeted, but Xie Hongchen dismisses his importance. A hum sounding accompanies the promise of a meeting with the true mastermind. Walking through the palace, the master reflects on the familiar power he felt in the prisoner's memory. Mu Qingyi turns to his disciple, questioning the origin of his past connections. Chu Yinli asks if he is truly the most important person in his master's heart. A hum sounding marks the master's gentle reassurance and advice for the disciple to live for himself.
The black-haired man rejects the idea, declaring that he lives only for his master.
The white-haired man is taken aback by the intensity of the disciple's direct gaze. Chu Yinli offers his life to the master, leaving the older man flustered and breathless. The disciple laments his master's ignorance regarding the depth of his deep affection. A thud sounding marks a decisive step, as the disciple reflects on the nature of love. Tu Yinli embraces his master from behind, describing his feelings as an unreasonable desire he must possess. The disciple vows to stay wrapped around his master forever, even if they both turn to ashes. A gasp sounding escapes as Mu Qingyi reacts to the bold claim, while Chu Yinli mocks his fear. Mu Qingyi asks if this is necessary, but his disciple explains how the master's constant defense moved him. The master insists his care is parental, yet the disciple questions if their intimate union feels truly parental. Chu Yinli leans in close, asking if his master truly believes such intimate acts are normal for parents. The black-haired man notes that the master isn't disgusted or willing to punish him, suggesting deeper feelings. A top sounding follows Mu Qingyi as he walks away, asking for time to process the shocking revelation. Chu Yinli compares their situation to other lovers before the master suddenly stops and tells him to wait. A gasp sounding accompanies Mu Qingyi's realization as he questions if Xie Hongchen truly likes Jiyu. The disciple confirms the obvious crush, noting how often Xie Hongchen visits the other man's residence. Mu Qingyi suddenly connects the familiarity of the forbidden array to the power he saw Xie Hongchen use. The white-haired man stands amidst the bamboo as a sudden surge of spiritual energy begins to swirl. A whoosh sounding carries them upward as the master urgently insists they reach the top of the palace. A whoosh sounding carries the two men to a high overlook as they survey the palace grounds below. Mu Qingyi performs a complex derivative array method to uncover the truth hidden within the palace's highest point. A hum sounding resonates as a massive glowing blue array manifests in the sky above the palace. The master observes the shifting sky and realizes the array is a different formation than he originally thought. A hum sounding marks the appearance of a hidden vision as Mu Qingyi calls his disciple to look.
A slap sounding punctuates a chibi Mu Qingyi's lecture to his disciple about neglecting his array studies. Chu Yinli tries to calm his master, praising him as the world's greatest expert in array techniques. Mu Qingyi warns his disciple about the murderous intent he discovered hidden within the palace's array eyes. The black-haired man reacts with visible shock at the news that the array eyes lead to Lingyu Palace. The master suspects that the true target of these array eyes is whatever is hidden in the forbidden area. Mu Qingyi realizes the saboteur's goal isn't to destroy the palace, but specifically the forbidden area itself. A snap sounding marks Chu Yinli's sudden fury, though his master notes his reaction is unusually intense. The disciple claims his anger stems from professional pride, while the master continues to scold his ignorance. Chu Yinli thinks to himself that the forbidden area must be protected to save his master's original body. Mu Qingyi identifies the formation as the 7 Demons Extinguishing God Array, noting 6 eyes are already active. The white-haired man wonders why someone would spend 7 years planning to destroy only the forbidden area. The master explains that this top-level array could destroy the entire palace along with the forbidden area. Mu Qingyi is surprised by Xie Hongchen's hidden talent, but his disciple questions if he is the culprit. The master reveals he saw Xie Hongchen repairing the eyes and suggests the disciple go confront him personally. Mu Qingyi suspects Juyu is the real mastermind, using Xie Hongchen's amateur skills to cast the complex array. Chu Yinli tells his master to go ahead, claiming he has urgent business to attend to first. Mu Qingyi agrees, but finds his disciple's sudden lack of urgency regarding the saboteur quite strange.
The black-haired man plans to keep the truth hidden to prevent his master from protecting Jiyuyu's life.
Chu Yinli recalls Jiyuyu's recent movements and his clever use of Xie Hongchen to set up the array.
A swoosh sounding accompanies Chu Yinli's departure as he vows to kill anyone targeting the forbidden area. A crackle sounding marks the lightning striking as Jiyu stands alone on the stormy cliff's edge. A thud sounding signals the arrival of Xie Hongchen and a companion who call out to Juyu. Juyu asks if the master noticed they brought the dying Chu Ting to the secret meeting spot. Xie Hongchen reassures him that the master won't care about a man already dying from the array's power. A cough sounding escapes the prisoner as he realizes Jiyu is the person supposed to save him. A whoosh sounding carries Jiyu toward the prisoner as he prepares to initiate a powerful spiritual technique. A whoosh sounding accompanies the prisoner's shock at the overwhelming power Jiyu displayed while suppressing his movement. A sparkle sounding marks the activation of a soul seal on the prisoner's forehead to stop his disintegration. Jiyu confirms to Xie Hongchen that his intervention was successful despite the power of the forbidden array. Chu Ting is amazed by the rescue, but Juyu warns that he has only temporarily suppressed the disintegration. Standing before the others, Juyu declares that survival depends on the total destruction of the forbidden ground array, a claim the gray-haired prisoner finds laughably difficult to achieve. The black-haired man reveals his 7-year plan involving the 7 Demons Extinguishing God Array, noting that the time to destroy the forbidden area has finally arrived. Chu Ting reacts with shock as he realizes he was a pawn in a larger scheme, accusing Jiyu of arranging his certain death just to force his cooperation. Jiyu challenges the prisoner's claim of innocence, asking if he didn't desire the destruction himself before demanding his agreement to work together. Acknowledging his shared goal and the threat to his life, Chu Ting agrees to cooperate and asks for his specific instructions. A crackle sounding marks the moment Juyu carves a concealment array onto the prisoner's skin, warning him to remain passive or face immediate detection by the greater formation. Juyu stresses the urgency of the situation, ordering his new accomplice to head toward the forbidden area immediately. A whoosh sounding follows the prisoner as he departs with a final threat, while Jiyu remains behind with Xie Hongchen. Xie Hongchen questions the wisdom of relying on such an unpredictable factor,
voicing his concerns about the risk of their plan.
Jiuyu acknowledges the inherent danger, but notes that Chu Yinli likely won't let them survive, even if the forbidden area is successfully destroyed.
Expressing his absolute devotion, the brown-haired man reminds Juyu that he is willing to sacrifice everything, including his life, to achieve their goal.
Xie Hongchen believes he can take the blame and die alone for the master's sake, but Juyu dismisses him as a fool for underestimating Chu Yinli's intellect. Determined to protect his companion, Juyu reflects on Xie Hongchen's deep affection, while asking for confirmation on the status of the seventh array eye. Jiuyu confirms that the seventh eye is the lifeblood of the array and entrusts Xie Hongchen with its control, instructing him to wait for his signal. A swoosh sounding accompanies Xie Hongchen's departure as he promises to fulfill Juyu's wish at any cost. A sigh sounding escapes Juyu as he silently apologizes for his deception, revealing that the real seventh eye requires his own life.
Unmasking his true intent, the black-haired man realizes that activating the final array necessitates a human sacrifice to serve as its core.
Juyu prepares to end his own life, viewing himself as the necessary price to ensure the destruction of the forbidden area. A grunt sounding escapes him as he carves into his own flesh, declaring that he has no regrets even if he becomes a villain in his brother's eyes.
Juyu recalls the final words of the white-haired Xianzun, who entrusted him with the protection of the people and the potential destruction of the palace.
Driven by a sense of duty, the man vows to fulfill the master's last wish regardless of the personal cost. A hum sounding marks the sudden appearance of the black-haired Chu Yinli, whose mock praise for Juyu's courage leaves the younger man paralyzed with shock. A sigh sounding follows Xie Hongchen as he walks through a desolate valley, reflecting on his role in the impending destruction. A whoosh sounding announces Mu Qingyi's arrival as Xie Hongchen plans his confession to the master to protect his friend. The white-haired master descends with a stern question, asking if the subordinate came to find him or to use him as a shield.
Grabbing him aggressively, Mu Qingyi demands to know the true purpose behind the complex array that took 7 years to construct.
Xie Hongchen offers a flimsy excuse about his personal distaste for the area, but the master refuses to believe such a ridiculous motive for a life-sacrificing array. A gasp sounding punctuates Xie Hongchen's genuine confusion as he learns for the first time that the array requires a human sacrifice. Mu Qingyi realizes that if Xie Hongchen is truly ignorant of the sacrifice, then Chu Yinli must have deliberately hidden the truth from him earlier. Horror dawns on the white-haired man as he connects the dots, realizing that Jiyu is the true designer and is likely in grave danger. Desperate for clarity, Xie Hongchen begs to know the full meaning of the deadly sacrifice the master mentioned.
A whoosh sounding carries Mu Qingyi away as he realizes they are too late, fearing that Chu Yinli has already gone to kill Juyu. A crackle sounding underscores the tension as Xie Hongchen is left behind while the master races toward the cliffside.
Chu Yinli tells Jiyu that his long-standing tolerance has reached its limit, declaring their friendship over due to the betrayal regarding the forbidden area.
Jiyu challenges his senior brother's devotion, accusing him of defiling the master's legacy and preventing his body from resting in peace.
The black-haired man is startled to learn that his secret hiding place for the master's body was discovered a decade ago.
A roar sounding accompanies Chu Yinli's surge of dark power as he decides that Juyu's knowledge makes his death even more necessary.
A whoosh sounding follows as Juyu signals the end of their time together, apologizing to his brother as he triggers his final move. A boom sounding marks a massive explosion that fills the area with smoke, prompting a sudden realization of danger from the black-haired man. A whoosh sounding carries Mu Qingyi and Xie Hongchen to the scene, where the disciple reacts with shock to his master's arrival. Floating above the cliff, the master urgently demands to know the location of Jiyu.
A whoosh sounding follows Chu Yinli's violent attempt to strike Shi Hongchen, which the master blocks with a sudden strike sounding that leaves his disciple stunned.
Mu Qingyi insists they put aside accountability to focus on finding the seventh array eye and stopping the final extinction.
Pointing to a glowing mark on the ground, the master asks if this is the location Juyu described.
A gasp sounding escapes Mu Qingyi as he finds a discarded blade and blood, realizing the array eye on the ground is merely a fake.
The master demands answers about Jiyu's whereabouts, but his disciple can only report that the other man has completely vanished.
Mu Qingyi observes the blood and concludes that the real seventh array eye is actually engraved onto Jiyu's own body. Shi Hongchen asks for clarification on the sacrifice, struggling to accept the implication of his friend's certain death.
A snap sounding marks Chu Yinli's command for the subordinate to be quiet as he looms over him with a dark expression.
Mu Qingyi explains that Jiyu's voluntary sacrifice makes unraveling the array nearly impossible, urging them to reach Lingyu Palace to stop him.
The black-haired man realizes his lie about the master's body will soon be exposed.
Mu Qingyi warns of the total destruction if the god-extinguishing array remains active.
Desperate to maintain his secret, Chu Yinli begs his master to stay away.
Shi Hongchen stares in disbelief, questioning the true identity of the white-haired man.
Sensing imminent danger at the palace, the group prepares for a quick departure.
A whoosh sounding carries the white-haired master as he rushes to stop the disaster. A whoosh sounding follows the black-haired man as he panics about his next move. A whoosh sounding transitions the scene to the ethereal waters of the forbidden area.
Chu Ting mocks Jiyu's suicidal plan, questioning why he would destroy his respected master's legacy.
Determined to finish his mission, Jiyu prepares to sacrifice his life for the final array.
Chu Ting gloats over the unfolding chaos just as Mu Qingyi arrives to stop them.
Shock fills the white-haired man as he identifies the villain within the sacred forbidden grounds. A gasp sounding escapes Mu Qingyi as he spots his own original body floating nearby.
Jiyu apologizes for the activation, insisting the forbidden area must be destroyed immediately.
Mu Qingyi questions the motive behind such a drastic sacrifice for a place of memory.
Realizing his deception is revealed, Chu Yinli watches as Juyu refuses to back down.
Stepping forward, the white-haired man stuns the group by claiming his true identity as Mu Qingyi.
A gasp sounding accompanies Jiyu's realization as he stares at his former master. Chu Ting dismisses the claim as impossible, while Chu Yinli commands silence from the prisoner. A boom sounding marks the master's powerful strike as he suppresses the disrespectful prisoner.
Mu Qingyi warns the villain that his patience has run out regarding these constant interruptions.
A swoosh sounding signals the arrival of the two subordinates as they join the confrontation.
Grabbing his master, Chu Yinli tries to explain his desperate attempt to preserve the body.
Mu Qingyi vows to deal with his disciples' lies only after the immediate crisis is resolved. Watching the interaction, Shi Hongchen realizes that the master's presence changes everything for his friend. A cry sounding escapes the brown-haired man as he begs his friend to stop the sacrifice.
Juyu admits the array is irreversible, prompting a violent threat from his panicked senior brother.
The master intervenes, warning that killing the core now would only speed up the destruction.
Mu Qingyi offers a solution to stop the vitality supply, but Juyu remains focused on peace.
The white-haired man challenges his former student to finally recognize him through the disguise. A sigh sounding escapes the master as he reflects on the madness his death caused.
A chibi Mu Qingyi tells his disciple to shut up as he reminds Juyu that he taught him every array technique, explaining the philosophy that the positive and negative poles of a great array represent the thin line between good and evil.
Continuing the memory, the master explains that arrays are meant for the protection of the common people rather than selfish desires, a realization that finally makes Jiuyu recognize the truth. Mu Qingyi prepares to walk into the soul-attacking array to prove his true identity. He explains that the formation protecting his original body will never harm its own master. A swoosh sounding carries him into the energy field as everyone watches in pure shock. Witnessing the array's calm response, Jiuyu finally accepts that his master has truly returned. Chu Yinli reaches out in relief while Jiu stares in awe at the miracle before him. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, the black-haired man begins the process of cancellation. A boom sounding marks the collapse of the deadly red formation under Juyu's control. A crackle sounding follows as the energy dissipates and the immediate threat finally fades away. Chu Ting is bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the identity of the master. Driven by jealousy and madness, the gray-haired man lunges toward the newly revealed Mu Qingyi. A thud sounding signals Chu Yinli's decisive strike as he floors the attacking prisoner effortlessly. Mu Qingyi dismisses the villain as a madman, focusing all his attention back on Jiu. Shi Hongchen begs for mercy on his friend's behalf, taking full responsibility for the plan. Jiu stops his companion, admitting that the truth can no longer be hidden from anyone. Jiu recalls how Xianzun sacrificed his life to seal a demon 10 years ago, with Chu Yinli bringing the body back to the palace while ignoring all other affairs. He reflects on how the once immortal palace has since transformed into a feared demon palace. The black-haired man demands to know why Jiu would attempt to destroy the Forbidden Land, ordering him to stop talking nonsense and avoid other topics. A shout sounding from the master silences the bickering as they move toward final resolution. Jiui explains that the senior brother will only listen to the master's words, reflecting on how he has tirelessly followed Xianzun's final wish to protect the palace and the common people. The white-haired master looks on with a soft expression, murmuring the name of his loyal student. The black-haired man reveals that his senior brother was led astray by immortals, leaving him no choice but to spend 7 years planning the destruction of the Forbidden Area to break the dark obsession, even at the cost of his own life. Overcome with guilt, Jiu admits that he never imagined the master was still alive and nearly destroyed his original body, tearfully taking full responsibility for the chaos. Chu Yinli points an accusing finger at his junior brother, furious that Jiu intended to destroy everything related to the master just to shatter his hopes. Mu Qingyi calls out to his disciple as the tension between the two brothers reaches a breaking point. Proclaiming that the master is his entire world, Chu Yinli threatens to kill anyone who threatens the legacy, but a sudden shout sounding from Xie Hongchen offers a desperate sacrifice in Jiuyu's place. The brown-haired subordinate begs for mercy for his friend, claiming he was merely a tool in the plan, while Jiu insists that he acted of his own free will. Scornful of their mutual loyalty, the black-haired man prepares to strike them both down, declaring that they should die together. A snap sounding accompanies Mu Qingyi's intervention as he blocks the lethal blow with his own power, sternly questioning his disciple's intent to kill. A boom sounding echoes through the valley as the master's energy suppresses the violent conflict. Floating with a look of disappointment, Mu Qingyi scolds both men for their reckless haste to either kill or die, leaving the disciples stunned into silence by a sharp shout sounding. In a moment of frustration, the master dismisses the excuses, while Chu Yinli continues to complain about the threat to the original body, until he is silenced by a reminder of his own disrespect. Mu Qingyi confronts his disciple about the true rebellion, which was hiding the original body and maintaining a long-running deception. Turning his focus to the other student, the master questions why such a brilliant strategist would use his skills for destruction rather than assuming leadership of the palace.
Admitting his failure, Jiyu bows his head in shame as Xie Hongchen observes the incredible influence the master holds over these powerful, now obedient men. Deciding to end the confrontation for now, Mu Qingyi notes that a catastrophe was avoided and urges his injured student to go and heal.
Chu Yinli is aghast at the perceived leniency, but a cold glare from the master quickly humbles him into a stuttering silence. Expressing deep gratitude, Xie Hongchen prepares to escort the weary Jiyu away from the battlefield. A growl sounding escapes the black-haired man as he glares at the subordinate who is taking his brother away.
Mu Qingyi demands to know why the disciple is still focused on violence, forcing a panicked Chu Yinli to feign submission and beg for forgiveness. As Xie Hongchen reflects on the master's absolute authority, the gray-haired villain mocks the peaceful resolution, seething with resentment over his own downfall.
Driven by spite, Chu Ting vows that he will take Mu Qingyi down with him by destroying the sacred Forbidden Grounds. The group turns to witness the final, desperate ravings of the prisoner as he prepares a suicidal move.
Chu Yinli charges forward to end the threat, but the villain merely laughs, revealing that his end is already certain and imminent.
A crackle sounding underscores the dark energy as Chu Ting initiates a soul-burning technique to trigger a massive explosion. A roar sounding escapes the villain as the destructive energy begins to consume his physical form.
Realizing the grave danger, Mu Qingyi identifies the forbidden fire and warns that the self-destruction will level everything in the area.
A whoosh sounding carries the black-haired man toward the center of the energy in a desperate attempt to stop the blast.
A boom sounding signals the collision of massive powers as the valley begins to tear apart. Amidst the swirling chaos, the master's original body remains suspended in the eye of the storm.
Watching from the sidelines, Jiyu realizes that the protective formation is failing and fears that the original body will be incinerated by the clashing forces.
A cry sounding escapes Xie Hongchen as he sees his friend rush headlong into the danger.
Mu Qingyi stands firm against the onslaught, his white robes billowing in the intense energy winds.
Panic fills the black-haired man as he realizes the imminent threat to the master's legacy, while a shout sounding marks his frantic attempt to intervene. Mu Qingyi tells his disciples to remain focused, assuring them that he will handle the unfolding disaster himself. Chanting a powerful incantation about the world-swaying waters, the master begins to manifest a massive counterforce. A whoosh sounding carries a tidal wave of pure energy upward to swallow the destructive flames of the underworld.
A roar sounding follows the formation of a giant water phoenix that crashes into the villain's explosion, suppressing the catastrophe with absolute power. Jiyu catches his master as the immense strain of the technique begins to take its toll on the white-haired man's current form.
A sigh sounding escapes Mu Qingyi as he realizes his current physical vessel is beginning to fracture under the weight of his vast soul. Hiding his suffering, the master assures his worried disciple that he is fine, deciding to keep the news of his breaking body a secret for now.
Suspicious of the master's hidden pain, Chu Yinli insists on checking for injuries, refusing to let the matter go.
As the energy fades, Mu Qingyi dismisses the defeated Chu Ting, telling him that his obsession has led only to his own destruction.
With his final breath, the villain spits a bitter curse upon the master's future, as a shout sounding from the disciples marks the end of his life.
A crackle sounding accompanies the red energy that begins to tear at the dying man's soul. A scream sounding punctuates Chu Ting's descent into a dark, bloody abyss as he is dragged away by an unknown force.
Looking into the dark fissure, Xie Hongchen and Jiyu wonder what could possibly exist beneath the earth to pull a soul down so violently. Sternly warning them to stay back, the master stares into the darkness with a look of profound concern.
Mu Qingyi reveals the terrifying truth.
identifying the abyss as the birthplace of monsters.
A narration describes the abyss of GU as an entirely separate world.
Monsters from the abyss seek to conquer the human world, using teleportation eyes to bypass barriers. Mu Qingyi recalls his past sacrifice to destroy these eyes and keep the world safe. The master wonders if history will repeat itself, but Chu Yinli vows to prevent another sacrifice. Realizing the threat is ahead of schedule, Mu Qingyi orders a search for hidden monsters. A splash sounding follows as the master uses water energy to seal the teleportation eye. A rumble sounding echoes as the master's powerful technique fills the rift with heavy boulders. The disciples begin to bicker again over who should safeguard the master's vulnerable original body. Annoyed by their petty fighting, the master decrees that no one shall touch his body. Mu Qingyi finds it outrageous that his students are still squabbling over his remains. Both disciples are stunned into silence by the master's sudden and sharp display of authority. Mu Qingyi orders Xie Hongchen to take the injured Jiyu away so he can rest. Turning a cold shoulder, the master forbids the black-haired man from following him any further. Jiyu mocks his brother's predicament, pointing out that his deceit was bound to be discovered. Panic seizes Chu Yinli as he fears the master is planning to leave the palace forever. Watching from afar, Jiyu notes his senior brother's uncharacteristic vulnerability and fear of loss. Shi Hongchen observes that men in love are often willing to abandon their pride and freedom. A whoosh sounding marks the master's weary entry into his private quarters to seek some peace. Alone, Mu Qingyi realizes the immense effort of sealing the rift is causing his body to fail.
Seething with anger, the master reflects on Chu Yinli's long-running deception regarding his original body.
A swoosh sounding signals Chu Yinli's sudden arrival, desperately asking if the master is still angry.
The master remains firm, demanding that his disciple leave his presence and stop following him.
A thud sounding accompanies Chu Yinli's desperate grasp as he refuses to be ignored any longer.
The black-haired man fearfully questions if the master truly intends to pack his bags and leave.
Looking surprised by the accusation, Mu Qingyi denies having any plans to abandon the palace. Chu Yinli confesses that his fear of being abandoned drove him to hide the original body. A gasp sounding follows a sudden, forceful kiss as Chu Yinli demands an explanation for the bags. Pinning the master down, the black-haired man asks if he intended to live somewhere else alone. A gagging sound follows as Chu Yinli stuffs a cloth into the master's mouth to silence him. A hum sounding marks the activation of a confinement array as Chu Yinli discards his mercy. A muffled cry sounding escapes the gagged master as he is restrained by unbreakable ice chains. A clink sounding marks the finality of the master's imprisonment within his own disciple's room. Mu Qingyi is horrified to realize the extent of the secret preparations his student had made. A muffled groan sounding follows as Chu Yinli admits he doesn't care if his master hates him. The black-haired man stares down at his captive, repeating his vow to never let him leave. While the master remains gagged, the weeping disciple is mocked for his hypocritical display of tears. A clink sounding follows as Chu Yinli pulls the chain taut, demanding silence from the master. Leaning in close, the black-haired man mockingly asks if his master truly feels nothing at all. Chu Yinli smiles coldly, noting that his master is proving to be unexpectedly tough to break. A clatter sounding precedes a dark offer of help as the disciple looms over his gagged master. The master's eyes widen in terror as the man pulls him closer with a possessive grip. A clatter sounding underscores the master's internal fury as he labels his disciple a total bastard. A gasp sounding accompanies the man's intimate whisper as he repeatedly murmurs the master's name.
Tears of frustration and fear stream down the master's face as he remains helplessly gagged.
Chu Yinli carefully wipes away the tears with a cloth.
his expression devoid of any remorse.
A muffled sound escapes the master as his disciple tells him that now is the time to shout.
A rustle sounding follows as Chu Yinli removes his outer robe, intent on claiming his master completely. A clatter sounding follows as he pins the master's arms, warning him to save his strength.
Chu Yinli gazes down with an intense, dark obsession as his master lies trapped beneath him.
Looming over his master, Chu Yinli gazes down with a dark and possessive intensity.
A gasp sounding follows as the black-haired man notices glowing blue cracks on the master's wrist, while Ji Yu asks why there are scars on his arm. Panicked, Chu Yinli asks if his recent forceful actions are the reason for the master's injuries.
After a cough sounding, Mu Qingyi explains the damage was caused by the immense energy drain from the forbidden area, not the disciple.
Desperate to help, Chu Yinli insists on checking the master's entire body for more cracks beyond his arms.
Remaining stern, Mu Qingyi tells the man there are no other injuries and demands the chains be removed.
Submitting to the order, Chu Yinli promises to listen while begging the master to stay out of trouble.
Mu Qingyi scolds the man, mocking his sudden obedience after he just rebelliously imprisoned and chained his own teacher.
The black-haired man apologizes, confessing his fear of abandonment, but admitting he would rather let the master go than see him die.
Mu Qingyi reveals he never intended to leave the palace, only to pack his things and move back to his original quarters.
Chu Yinli stares in stunned silence as he realizes he completely misunderstood the master's intentions. Showing the bracelet on his wrist, Mu Qingyi points out he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, noting that the disciple never gave him a chance to explain.
A clink sounding follows as the master holds the chains, scolding his apprentice for mastering the art of deception over respect for his teacher.
Clinging to the master's waist, the black-haired man begs for forgiveness and blames his inexcusable behavior on his overwhelming obsession. Rebuffing the apology, Mu Qingyi pushes the man away and declares that being enchanted is no excuse for being unscrupulous before departing for his own palace.
Chu Yinli chases after him, frantically asking how the master plans to fix his fracturing physical body. A thud sounding signals the master slamming the door as he insists on handling the matter alone, leaving a worried disciple behind.
Chu Yinli realizes he must find a way to return the master to his original body and decides to seek Ju Yu's assistance.
A creak sounding marks the master's return to his room as he reflects on his apprentice's betrayal, while a voice calls his name from afar.
Watching the shadows, Mu Qingyi realizes that while he would kill anyone else for such behavior, he cannot even bring himself to scold Chu Yinli.
Resting his head in his hand, the master wonders if his extreme tolerance is simply because the man is his student.
Recalling their intimate moments, Mu Qingyi realizes he only feels comfortable with Chu Yinli, though he quickly tries to dismiss the thought as overthinking. In a moment of quiet dread, the master worries that admitting his feelings would only make the already dangerous apprentice even more bold.
Looking at the glowing fissures on his arm, Mu Qingyi decides to attempt a self-healing technique to avoid worrying his disciple. A hum sounding accompanies the master's focus as he channels his internal energy to stabilize his failing form. A splat sounding follows as the master vomits blood, his body violently rejecting the strain of the high-level technique. Wiping his mouth, Mu Qingyi realizes he can no longer use his powers without accelerating his collapse, leaving him with only 6 months to live.
Undressing to inspect the damage, the master finds several glowing red marks and cracks spreading across his chest. Shaking with frustration, a fuming chibi master curses the villainous disciple who caused him so much grief. A bang sounding echoes as Ji Yu bursts into the room, reporting that he heard from the senior brother that the master was injured. The room falls into a stunned silence as the master and his disciples find themselves in an incredibly awkward and compromising situation.
Tears well in Jiyu's eyes as he asks if the master has been taken advantage of by someone. Covering the boy's eyes, Xie Hongchen tells him to stop talking nonsense and insists that no one would dare underestimate the first immortal. Noticing the marks on the master's chest, Xie Hongchen wonders if they were made by the senior brother, while Chu Yinli demands to know what he's looking at.
Jiuyu suspiciously asks his senior brother if he did something to the master, while Shi Hongchen playfully claims they didn't see anything.
Covering himself, Mu Qingyi dismissively claims he was just bitten by some dogs and asks why they have all gathered in his palace. Juyu warns the master that his current vessel cannot contain his divine soul and fears he will soon cease to exist entirely. Chu Yinli insists that the master must return to his original body, but Mu Qingyi admits he doesn't know how his soul was resurrected or how to reverse it.
Surprised by the admission, the black-haired man asks if the master truly has no knowledge of the process.
Chu Yinli produces the Soul Resurrection Book, believing it holds the key to returning the master to his true form. A crackle sounding underscores the dark energy as Mu Qingyi opens the book and immediately senses that something is terribly wrong with it. The master reveals that the book's methods can only protect a physical body from decay, and that the promised soul reinstatement is complete nonsense. A cough sounding accompanies Chu Yinli's confession that he robbed the book from the Qianyuan sect out of a desperate desire to save the master. Shi Hongchen connects the Qianyuan sect to the soul-eroding monsters that attacked him, realizing the entire organization is a grave threat. Mu Qingyi deduces that the book was likely a deliberate trap set by monsters to ensure his original body remained perfectly preserved for their own use. A whoosh sounding carries the book through the air as the master realizes the monsters intend to occupy his original body. The group stares in collective horror as the true, sinister purpose of the forbidden book is finally revealed. Seething with rage, Chu Yinli vows to personally destroy the Qianyuan sect for their attempted desecration of his master. Mu Qingyi warns him to stay calm, noting that a groundless attack would only bring more guilt and shame upon their palace. After his disciple offers a whimpering master plea, Mu Qingyi sighs and tells them to follow him to the Forbidden Land to find a solution.
A swish sounding follows as Mu Qingyi leads his group to the edge of the forbidden waters where his physical form lies.
Chu Yinli asks for clarification as the master proposes letting monsters occupy his original body as a trap. Despite the disciples' concerns about his physical form, Mu Qingyi explains that deceiving the monster's soul technique is his path home. After a cough sounding, the master nearly collapses, prompting his concerned disciple to catch him. Mu Qingyi admits he must conserve his soul energy and orders Juyu to set a teleportation trap on his original body.
A sow sounding accompanies the master's explanation of the secret realm where the monster will be trapped.
Chu Yinli objects to the plan's danger, but Mu Qingyi reassures him the monster needs the body's status to succeed. The black-haired man asks if the monsters can truly be expelled once the secret technique is obtained. Mu Qingyi gazes down at his former self, declaring that he will not tolerate a monster's presence for long. Juyu submits to the plan, expressing his unwavering belief that the master is never wrong. A chibi Xie Hongchen cheers happily, declaring that he will follow whatever orders are given.
Chu Yinli is frustrated by the brainless loyalty of his peers as the group waits for the bait to be taken.
A suff sounding marks a moment of quiet focus as Mu Qingyi prepares for the coming deception. A whoosh sounding precedes a pop sounding as a demon man meets a female spirit in a dark cavern. The female demon reports that the master's soul still exists and conveys orders to eliminate him immediately. The man expresses frustration at the difficulty, while the woman plots to steal Mu Qingyi's body for its beauty.
A pop sounding underscores the man's warning that invading the body will put her in the path of a lunatic disciple.
Boasting of her irresistibility, the female demon vows to charm everyone at the palace into obedience. The man tells the demon to suppress her feminine habits, reminding her that Mu Qingyi would never act like a girl. The demons anticipate their race's victory once they have successfully infiltrated the human world through the immortal's status. A breathe sounding accompanies the demon man's smug gaze as he looks toward the trapped physical body. A suff sounding carries the female demon's spirit into the forbidden area as she navigates the dense security. Reaching the target, the demon prepares to occupy the vacant original body of the master. A dark energy swirls around the physical form as the monster successfully integrates into its new vessel. A snap sounding marks the moment the possessed body's eyes fly open with a sinister red glow. Rising from the water, the demon admires the unparalleled appearance of the immortal venerable she now inhabits. The vain creature gazes at her reflection, fully enamored with the beauty of the stolen form. Unaware of the trap, the demon decides she must locate and attack Chu Yinli to maintain her disguise. A splash sounding precedes a sudden glow as a teleportation formation activates beneath the demon's feet. A snap sounding echoes as the confused monster is instantly whisked away from the forbidden land. Back at the palace, Mu Qingyi calmly observes the activation, noting that the monster has taken the bait. The master explains to his alerted disciples that the possessed body has been sent to the inescapable secret realm.
Chu Yinli urges the group to hurry into the realm to confront the intruder immediately.
A soft sounding follows as Mu Qingyi establishes strict rules for their acting to avoid making the monster suspicious.
Chu Yinli is offended that his master doubts his acting ability, insisting that he can play his part perfectly.
Jiu Yu scolds his senior brother for his possessive grip, warning that such behavior would immediately expose them. Glaring at his comrade, the black-haired man acknowledges the instruction with a sharp retort.
Jiu Yu prepares the formation, confirming that they are ready to enter the realm of eternal night.
A swish sounding carries the group toward the teleport as Jiu Yu warns Chu Yinli to control his aggression. Losing his temper, the black-haired man threatens to kick his fellow disciple out of the palace if he speaks again. Jiu Yu offers a half-hearted apology, privately hoping the master can keep the volatile disciple in check. A sow sounding fills the dark woods as the demon wanders through the realm, unable to find an exit. A pop sounding marks the demon's growing panic as she wonders if she has fallen into a trap, only for a voice to call out. Appearing from the shadows, Jiu feigns concern as he asks if the resurrected master remembers him. A snap sounding accompanies the demon's shock as she realizes she is suddenly surrounded by the palace's disciples. The demon is momentarily paralyzed, recognizing the three powerful men who have suddenly appeared. A sow sounding marks the monster's curiosity as she notices a strange man standing among the familiar faces. Internally, Chu Yinli seethes with a murderous desire to tear the disgusting monster out of his master's body. Mu Qingyi whispers a stern warning to his disciple to suppress his aura and play his part to deceive the monster. Forcing a hypocritical smile, Chu Yinli claims he missed his master deeply as the demon prepares to play along. Chu Yinli whispers his agreement, his golden eyes narrowed with a dark intensity. Shi Hongchen finds the monsters acting greasy, while Ji Yu notes its skills are as poor as the master's. Mu Qingyi insists they must play along despite the monster's behavior until a sudden gasp sounding marks an encounter. The possessed master asks who the white-haired stranger is, claiming she has never seen him before.
Chu Yinli introduces the stranger as the master's subordinate, Mu Yi, while Mu Qingyi watches silently.
The confused monster asks where she is and why she has been brought to this place.
Ju explains the teleportation trap and asks if the master has forgotten creating this realm. Claiming she just slept too long, the monster praises the disciples for being wary of intruders.
Chu Yinli vows to personally kill any treacherous monsters, then asks how the master woke up. The panicked monster realizes she must maintain her disguise or face the black-haired man's murderous intent. Juyu suggests the master was awakened by the Wan Soul art, noting the master's expertise in the technique.
A sudden "oh" sounding escapes the monster as she realizes they know about the secret demon art.
Chu Yinli asks why the master is acting so shocked about a technique he supposedly taught them. As the group confirms their knowledge, the female demon spirit panics over her clan's secret being leaked. A roar sounding echoes as the demon resolves to inform her clan of this dangerous betrayal. A whoosh sounding alerts the group as Chu Yinli and Mu Qingyi sense something approaching from the woods. A roar sounding precedes the arrival of night spirit beasts, which Mu Qingyi identifies as common predators. Chu Yinli tells his master's soul to stay back, insisting the disciples handle the dangerous beasts.
The monster wonders why the black-haired man is so nervous about protecting a mere subordinate.
Juyu asks the master to demonstrate her strength by cleaning up the beasts in the area.
The disciples step back, eager to see their master's performance as she faces the oncoming monsters.
Juyu asks for a show of talent while a chibi Xie Hongchen cheers for the master. Reluctantly agreeing to the test, the possessed master prepares to strike down the spirit beasts. A bang sounding, followed by a crash sounding, marks the demon's struggle as she fights the creatures. Mu Qingyi asks if they are using the monster for labor, and Juyu happily confirms the plan. Juyu notes the monster's low intelligence, while Mu Qingyi suggests using her to deceive the demon race. The pair decide to leak fake news to the monster to disrupt the demon clan's internal hierarchy. Shi Hongchen warns Chu Yinli that Juyu is acting more like a favorite disciple than him. Mu Qingyi praises Juyu as the smartest and calmest member of the palace, ensuring his complete trust. A squeeze sounding precedes a whoosh sounding as a jealous chibi Chu Yinli forces himself between them. Chu Yinli aggressively demands to know why he is being excluded from his master's private conversations. Juyu tells him to lower his voice and reveals the master just gave him high praise. A thud sounding follows another thud sounding as the two disciples begin a comical chibi brawl. A thump sounding marks the ongoing fight as Xie Hongchen tries to stop the violent behavior. Watching the childish behavior, the possessed master wonders if all the people at the palace are insane. A slash sounding marks the end of the battle as the monster finishes off the spirit beasts. An ugh sounding carries the monster's complaints about being forced to fight her own kind's beasts. The monster stops to watch the disciples fighting, her expression one of utter disbelief and confusion. A woe sounding from Xie Hongchen celebrates the master's power as the spirit beasts fall dead. Mu Qingyi asks about the fight, and Juyu claims it is just their way of expressing friendship. Taken in by the lie, the bewildered monster asks if she should join their friendship battle. Juyu claims he previously doubted the master's identity, but is now convinced by her impressive strength. Feeling smug about her success, the monster boasts that her intelligence has remained hidden from the humans. A sizzle sounding fills the air as the group gathers around a campfire to roast meat. Driven by hunger, the possessed master prepares to eat the half-cooked meat from the spirit beast. Jiu stops her, reminding the monster that the real master is a perfectionist with superb cooking skills. The group stares in silent suspicion at the master who tried to eat raw, unseasoned meat. Frantically backpedaling, the monster claims she was only planning to roast the meat for much longer. The chibi disciples look delighted as they wait for the master to demonstrate her legendary cooking. A sizzle sounding accompanies the demon spirit's frustration as she is forced to cook for her enemies.
Mu Qingyi notes that his disciples are quite skilled at talking nonsense as he watches the trap for the monster unfold.
A swish sounding accompanies a chibi Chu Yinli as he offers the most tender meat to the subordinate master Mu Yi.
The black-haired man aggressively tries to feed his master, even offering to remove all the bone spurs personally.
Juyu looks at his senior brother with a sweat-dropping expression of pure bewilderment.
A snap sounding marks Chu Yinli's irritation as he tells the others to shut up while he cares for Mu Yi. A slice sounding follows another slice sounding in a chibi scene, while Xie Hongchen offers snacks to the other disciples. Holding a pile of meat, Mu Yi instructs the group to trick the monster first before deciding on their next move. A crunch sounding echoes as the possessed master watches in jealous confusion, wondering why the others are favoring a mere subordinate. A thud sounding precedes a chibi scene where the black-haired man lovingly feeds his master as if no one else exists.
Mu Yi pushes the food away, insisting they focus on business before the monster returns from the woods.
Jiui and Xie Hongchen discuss the importance of the Wan Soul art to ensure the master can return to his original body. Chu Yinli agrees to follow orders as the master instructs Xie Hongchen to play the sympathetic role to gain the monster's trust.
Mu Yi adds that Yin Li and Juyu must play the villains to pressure the intruder into making a mistake.
The black-haired man begins his performance, loudly questioning the master's knowledge of the hidden Juyu eye locations.
The chibi disciples look on in shock, thinking their senior brother is overacting his part far too much.
An alas sounding escapes Mu Yi as he realizes Chu Yinli is making the monster suspicious with his exaggerated aggression. The master and disciple share a tense look, worrying that the plan might fail if the monster doesn't take the bait. Internally, the possessed master wonders how these humans could possibly know the secret locations of her clan's eyes. Mu Yi claims that the Qianyuan sect also houses one of the hidden eyes, further shocking the listening monster. The white-haired master notes it is too dangerous to discuss more locations while monsters might be eavesdropping on them. A gasp sounding follows a snap sounding as the monster realizes the humans truly possess the secrets of the demon race. Terrified, the monster resolves to inform the elders, while Mu Yi politely asks the Venerable to prove her true identity. A ping sounding accompanies the monster's panic as she realizes she knows nothing about the real master's past life. Mu Yi offers a chillingly calm look, stating that proving her identity is actually a very simple matter. A breathe sounding fills the air as the chibi group watches Mu Yi tell the intruder to simply name the Wansel art. The monster is paralyzed by the request, knowing that naming the art is forbidden for any member of her race. Mu Yi explains that while monsters are bound by soul contracts, the real human master would have no such restriction. The white-haired subordinate asks if the lack of speech means the Venerable is actually a disguised monster. A ping sounding marks the monster's desperate attempts to stall for time as her cover begins to crumble. Juyu warns the intruder that if she cannot prove herself, she will never leave this secret realm alive. Chu Yinli brandishes his dark energy, threatening to personally tear the monster's soul into pieces if it is a fake. The chibi monster screams in fear, cursing the disciples for turning into murderous lunatics so suddenly. Xie Hongchen suddenly steps in front of the others, pretending to defend the monster's honor against his brothers.
The brown-haired man argues that a monster wouldn't have been helpful or cooked for them, making the intruder feel safe.
Feeling smug, the monster thinks she has successfully tricked the stupid Xie Hongchen into being her ally. Xie Hongchen urges the master to state the art's name to silence the others, putting the monster back in a trap. Claiming exhaustion, the monster announces she will rest alone and provide the proof after she has recovered. As the monster retreats, Jiyu asks if it was wise to let the intruder leave their sight. Mu Yi smiles knowingly, predicting the monster is running off to find a way to break her clan's soul contract. Chu Yinli asks for feedback on his acting,
but his master notes that he was simply showing his true personality. The black-haired man pouts, asking for the same level of praise the master usually gives to Jiuyu. Shi Hongchen mocks his brother's acting, claiming he can never compare to the master's favorite student. Chu Yinli gets defensive, but Mu Yi tells him to be more mature and stop acting like a spoiled child. Leaning in close, the black-haired man asks if the master still considers him a child after everything they have shared. Chu Yinli grips his master's chin, reminding him that their very souls have already been blended together.
A breathe sounding accompanies a peaceful view of the white flowers as the tension between the two men grows.
The chibi disciples are horrified by the scandalous claim, while the master pushes his disciple's face away in embarrassment. A chuckle sounding escapes Xie Hongchen as he tells the master there is no need for further explanations.
The brown-haired man drags Jiyui away, suggesting they leave the two alone to cultivate their feelings in private.
Mu Yi stands alone with his disciple, utterly speechless at the chaotic behavior of his supposedly loyal followers. The black-haired man leans in close to his master, suggestively asking if they should continue their private moment.
A push sounding precedes Mu Yi's demand for space as Chu Yinli mentions a past intimate night spent in bed together.
Utterly bewildered, the white-haired master stares in shock, questioning what bed his disciple is referring to.
A flashback shows the black-haired man pinning down a gagged Mu Yi in a compromising and intimate position.
Returning to the present, Chu Yinli curiously asks how the master felt during that specific time they shared.
The black-haired man continues his teasing, asking if the master felt anger or disgust during their previous encounter.
He suggests that the master was actually happy, causing the white-haired man to look away in flustered silence. Mu Yi claims he doesn't understand, but Chu Yinli grips his chin, noting that his face is clearly blushing. Scolding the rebellious son, Mu Yi is silenced when Chu Yinli admits he is happy to finally touch his fairy. Chu Yinli boasts about pulling his master down from the sky, while Mu Yi asks when he began having these feelings. Embracing him, the black-haired man admits he has liked his master for a very long time. Chu Yinli insists he wants the master back in his original body so he can finally eat him completely. A thud sounding follows as a chibi Mu Yi is stunned before angrily sending his disciple away to reflect by a tree.
Pouting, the master storms off as Chu Yinli wonders why he was rejected after their relationship seemed to soften.
From the shadows, the other disciples watch the encounter, with Xie Hongchen asking how their private chat went. Standing alone, Chu Yinli is questioned by Shi Hongchen about the master's sudden and angry disappearance. A chibi Chu Yinli bragged about his superior relationship after Juyu asks if he made the master angry again. The brown-haired man tries to soothe his brother's ego while the master watches the group from a distance. A snap sounding precedes a chibi scene where the disciples watch the possessed master sit down in a huff by a tree. Juyu is confused, wondering if Chu Yinli's reflection is actually a secret punishment from the Xianzun. In a private corner of the woods, the white-haired master fumes over the lawless and rebellious behavior of his favorite disciple. A snap sounding accompanies Mu Yi's resolve to never be soft-hearted toward that rebel again. Chibi Mu Yi trembles in fear, imagining a monstrous Chu Yinli preparing to eat him whole. The white-haired master's attention is caught by the voice of the monster contacting someone in secret. Mu Yi hides behind a tree, watching the possessed master communicate with a dark, shadowy demon figure. The dark figure, Elder Hao King, warns that the humans may be attempting to trick the monster into revealing the Wan Soul art. The monster boasts that she has the palace humans fooled and asks for the contract to be unblocked immediately. She urgently warns the elder that the demon clan's hidden Juyu eyes have all been exposed to the enemy. Elder Hao King is shocked and skeptical,
asking how a human could possibly be that powerful or well-informed.
The monster claims the humans are weak and already possess the demon race's secret arts anyway.
The elder agrees to help, but insists the monster launch a soul attack to verify the human's true strength.
Relieved to have the art back, the monster resolves to save her race by testing the technique on a human.
She surveys the camp, deciding that Chu Yinli and the other 2 senior disciples are far too dangerous to target. The monster suddenly remembers the weakest member of the group, a mere subordinate named Mu Yi. She chooses her target just as the white-haired Mu Yi appears and asks if she was calling for him. Suspicious of the timing, the monster asks when he arrived and if he happened to overhear her secret conversation. Mu Yi lies about his arrival, while the monster secretly prepares to attack his spirit with the Wan Soul art. A whoosh sounding accompanies the 2 as they walk, with the monster trailing behind to prepare her strike.
A roar sounding marks the summoning of a dark skeletal spirit as the monster unleashes her soul attack.
Mu Yi mocks the weak attempt, questioning why a mere monster thinks she can attack his soul.
A hum sounding follows as a massive surge of golden divine energy erupts from the white-haired man.
A bang sounding echoes as the monster's soul attack is shattered, sending her flying backward in defeat. Mu Yi mockingly asks the coughing Xianzun why she is suddenly vomiting blood on the ground. Terrified, the monster realizes even the weakest human is monstrously powerful and regrets ignoring her elder's warnings. Mu Yi suggests they return to the palace since the master is clearly too sick to continue.
A swish sounding accompanies the monster's desperate, sudden attempt to strike back at the subordinate.
Fearing that fighting back will reveal his true identity, Mu Yi decides to suppress his divine strength. A swish sounding follows as Mu Yi lets his energy dissipate to maintain his cover as a weak subordinate.
A whoosh sounding precedes Mu Yi's transformation into a small, fluffy, white night spirit beast cub.
The monster laughs gleefully, holding the tiny cub as she takes petty revenge for her lost skewers.
The chibi monster holding the cub is frustrated by its uncontrollable behavior while the cub thinks about the sudden transformation. The white-haired master resolves to vent her anger on the subordinate cub, considering him nothing more than cannon fodder. Chu Yinli suddenly appears and questions the Venerable about her presence, catching the monster completely off guard.
Fearing exposure, the monster claims she was just inspecting a night spirit beast cub she happened to find.
A suspicious Chu Yinli asks for Mu Yi's location, noting that the subordinate was just walking in her direction. The white-haired master blatantly lies about seeing the subordinate, unaware that the cub in her arms is Mu Yi. Chu Yinli is certain the monster is lying and worries that she might have attacked his master while his body is weak.
A quick snap sounding follows as the cub leaps from the monster's arms into Chu Yinli's grasp, leaving the intruder panicked.
A roar sounding echoes as Chu Yinli inspects the night beast cub, sensing something unusual about the creature.
A roar sounding accompanies the cub as he telepathically identifies himself to Chu Yinli, who is stunned to realize it is his master. The cub proves his identity by showing the flower bracelet on his paw, leaving Chu Yinli shocked by his master's new form. Mu Yi explains he used magic to transform and urges his disciple to play along to trick the monster into revealing the Wan Soul art. A chibi Chu Yinli is overwhelmed by how cute his master looks as a fluffy night beast cub while he holds him close. A sigh sounding escapes the white-haired master as she wonders why Chu Yinli would ever lose his temper over a mere subordinate. An ah sounding fills the air as the monster suggests killing the cub and roasting it for food, unaware of the cub's true identity. An ah sounding marks the master's telepathic attempt to calm his disciple so they can still obtain the secret art.
Chibi Chu Yinli apologizes for his reflex, while the master in the white-haired body watches his strange behavior in confusion. A hum sounding follows as Chu Yinli claims the cub is too cute to kill and insists on raising it as a pet.
The monster is deeply confused by the idea of the cold-hearted Chu Yinli wanting to raise a pet and curses her luck.
Chu Yinli tells his master that his presence keeps him from turning into a demon, while Mu Yi feels responsible for his condition. The monster plans to exploit Chu Yinli's deep feelings for his master to eventually turn him into a demon. Chu Yinli urges the group to regroup with his brothers while privately resolving to kill the monster once the secret art is revealed.
The monster believes Mu Yi is trapped in the beast's body and cannot reveal her identity, deciding to let him live for now.
A step sounding marks the arrival of the group at the campsite where the other disciples are waiting.
Jiu Yu asks where Mu Yi has gone and wonders why his brother and the master have returned so soon.
A roar sounding accompanies Jiyu's surprise as he spots the fluffy night spirit beast cub in Chu Yinli's arms. Chu Yinli tells his brothers that the master was afflicted by a monster's spell that turned him into a spirit beast.
Jiu is captivated by how cute the furry master looks and asks if he can hold the cub for a while.
Chu Yinli aggressively rejects Jiyu's request, claiming that only he is allowed to hold his precious master. A slap sounding marks Chu Yinli's violent protective streak as he hugs the cub tightly and warns the others to stay away. A slap sounding occurs as the cub strikes Chu Yinli, telepathically commanding him to focus on getting the Wan Soul art.
An ah sounding follows as a chibi Chu Yinli agrees to behave while the other disciples watch the exchange.
The monster is bewildered by the sudden kindness the disciples are showing toward the cub after they had previously eaten the same species. Shi Hongchen asks the monster to state the Wan Soul art to prove her identity and convince the others once and for all. The monster asks if they will truly believe her identity after she speaks, and the disciples confirm that they will no longer doubt her. The white-haired master confidently agrees to demonstrate her determination and prove she is the real Venerable.
The hum sounding precedes a whoosh sounding as the monster releases a massive wave of golden energy and spiritual characters.
The three disciples watch in stunned silence as the monster inadvertently reveals the secret technique they were seeking. The monster recites the secrets of the art, explaining how the soul is transformed into 10,000 strands to counteract the mysteries of heaven.
The cub successfully learns the technique while the monster asks if she has finally proven her identity so they can leave. Chu Yinli offers a chilling smile, stating that while they are leaving, the monster certainly isn't coming with them. A whoosh sounding follows as Ju Yu suddenly restrains the intruder while Chu Yinli announces their departure.
The terrified monster demands to be released, calling out to Xie Hongchen for help as her brothers turn against her.
Shi Hongchen reveals he was always on the side of the real master, while Chu Yinli asks the cub if he can transform back now.
A roar sounding accompanies a swirl of spiritual water energy as the cub prepares to reclaim his true form.
A whoosh sounding marks the return of the elegant white-haired master as he stands tall in a flash of light.
The intruder is paralyzed with shock, staring at the real master while wondering how the subordinate Mu Yi could be the same person.
Mu Yi mocks the monster's blindness while Chu Yinli laughs, revealing that they have been lying to her from the very beginning.
The intruder realizes she has been completely outplayed as the humans prepare to reclaim the master's body. The white-haired master commands the monster to vacate his original form now that her ruse is over. Desperately refusing to lose, the monster prepares a final strike as a hum sounding fills the air. A massive explosion of spiritual light erupts, forcing the disciples to shield their eyes from the blinding clash. Chu Yinli watches the brilliant golden orb with intense worry, fearing for his master's safety during the exorcism.
Jiui reassures his brother, confident that no monster can stand against the true power of their venerable master.
While Chu Yinli worries about potential injury, Xie Hongchen observes the deep protective bond between the two.
A bang sounding marks the monster's soul being violently expelled, though she screams a final vow of revenge. Chu Yinli swiftly traps the fleeing soul in a golden cage, ignoring the monster's furious, muffled screams. The elegant master stands victorious as the golden energy dissipates, his white hair flowing in the gentle breeze. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Yinli can only stare at the man he thought he had lost forever.
A soft smile touches the master's lips as he calls out to his most devoted disciple by name.
The master descends from the air, announcing his return as Chu Yinli reaches up to welcome him home.
A soft swish sounding accompanies their embrace as Chu Yinli pulls his master close, holding him with desperate relief.
The master reassures the trembling man, promising that he will never leave his side again.
Jiu Yu and Xie Hongchen watch the tender moment from a distance, feeling a mixture of relief and awkwardness.
Shi Hongchen stops Ji Yu from interrupting the reunion, warning him that he might get beaten for interfering. Chu Yinli checks his master for any signs of pain, but the white-haired man assures him he is fine.
He explains that while he is unhurt, his soul is naturally unstable after the traumatic return to his body.
Chu Yinli offers to use their soul bond to help, but the master notices their other disciples are watching.
A chibi Chu Yinli angrily chases the eavesdropping brothers away while they pretend to have seen absolutely nothing. The master tells Chu to stop being so aggressive, insisting his body is stable enough for the moment.
Shi Hongchen and Ji Yu offer high praise for their master's power, which Chu Yinli proudly echoes with adoration.
The master tells them to end the flattery and shows them the tiny, trapped soul of the monster. Qian Mei screams threats from her cage, though the disciples find her small form far less threatening now.
Shi Hongchen and Ji Yu look down at the disgraced soul with a mix of curiosity and mocking disdain.
As Chu Yinli prepares to end her, the monster begs for mercy, claiming she can still be useful. The master agrees to spare her, but uses his magic to transform her soul into a tiny, round bubble.
Shi Hongchen identifies the creature as a lowly spirit bubble, a fitting revenge for the monster's previous tricks.
A gurgle sounding comes from the angry pink bubble as a tiny flame of fury flickers on its head. The master hands the harmless creature to Ji Yui, charging him with the task of looking after the new pet.
A hum sounding follows as the master declares the matter settled and prepares to leave the dark realm.
Chu Yinli stops him, reminding the master that his soul requires immediate stabilization before they travel any further.
He suggests visiting the nearby Linghan Pond, promising to stay by his master's side to ensure his recovery.
Xie Hongchen offers to join the escort, but his presence is clearly not desired by the protective Chu Yinli.
Chu Yinli sharply rejects the offer, insisting that he alone will accompany their master to the healing waters.
Shi Hongchen laughs and drags the confused Juyu away, promising to leave the couple to their private business.
Watching them go, the master notes that Xie Hongchen's impulsive nature is quite different from their younger brothers. Chu Yinli confesses his long-standing jealousy toward Juyu, admitting he often wanted to kill him for interrupting them.
The master tells him not to be so stingy with his affection, reminding him of their brotherly bonds. Chu Yinli pulls him close, confessing that even a momentary glance at another makes him burn with envy.
Flustered, the master tells him to stop talking nonsense and leads the way toward the glowing spiritual pond.
A whoosh sounding follows as Chu Yinli watches him, resolved that his master will never escape him again. They arrive at the beautiful Linghan Pond, where the master notes the high concentration of restorative spiritual energy.
He tells Chu Yinli to wait on the shore while he enters the water to begin the ritual.
Chu Yinli refuses to stay back, insisting on entering the pond to personally protect his master during the process. He begins to shed his robes, warning his master that they will be spending a long time together. A splash sounding marks their entrance into the glowing water as they prepare for the soul stabilization.
Chu Yinli offers a mysterious smile,
promising his master that he will understand everything in due time.
The master agrees to proceed, yet he cannot shake a strange, unsettling feeling about his disciple's words.
Wu Yi is startled to find Chu Yinli leaning in close to him. Chu Yinli asks the master if he remembers the words spoken to him previously. The white-haired master remains confused, asking his disciple what he is talking about. Chu Yinli notes that his words were ignored and reminds the master of his promise to eat him once he returned to his body. Stunned by the bold declaration, Mu Yi stares back at him in total shock.
A thud sounding follows as the master tries to regain some personal space.
Chu Yinli mentioned soul stabilization, but the master insists on being released first. Chu Yinli suggests starting the spirit and soul fusion, claiming he has the necessary experience to do so perfectly.
A crackle sounding accompanies their intimate embrace amidst the glowing spiritual waters.
A gasp sounding follows as Mu Yi calls his disciple's name while golden energy swirls around them.
Chu Yinli asks if he enjoyed the experience and promises he will get used to it. Chu Yinli admits he cannot help himself when his master looks at him during the long night.
Overwhelmed by the speed of events, Mu Yi asks for more time to think. A rustle sounding occurs as Chu Yinli confesses he has waited 10 years for this moment and refuses to let go.
Seeing a chibi vision of the past, Chu Yinli vows to continue if he is not refused.
A splash sounding marks a transition as Mu Yi realizes his own soft-hearted nature has betrayed him.
A splash sounding occurs as two fish swim together in the vibrant blue water.
A sigh sounding follows as Jiuyu wonders why the two have been gone for a full day.
Shi Hongchen suggests they are enjoying themselves, which Jiuyu finds to be utterly disgusting.
Shi Hongchen explains that the phrase about fish in water is a classic metaphor for love. Jiuyu argues that his duty as a disciple should take precedence over any love affairs. The black-haired man stares intensely at Shi Hongchen as they pass each other.
Shi Hongchen explains the master and disciple are in harmony, noting suspicious marks on Mu Yi's body.
Chibi Xie Hongchen advises Jiuyu to learn from the pair and cherish those in front of him. Jiuyu remains skeptical, while Xie Hongchen insists his eyes never lie about their lingering love.
A stomp sounding accompanies Mu Yi angrily telling Chu Yinli to stop following him.
Shi Hongchen watches the pair with a knowing look as they walk past him.
A gasp sounding marks the surprise of Jiuyu and Xie Hongchen at seeing the duo return. Mu Yi tells them not to be angry despite looking quite hoarse. Chu Yinli holds the master's hand firmly as they walk through the palace grounds. Mu Yi yells for everyone to shut up, regretting his own soft-hearted nature.
Chibi Chu Yinli apologizes for losing control and offers to take a resting master back to bed.
Mu Yi refuses to see him, while Chu Yinli notices the others observing them silently. Chu Yinli sharply asks the two disciples why they are still lingering nearby. A cough sounding precedes Xie Hongchen's apology for disturbing them after guarding the palace entrance. The master tells the disciples to leave the area immediately. Jiyu asks about the master's hoarse voice and what occurred within the dark realm. Chu Yinli smiles and claims nothing happened, which only further frustrates the master. The group shares a silent and awkward moment together in chibi forms. Chu Yinli tells Jiyu he is just a child and suggests their seniority will soon change. Master Mu Yi demands that everyone leave his presence so he can finally rest. Mu Yi specifically orders Chu Yinli to leave as well, despite his disciples' pleas.
A bang sounding marks the door closing firmly on the three confused men.
Jiyu asks Chu Yinli what he did to make the master so unusually angry. Chu Yinli offers a smirk, claiming that the master is actually just being shy.
Shi Hongchen leads Jiyu away, telling him not to pry into the master's private business.
Shi Hongchen concludes that the master's anger stems from dissatisfaction with Chu Yinli's skills.
Chu Yinli remains behind while Xie Hongchen departs with Jiyu, teasing him about the master's anger. Left alone, Chu Yinli wonders why his master is truly so upset with him.
Chibi Xie Hongchen explains to a bewildered Juyu that the master was simply not satisfied.
Chu Yinli rages at his subordinate, while Chibi Mu Qingyi flies away on a cloud. Mu Qingyi reflects on the heartbreaking truth he must reveal for their shared happiness.
Chu Yinli stands alone, noting that his subordinate's courage is growing despite the master's anger.
The black-haired chibi man wonders if his poor technique is the reason his master is upset.
Mu Qingyi realizes his disciple planned the departure of others to be alone with him.
The silver-haired master regrets being too soft-hearted and allowing his disciple to become so presumptuous.
Amidst rising steam, Chu Yinli holds his master close and refuses to end their intimate interaction.
Mu Qingyi recalls the disciple's threats while red spiritual energy begins to swirl around his hand.
The silver-haired man looks at his hand in surprise as the crimson energy manifests.
Mu Qingyi reflects on the strange abnormality he feels while connecting his spirit to Chu Yinli.
He suspects the intense heat burning within the disciple's soul is far from normal.
The silver-haired man wonders if his disciple is intentionally keeping important secrets from him.
A creak sounding as the chibi disciple peeks in to check on his master.
Mu Qingyi questions his presence, but the disciple vows to never leave his master's side. The silver-haired man commands his disciple to be silent and points toward the bed. Mu Qingyi tries to hide his embarrassment while the shirtless disciple questions his master's frantic thoughts.
Chu Yinli takes his master's hands, asking if they are sharing the same deep desires.
A swish sounding as Mu Qingyi places a glowing hand against his disciple's bare chest.
Chu Yinli jokes about being killed while the master senses a deep demonic enchantment within him. The black-haired man feigns ignorance, claiming he does not understand his master's cryptic words.
Mu Qingyi demands to enter the disciple's inner world to witness the overflowing demonic energy. A soft clap sounding as Chu Yinli asks if his master has fallen in love.
Mu Qingyi dismisses the provocation, reminding him that their souls have already been blended before.
The silver-haired master prepares to enter the spiritual world despite the disciple's warnings.
Gripping his disciple's chin, Mu Qingyi vows to push through even if it damages his soul. A low hum sounding as light erupts from his forehead during the soul-entering ritual.
Mu Qingyi finds himself floating within a vast inner world consumed by demonic flames.
A heavy whoosh sounding as Chu Yinli catches his master amidst the swirling soul fire. The disciple warns that these flames are agonizing and asks why the master was so rash.
Mu Qingyi is horrified, realizing the disciple's own soul is constantly being burned by this fire.
Chu Yinli admits he is used to the pain and tries to guide his master away.
The silver-haired man asks when this began and demands an end to the disciple's lies. Chu Yinli explains that the soul burn is nothing compared to the agony of his master's death.
He admits his only goal for 10 years was resurrection, regardless of the palace's fate.
Mu Qingyi looks at his disciple with a stunned and pained expression.
Chu Yinli confesses he hid the truth to avoid appearing weak or causing his master guilt.
The master laments his own failure to recognize the constant suffering his disciple endured.
Chu Yinli insists that his master should not take the blame for his hidden pain.
Tears fall as Mu Qingyi realizes he can hear the silent screams of the disciple's soul.
Surprised by the tears, Chu Yinli feels his own pain vanish upon seeing his master's love.
The disciple explains how he hid his fractured state while the master was still weak.
Mu Qingyi scolds him for the secrecy, but vows to find a way to fix the soul. A sharp snap sounding as the angry master silences his disciple's self-deprecating remarks.
Mu Qingyi believes it is possible to clear the demonic flames from the inner world.
A confused expression crosses Mu Qingyi's face as he notices an unexpected sight nearby.
He gazes through the demonic flames, wondering about the mysterious glowing object he sees.
A swish sounding as Mu Qingyi flies toward the mysterious light to investigate. The black-haired man calls out, hurrying to follow his master through the fire. Mu Qingyi discovers a field of pristine flowers miraculously blooming within the hellish landscape. Mu Yi is surprised to find such a place in the soul world, while Chu Yinli mocks his master's ignorance.
Chu Yinli admits he has been too focused on his master's resurrection to notice his own neglected soul world. Mu Yi labels his disciple a rebel, the two standing in the barren, red soul landscape. A soft snap sounding follows as Chu Yinli shows Mu Yi the Hansing flowers, urging him not to be angry.
Mu Yi notes the extraordinary resilience of the flowers and asks why they have appeared in this world.
Chu Yinli explains that the glowing flowers were born from his own deep and long-standing obsession. Mu Yi is stunned by the word as Chu Yinli laments the 10 years they spent apart. Chu Yinli stares intensely at his master, declaring that his obsession has only ever been for him. Chu Yinli claims Mu Yi is his only Pure Land, and the master quietly accepts the heavy confession.
The white-haired master looks on with a calm, thoughtful expression in the red glow of the soul world.
Mu Yi suggests that another soul blending might further help the soul world heal. Chu Yinli looks flustered, admitting he was too preoccupied with his master to notice any changes during their previous blending. Mu Yi holds the glowing flower and decides to try the spiritual union again to test the effect. Chu Yinli is completely shocked by his master's sudden and bold invitation to merge their spirits. Mu Yi pulls his disciple into an embrace, intending to test the restorative effects of their soul connection.
A hum sounding accompanies their close contact as swirling golden energy begins to fill the soul world.
A whoosh sounding marks the intense spiritual fusion, light erupting as their spirits bond amidst the flowers. The master and disciple are enveloped in a radiant glow during their intimate and tender spiritual connection. Chu Yinli is stunned by his master's active participation, finding the experience to be beyond his expectations. Chu Yinli asks if his technique was satisfactory, but Mu Yi has already pulled away to check the flowers. Chu Yinli is confused as Mu Yi ignores him to inspect the growth of the spiritual plants. Mu Yi notes the expanding flower field, while Chu Yinli is frustrated by his master's lack of emotional reaction. Mu Yi dismisses the need for a response, claiming he has long since grown used to soul blending. A chibi Chu Yinli falls into despair, questioning if his skills are truly not good enough for his master. Mu Yi asks Yin Li what he is doing as the black-haired man clutches his head in anguish. Chibi Chu Yinli asks what Mu Yi is satisfied with, and the master looks on with total confusion. Chu Yinli points out that his master seemed to feel nothing during their recent spiritual bond. Mu Yi thinks to himself that his concern for Chu Yinli's soul world masked his own sensitive feelings. Chu Yinli looks up with sudden hope, asking if his master actually has feelings for him.
A slap sounding follows as Chibi Mu Yi hits his disciple, then notes the flowers have grown slightly.
A dense field of glowing blue Hansing flowers now covers the ground of the soul world. Mu Yi explains that the spreading flowers will eventually dissipate the demonic flames, urging Chu Yinli to stay focused. Chu Yinli's eye narrows as he begins to realize the potential of this restorative cycle. He realizes a cycle where more bonding leads to a happier master and a healthier soul world. Chu Yinli excitedly proposes they continue their soul blending dozens of times a day for a full century. Mu Yi stares at his disciple in utter horror, shocked by the audacity of the relentless suggestion. A thud sounding follows as Chibi Mu Yi punches his disciple, ordering him to stop his shameless calculations. Chu Yinli remains silent under his master's stern gaze,
looking somewhat sheepish about his bold proposal. Mu Yi suggests using a soul treasure instead, holding out a glowing orb to help fix the world.
Chu Yinli firmly refuses to take the treasure, wanting it kept for his master's own soul stability.
Mu Yi insists he is fine without it, but Chu Yinli refuses to let his master be injured again. Mu Yi concedes and suggests they search for more divine soul treasures to aid in the recovery. Chu Yinli gently touches his master's face, saying there is no hurry despite the long years of pain. Mu Yi decides they have spent enough time in the soul world and suggests they return to reality. Chu Yinli offers a fond, warm smile as he looks at his white-haired master. Back in the palace, Chu Yinli pulls his master into a joyful hug, expressing his pure happiness. Chu Yinli confesses he never expected his master to care for his well-being so much. Mu Yi touches the man's forehead, worrying about his soul world while the spirit bubble floats nearby. A quick tap sounding follows as the pink spirit bubble bounces against the window pane, catching Mu Yi's attention. Mu Yi looks determined, announcing that he finally knows where to look for the divine soul treasures. A whoosh sounding accompanies the pink spirit bubble attempting to flee through a window. Mu Yi snags the bubble with golden energy, questioning its escape while ordering Yin Li to follow him. As they descend the palace stairs, a gurgle sounding emanates from the monster trapped in its golden cage. Chu Yin Li asks if the soul treasures they seek are linked to the captured monster. Mu Yi explains that monsters rely on such treasures to nurture their souls and know them well. A wet puffed sounding occurs as the monster spits at Mu Yi after he asks it for information. Outraged by the insult to his master, Chu Yin Li summons a swirl of dark energy to punish it. A roar sounding follows as Chu Yin Li declares that the creature is courting death with its resistance. Chu Yin Li threatens to burn the monster with spirit fire if it refuses to disclose what it knows. The monster begins to glow with golden light, revealing a specific character within its translucent body. Mu Yi and Chu Yin Li lean in, wondering what the sudden appearance of the symbol means. Mu Yi identifies the character as the mark of the Chanyuan sect, suggesting the treasures are hidden there. Juyu rushes toward the pair, frantically asking if they have seen the monster he was supposed to guard. Chu Yinli scolds Jiyu for his failure, claiming he has disappointed their master by letting the creature escape.
Distraught, Jiyu begs for punishment, apologizing to Mu Yi for not taking better care of his duty.
Chu Yinli hides a wicked smirk, planning to use this negligence to drive Juyu away from their master.
Mu Yi sharply asks Yin Li who is in charge of punishments, putting his disciple in his place.
Mu Yi comforts Jiyu, explaining the monster's energy was easily overlooked, then asks Yin Li for a binding rope.
Mu Yi waits for the item, but Chu Yin Li avoids his gaze with a guilty expression.
In a chibi vision, Chu Yin Li stubbornly claims he has no such rope, irritating both master and junior.
Mu Yi asks Yin Li what he is making a fuss about, sensing his disciple is being difficult. Yin Li complains that Mu Yi is being partial to Jiyu, questioning if the other disciple is more important. Mu Yi notes their differences, but Yin Li fakes a headache until the master reveals he views Jiyu as a son. Mu Yi asks Yin Li if he also wishes to be treated as a son, startling him. Chu Yin Li's eye narrows in shock as he processes the horrifying prospect of being seen as a child.
Chu Yin Li quickly claims he is fine, dropping his dramatic act to avoid the son label.
Chibi Jiyu feels a sudden, rebellious urge to strike his senior brother, but manages to hold back. A gurgle sounding comes from the cage as the monster trembles before the group. Mu Yi orders Yin Li to put away his powers and use a proper lock and rope instead.
Chu Yin Li leans in close, whispering a cold threat to kill the monster if it continues to struggle.
A thud sounding occurs as the monster is cowed by Chu Yin Li's intense and murderous gaze.
Mu Yi summons several glowing purple stones, catching the attention of both his disciple and the creature.
Mu Yi explains the stones contain demonic energy, prompting Ju Yu to ask where they were found. Mu Yi deduces the monster dug them up from beneath the palace to restore its own strength.
A gurgle sounding follows as Chu Yin Li pulls on a red energy tether attached to the cage.
The pink monster glares up at them from the floor, still refusing to be cooperative.
Mu Yi offers the creature a stone in return for identifying its accomplice in the Qian Yuan sect. Mu Yi smiles at the monster, holding the tempting purple gem just out of its reach. A crunch sounding follows as the monster eagerly accepts the bribe and gobbles it down. Mu Yi tells Ju Yu to store the stones, claiming the monster is being too loyal to its partner. A splat sounding occurs as the panicked creature spits out the name of Elder Li Tianyu. Chu Yinli is stunned to learn that a high-ranking sect elder is actually a monster in disguise. A crunch sounding accompanies the monster receiving a reward for providing such valuable information. Chu Yinli and Ji Yu observe the monster's betrayal, noting the demon race is truly unlucky to have it. Mu Yi orders the group to prepare for a departure to the Qian Yuan sect the next morning.
Ji Yu bows while Chu Yin Li watches the little monster continue to eat its glowing purple rewards.
A new scene opens as a man in black robes asks Elder Hao Qing for news. The man questions if Qian Mei successfully captured Mu Qingyi's original physical body as planned. The hooded elder reports that Qian Mei had entered the body and requested help unlocking a secret art. The black-haired man questions why anyone in the palace would know a secret art of the demon race. The hooded elder explains his initial confusion over Qian Mei's confidence in capturing Mu Qingyi, then tells his leader that he will re-establish contact while their main plan proceeds. The black-haired man with long, dark tresses and red eyes calls her an idiot and hopes she didn't talk, then states his intent to convene all sects at the Qianyan sect to plan an attack on Lingshuan Palace.
The black-haired man orders Elder Qing Cheng to arrange for their clansmen to arrive via the Ju Yu Ai in 2 days. He plans to seize the sect elders once they arrive so that his faction can dominate the human world entirely.
A voice calls out for Elder Tianyu, catching the attention of the black-haired man with long hair. He realizes that someone has arrived at his location. A squeak sounding follows as the door opens and the black-haired man looks toward the entrance. A man in green robes stands before him. The black-haired man asks Brother Liu Ju why he has come to visit him. The green-robed man recalls that he was told they would join forces with the righteous sects to attack Lingshuan Palace soon. The black-haired man says he will explain and reveals his plan to gather various sects at the Qian Yuan sect shortly to discuss the assault on the Demon Palace. The man in black robes hands over a placard and asks Brother Liu Ju to distribute them to all the other sects. The green-robed man eagerly accepts, thinking he must notify everyone so he can personally destroy the palace that ruined his own sect. The black-haired man agrees to work together toward their goal of eradication. A whoosh sounding accompanies the green-robed man's departure from the room. The hooded elder reappears behind the black-haired man, asking if he plans to dispose of the messenger. The man in black robes notes that Liu Ju's intense hatred for Lingshuan Palace makes him a useful tool who will work for them without further persuasion. The black-haired man finds it amusing to watch humans kill each other. He mocks the messenger, noting the man will never realize who his true enemy is. A creak sounding marks the footsteps of the white-haired master as he walks through a quiet hallway. Mu Yi considers how monsters excel at possessing human bodies and fears the Qian Yuan sect has become a nest for them. He decides he must rush there with Yin Li immediately. A creak sounding as he enters a private room. Chibi Chu Yinli looks up with a cheerful grin and welcomes his master back. Mu Yi asks his black-haired disciple what he is doing in his room and who gave him permission to sleep in his bed. Yin Li claims he is simply warming the bed for his master because the weather has been cold lately.
A whoosh sounding follows as Mu Yi pulls the covers back and sternly orders his disciple to get down at once.
Yin Li asks his master not to be angry, claiming he has something very important to discuss. Mu Yi demands to know what the matter is. Yin Li explains that the Qianyuan sect is riddled with monsters and suggests they must hide their identities to avoid being discovered. Mu Yi agrees, noting that they need a way to conceal themselves from such powerful foes. Yin Li notes that he and Jiyu are well known, so hiding their identities is less critical than hiding his master's traces. He explains that the monsters are unaware of Mu Yi's resurrection, which makes the master a potential secret weapon if he remains hidden from their sight.
Mu Yi admits that his original body is easily recognized, leading Yin Li to propose an exquisite and easy solution that requires only a small sacrifice.
Mu Yi looks at his disciple with a questioning gaze and asks how they will achieve this. Chu Yin Li looks toward his master, preparing to reveal his simple solution. Chu Yin Li proposes that his master disguise himself as a woman to avoid detection. A moment of chibi silence follows before Mu Yi erupts in anger, questioning if this is truly his disciple's best solution. He accuses Yin Li of waiting for this exact moment to suggest something so ridiculous. Yin Li pleads with his master to calm down, claiming this is for the good of the world and to protect their vulnerable palace. A crack sounding follows as Chibi Mu Yi lashes out at his disciple's audacity. Chibi Mu Yi pummeled his disciple in a cloud of dust, calling him unfilial for the trouble he has caused the palace. Yin Li begs his master to stop and listen, arguing that monsters probe souls for identity, but would never expect a powerful immortal to be a woman. He swears he is acting without any selfishness and only wants to protect the world. In a chibi moment, Mu Yi considers the logic, while Yin Li reveals a beautiful red dress he already had prepared. He excitedly asks if his master likes the color of the skirt. Chibi Mu Yi's fury returns as he questions how Yin Li could have a dress ready if he truly lacked selfish motives. He shouts his disciple's name in a rage while Yin Li looks on in fear. A smack sounding occurs as Chibi Mu Yi prepares to teach his rebellious disciple a lesson. Yin Li pleads for him to stop the fight.
Outside in the palace courtyard, black-haired Jiyu and light brown-haired Xie Hongchen wait, wondering why the master is late when he is usually so punctual.
Shi Hongchen comforts Jiyu, suggesting that nothing bad could happen in the master's residence, and he probably just overslept. A creak sounding as the door opens, and Chu Yin Li steps out in ornate robes. He asks what the pair is arguing about, prompting a surprised greeting from the younger disciple. Jiyu asks his senior brother why he was coming out of their master's room so early in the morning. Chu Yin Li smirks and asks if it isn't normal for him to sleep in the same room as his master, given the nature of their relationship. Jiyu looks shocked and claims such an arrangement is quite inappropriate. Chu Yin Li narrows his eyes and asks the younger man what he just said. Shi Hongchen laughs and agrees that the master and master-disciple pair are in harmony, suggesting they should live together every day. Chu Yin Li likes the idea and tells Jiyu to learn better social awareness from Shi Hongchen. Chu Yin Li notes that if Jiyu improved even a little bit, he wouldn't be so tired of seeing him. The group suddenly stops and looks toward the doorway with wide eyes as someone new emerges. Mu Li is revealed dressed in a stunning red woman's gown and a veil, looking exceptionally beautiful. Chu Yin Li is completely stunned by the sight, while Xie Hongchen compares the master to a fairy and wonders if the immortal will be jealous of such beauty. Jiyu finds the woman oddly familiar despite never having seen her before. Mu Yi ignores the confusion and addresses his disciples. Chu Yin Li approaches his master, praising the choice of color and telling him he looks beautiful in the red dress. Mu Yi orders his disciple to shut up, looking deeply annoyed behind his delicate red veil.
A thud sounding follows as chibi versions of Ju and Chie Hongchen are frozen in shock, finally realizing the woman is actually their master.
Jiu asks why his master is wearing women's clothes, and Mu Yi explains the disguise is necessary to keep monsters from identifying him during their trip to Ningchang. He then asks if he looks weird. Tu Yinli smiles warmly and leans in, assuring his master that he doesn't look weird at all. Tu Yinli explains that monsters probe souls, but they won't think to probe a woman, ensuring the master's identity remains safe. Chu Yinli thinks to himself that since he managed to persuade his thin-skinned master to wear the clothes, he won't let the other two ruin the plan. The group prepares to leave for Ningcheng, with Mu Yi reminding them to stay vigilant so the monsters do not discover who they really are. Yin Li considers how beautiful his master looks, admiring the elegance of his movements in the woman's dress. Juyu asks if his senior brother forced their master to dress up, prompting a defensive response from Yin Li. Yin Li becomes visibly enraged after Juyu suggests that his master will now attract many male disciples as well. Jiui admits he didn't expect his senior brother to be so open-minded about their master getting so much attention. Annoyed by the teasing, Yin Li tells Jiyu to be quiet and storms off to catch up with his master. Yin Li realizes he originally just wanted to see his master in a dress, but he forgot about the competition. The scene shifts to the town as a series of glowing lanterns light up the bustling evening streets. Bystanders are captivated by the beauty in red, wondering if she is a disciple from a prominent sect.
The group of four walks through the town, attracting the gazes of everyone they pass on the road.
Mu Yi asks Yin Li why everyone is staring, worried that his secret identity has already been revealed.
Yin Li reassures his master that he hasn't revealed anything, then threatens to gouge out the eyes of everyone staring.
Mu Yi looks deeply annoyed and sternly orders his disciple to stop talking such nonsense at once. People feel a terrifying pressure and look away as Mu Yi decides they should rest at a nearby tea house. Mu Yi realizes his crazy disciple is acting out again and decides to usher him away from the crowds.
Juyu and Xie Hongchen observe from behind, expecting that Yin Li is about to be scolded by their master again.
The group takes a seat at a large wooden table inside the tea house for a moment of respite. Mu Yi reprimands Yin Li, warning him that his aggressive aura will reveal their identities to the nearby monsters. Yin Li argues that since he isn't using his sex-specific techniques, no one should be able to recognize him. Mu Yi warns him that any murderous intent will ruin their mission and orders him to leave if he cannot behave. Yin Li promises to stay out of trouble, explaining he was only angry because people were staring at his master.
Juyu argues that since few people have ever seen Yin Li in person, they should be safe from recognition.
Yin Li admits to himself that Jiyu is actually right about the situation for once in his life. Mu Yi notes that if Yin Li were as sensible as Juyu, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Chibi Yin Li is furious at being compared to Juyu, while a nearby conversation about the Qian Yuan sect catches their attention.
A man in blue robes claims that the Qianyuan sect has now become the most powerful force in the world.
The man explains the Qianyuan sect's plan to attack Lingshuan Palace, while his friend suggests they should simply stay out of it. A crash sounding as a table is flipped by an aggressive newcomer, knocking the gossiping pair to the floor. The young master of the Swan Ming sect, Swan Feng, mocks the men for daring to gossip about the Qianyuan sect. The victims are warned by a friend to stay quiet because their attacker is a high-ranking young master. The man looks terrified upon finally realizing the identity of the person who just attacked his group. People whisper that the spoiled young master Xuan Feng shouldn't be provoked due to his sect's immense power. The victims apologize and try to leave, but Xuan Feng sadistically tells them it is far too late to run. Xuan Feng begins to make a threat, but he is suddenly distracted by the sight of the beauty in red. Xuan Feng approaches the table,
marveling at finding such a beauty in a simple tea house and asking for her name.
A smack sounding as Yin Li grabs the hand of the lecherous man, asking if he has a death wish.
Xuan Feng's men demand their master be released, but Shi Hongchen blocks them and advises them to stay back.
Xuan Feng remains arrogant, warning Yin Li that hurting a young master like him will have dire consequences.
Yin Li smiles menacingly and decides to test him, while Mu Yi warns his disciple not to forget his instructions. Mu Yi watches as the situation develops, sitting calmly while Yin Li continues to hold the man's wrist.
Xuan Feng promises the beauty a life of wealth if she obeys, and lecherously leans in for a kiss.
Mu Yi notes the young master seems hungry and offers him a snack instead of the kiss he wanted. A smack sounding as Mu Yi shoves the food directly into the lecherous man's mouth with incredible speed. Mu Yi stands up and tells the group to leave while the young master is occupied with his meal. Shi Hongchen mocks the man's miserable state as he chokes on the food and asks if his master is okay.
Xuan Feng is enraged and humiliated as he struggles to swallow the meat shoved into his mouth.
Xuan Feng screams for his men to stop the group as they begin to walk away from the table.
Subordinates of the Xuanming sect block the way with energy shields, vowing to stop anyone who hurt their master.
Mu Yi looks back at the men blocking their path with a calm and piercing blue gaze.
Xuan Feng smiles smugly, warning the group that they will soon be killed by his powerful subordinates.
Bystanders whisper about the power of the Xuanming sect, while Yin Li finds the noise irritating and releases his power. Yin Li unleashes a sudden wave of golden energy from his hand. Yin Li knocks over 3 opponents with a single move, leaving onlookers in awe. Mu Yi orders a quick departure, leading his group away from the scene.
Xuan Feng finds the tea house empty and demands to know where they went.
An attendant nervously reports that the group has already escaped their reach. Xuan Feng's face contorts with rage at being outsmarted so easily. Subordinates suggest the group has a powerful background, but Xuan Feng remains obsessed with the beauty. Safely inside an inn, Mu Yi activates a magical barrier to ensure their privacy. Mu Yi warns that their conversations could be overheard by anyone outside. Mu Yi observes the city and worries that the monsters have a more sinister agenda. Mu Yi suspects the monsters intend to harm the disciples of the various sects. Yin Li teases a small, round spirit creature that reacts with nervous sounds. Yin Li notes the creature's guilty reaction, confirming their suspicions about the monster plot. Mu Yi theorizes that the monsters are body-snatching elites to dismantle the sects from within. Mu Yi fears the monsters will soon exert total control over the various sects. Qi Hongchen and Ji Yu discuss the cleverness of the monsters' body-snatching plan. Mu Yi decides to investigate other sects to see how many have been compromised. Yin Li dismisses the earlier conflict, claiming he has already handled the troublesome group. Yin Li smiles confidently, certain the Xuanming sect will not dare to return. Outside their room, a servant lurks near the wall to eavesdrop on them.
Xuan Feng asks his servant if he heard any movement from the room.
The servant mistakenly reports that the group has already fallen fast asleep.
A smack sounding as Xuan Feng strikes his servant for suggesting they sleep during the day.
A dark-haired man shows Xuan Feng a special incense designed to incapacitate the beauty.
They plan to use the incense at night, promising Xuan Feng a night of pleasure. The dark-haired man laughs and expresses his gratitude to the young master.
As night falls, a watchman with a lantern warns the townspeople to be careful.
Mu Yi tells his disciples it is time to return to their rooms. Xie Hongchen pulls a confused Ju Yu away, leaving Mu Yi and Yin Li alone. Yin Li is pleased that Shi Hongchen is sensible enough to give them space. Mu Yi asks why Yin Li is still there, only to hear he booked limited rooms. Mu Yi is suspicious that Yin Li arranged the room shortage on purpose,
Yin Li argues that sharing a room is normal and helps them save money.
Yin Li leans in close, causing Mu Yi to look away in flustered silence.
Yin Li flirtatiously asks if his master intends to take responsibility for his heart.
Mu Yi finally gives in, ordering his disciple to sleep there and be quiet. Yin Li suggests they blend their souls together, provoking an annoyed response from Mu Yi.
Yin Li claims his soul is in pain, prompting Mu Yi to agree to his request.
Yin Li smiles triumphantly, having successfully convinced his master to stay by his side. Their attention is taken by a sudden, thin puff of purple smoke sounding. Mu Yi warns Yin Li to hold his breath as the mysterious smoke fills the room.
They decide to pretend the drug worked to see who sent the mysterious smoke. Outside, Xuanfeng and his men prepare to enter now that the drug has settled.
A creak sounding as Xuanfeng enters the room with a lecherous expression.
Xuanfeng is disgusted to see the beauty lying in bed with her servant.
Xuanfeng approaches the bed, intending to have his way with the unconscious woman.
A whoosh sounding as Yin Li suddenly lunges up and seizes Xuanfeng by the throat. Xuanfeng chokes and gasps as Yin Li holds him in a powerful grip.
Yin Li mocks the petty trick while Xuanfeng desperately begs for his life.
The Xuanming sect subordinates rush into the room to save their young master.
Yin Li seizes Xuanfeng, shouting for him to get lost as a pained ouch sounding.
Yin Li demands to know how Xuanfeng wants to die, while the young master trembles.
Yin Li describes a brutal end, forcing the terrified young master to beg for mercy.
Xuanfeng is paralyzed with fear, realizing that Yin Li is a truly terrifying person.
A sharp smack sounding as Mu Yi blocks the attack, calling out to stop Yin Li.
Yin Li argues that he cannot let go of anyone who dares to covet his master.
Mu Yi sternly forbids the killing, explaining that he also has lines that cannot be crossed.
As the young master faints, Mu Yi explains that a murder would compromise their secret mission. Mu Yi emphasizes the importance of remaining undetected to secure the divine soul treasure.
Yin Li vents his jealous rage, admitting he wants to kill everyone close to his master.
Mu Yi confesses that he now lives only for Yin Li, leaving his disciple completely stunned. Mu Yi promises to do whatever it takes to heal Yin Li's burning demon flames.
Mu Yi declares Yin Li is his top priority, and his disciple finally agrees to yield.
Subordinates quickly carry the unconscious young master away, while the others watch them depart. Mu Yi looks at his disciple with a gaze full of unspoken concern and affection. A painful sounding as Yin Li collapses while dark red energy erupts from him. Mu Yi realizes with horror that the demon flames within Yin Li's soul have broken out. Xie Hongchen and Ju Yu rush into the room, startled by the sudden chaotic energy. Yin Li's appearance shifts as he struggles against the overwhelming demonic power consuming his mind. Yin Li roars for them to get out as he loses control of his surging power. A quick whoosh sounding as Mu Yi protects the others, telling them to stay back.
Shi Hongchen watches the scene with a look of pure shock and disbelief.
Mu Yi orders the others to leave so he can focus on stabilizing his disciple. Outside the room, Jiyu and Xie Hongchen discuss their worries about their master's dangerous condition. Mu Yi instructs Yin Li to focus his spirit and protect his inner soul world. Yin Li begs his master to stay away, terrified that he will end up hurting him. Mu Yi refuses to let go, vowing to never leave his side despite the danger. The chaotic energy begins to dissipate as the two remain locked in a desperate embrace. Mu Yi observes with relief that the demonic flames are finally starting to subside. An sounding as Mu Yi presses his fingers to Yin Li's forehead to help him. Mu Yi realizes the situation is worsening and they must find the soul treasure immediately.
Yin Li awakens and immediately asks his master if he was accidentally harmed during the outburst.
Mu Yi dismisses his injury, but Yin Li stubbornly tells him to abandon the treasure hunt.
Mu Yi is confused by the sudden change in his disciple's attitude. Yin Li declares he will act alone to protect his master, but Mu Yi refuses. Yin Li expresses his fear of making the same mistakes as a person named Nan Qian. Yin Li insists he won't see his master again until the demon flames are gone. Yin Li turns away, resolved to distance himself to prevent his master from being hurt. Yin Li suddenly leaps out of the window, ignoring Mu Yi's desperate cries to stay.
Mu Yi is left behind, feeling deeply frustrated and annoyed by Yin Li's impulsive behavior.
Mu Yi senses someone approaching the room and prepares himself for another interaction.
Xie Hongchen and Ji Yu return to the room, asking about the status of the two.
Mu Yi explains that Yin Li ran away out of fear of losing control again. Mu Yi decides they shouldn't chase him and must focus on the mission to help him.
Mu Yi outlines a plan for them to act separately while investigating the various sects.
Mu Yi hands a jade slip to Xie Hongchen to use for communication during their search.
Xie Hongchen takes the jade slip and warns his master to be extremely careful. At dawn, their conversation is interrupted by a sudden, frantic, "Ah, dead!" sounding from downstairs. The group decides to go downstairs to investigate the source of the commotion. Mu Yi realizes that people from many different sects have gathered at the inn. Mu Yi and Ji Yu stare in disbelief at the lifeless body of Xuan Feng. Onlookers observe the dead bodies, noting the precision of the fatal blows dealt to the group.
Mu Yi insists that Yin Li would never break his promise to let them go.
Xie Hongchen wonders who the killer is as Liu Ju arrives, accusing Lingshuan Palace of the murders.
Liu Jue claims the wounds bear demonic marks, framing Lingshuan Palace for a previous sect slaughter.
The crowd demands vengeance, while Xie Hongchen remembers Liu Ju from a past treasure hunt. Xie Hongchen is perplexed because they previously spared the people Liu Jue claims were slaughtered. Jiui asks Mu Yi if someone is intentionally framing their sect to incite a conflict. Mu Yi suspects a monster is orchestrating this to turn the various sects against them. A witness points out Mu Yi's group, claiming he saw the victim enter their room earlier. Mu Yi prepares to confront the brewing storm as he signals his disciples to stay calm.
Liu Jue draws his sword, demanding to know why Xuan Feng was in their room at night.
Liu Jue lunges forward with his blade, determined to expose whether they are human or ghosts.
A sharp clang sounding as Mu Yi effortlessly parries the blade with his spiritual energy technique. The crowd is stunned as they realize the group possesses high-level Lingshuan Palace martial skills. Mu Yi worries that his exposed identity will hinder his secret mission at the Chanyuan sect. A girl named Kong Kong, identified as the master of Tianyu Shui, suddenly steps forward.
Kong Kong surprises the crowd by claiming the accused group belongs to her own sect.
Mu Yi is startled by the unexpected appearance of the young Tianyu Shui leader. Bystanders whisper about the return of the secluded Tianyu Shui sect and its missing master.
Liu Jue remains skeptical, but Kong Kong insists her claim is truthful and demands they pass.
Kong Kong urges the group to follow her and ignore the meddling outsiders nearby. Liu Ju notices their strange attire and decides to shadow them to uncover the truth. Kong Kong orders her disciples to secure the perimeter and keep others from eavesdropping. Mu Yi notes that Kong Kong has clearly seen through their disguises and knows their names. Kong Kong identifies the two peak masters but asks for the identity of the white-haired man. Mu Yi reveals his true identity, leaving Kong Kong breathless with a look of pure shock. Mu Yi explains that his survival is a complicated tale better left for another time. Mu Yi asks her to keep his presence a secret to ensure their mission remains undetected. A quick whoosh sounding as Mu Yi produces a glowing red lotus treasure from his sleeve.
Mu Yi returns the artifact, prompting Kong Kong to ask about the fate of her brother.
Mu Yi gently states that her brother and his companion are now in another world.
Kong Kong tearfully accepts that they have passed away, hoping they finally found peace together. Mu Yi quietly confirms her suspicion with a solemn and pitying gaze.
Kong Kong hopes they are happy while Mu Yi focuses on finding the treasure for Yin Li.
Liu Jue lurks nearby, his eyes landing on Shi Hongchen with a look of sudden recognition.
Jiwi and Xie Hongchen stand alert as they sense someone watching them from the shadows.
Mu Yi instructs his disciples to remain with Kong Kong while he ventures toward Qianyuan sect.
Shi Hongchen and Ji Yu urge their master to exercise extreme caution on his solo mission.
Liu Ju suddenly attacks Xie Hongchen from behind, branding him a thief of the sect.
A loud boom sounding as Kong Kong blasts Liu Jue back with a powerful energy strike.
Liu Jia angrily questions why a sect master would defend a group from a demonic sect.
Mu Yi denies the accusations, but Liu Ju lunges again with a cry of pure rage. A strange golem sounding as Mu Yi conjures a spirit creature to bind the charging attacker. Mu Yi decides to take the captive Liu Jue with him to uncover the real truth.
Kong Kong agrees to look after the disciples as Mu Yi flies off with his captive.
The group moves on as the morning light illuminates the path through the courtyard. Mu Yi leads the way, towing his captive with a shimmering tether of golden light. Mu Yi resolves to find the soul treasure and rescue Yin Li from the darkness. Liu Jue demands to be released from the shimmering golden ropes, calling Mu Yi a bastard. A sharp snap sounding as Mu Yi uses a silencing technique to magically seal Liu Ju's mouth. Mu Yi wonders why the Demon Palace sent a female disciple to the Qianyuan sect for destruction. Mu Yi approaches the Grand Treasure Pavilion, suspecting it holds the artifact he seeks. Mu Yi enters the building, confident the divine soul treasure is hidden within the pavilion's stores. A quick whoosh sounding as Mu Yi slips past the guards, who dismiss his movement as the wind. A quiet step sounding as Mu Yi leads his captive through the hall filled with massive swords and relics. Mu Yi pauses as he detects a powerful red spiritual breath emanating from the center of the room. Liu Ju attempts to scream through his magical gag, his eyes wide with desperate alarm. A clicking snap sounding as Mu Yi successfully unlocks the hidden mechanisms guarding the inner chamber. Liu Jue demands to know what Mu Yi truly intends to do at the Qianyuan sect. Mu Yi explains that monsters have quietly returned to the world and are framing his palace for destruction. A bright flash sounding as Mu Yi produces a glowing orb to prove the monster threat is real. A sudden whoosh sounding as the creature transforms into a woman dressed in flowing teal garments. Liu Ju is paralyzed with shock, unable to believe the creature beside him is actually a monster. The monster woman confesses that her kind destroyed the sects to incite war between the various factions. Mu Yi asks the captive if he heard the monster's confession regarding the recent sect massacres. Liu Zhou accuses Mu Yi's palace of secretly colluding with the monsters to deceive everyone. A loud whoosh sounding as Liu Zhu escapes his bindings and lunges at Mu Yi with his sword. A sharp clang sounding as Mu Yi effortlessly parries the blade, lamenting Liu Jue's refusal to understand. Outside, the guards realize someone has broken into the pavilion and call for the elder's intervention. Liu Jue declares that even if he cannot kill Mu Yi, the sect's experts surely will. A heavy thud sounding as Mu Yi strikes Liu Ju and orders him to get lost. Mu Yi leaps through the window and takes flight, leaving the chaotic scene behind him. A quick whoosh sounding as the black-robed Elder Li arrives to investigate the source of the trespass.
Mu Yi flies over the landscape, wondering if the monsters have brainwashed the Qianyuan sect members.
Mu Yi decides to leave Liu Jue behind and prioritize bringing the divine soul treasure to Yin Li.
The white-haired master glides through the air, his eyes fixed on the horizon ahead.
Mu Yi vows to settle the score with Yin Li for his impulsive escape once he finds him.
Liu Ju reports to Elder Li that a thief from the Demon Palace stole their treasures.
Elder Li reassures Liu Ju and asks for more details about the identity of the female intruder.
Liu Ju admits he only knows the thief was a woman, but doesn't know her name.
Liu Jue delivers the urgent news that the legendary monsters have been born into the world again.
Elder Li reacts with visible shock, asking how Liu Ju could possibly have learned of such news. A pained groan sounding as Elder Li grips Liu Ju's shoulder with a terrifying, crushing strength. Elder Li apologizes for his loss of control, claiming the news was simply too shocking to bear. Elder Li secretly worries that his own demonic nature is on the verge of being exposed. Liu Ju insists they must immediately warn all the other sects to prepare for the coming threat. Elder Li sternly refuses, claiming that announcing the monster's return would only spark mass panic.
Elder Li explains his plan to wait until the sects gather before informing them of the situation.
Elder Li orders Liu Ju to catch the woman and retrieve the stolen treasure at all costs. Liu Jue bows respectfully, promising to handle the matter for his elder and the sect. Elder Li instructs the other disciples to follow Liu Ju and assist in the hunt for the thief. Elder Li suspects that a monster named Qian Mei has been captured by the Lingshuan Palace. Elder Li meets with a hooded figure, discussing their plan to slaughter the sects and conquer the world. The two villains laugh together as they prepare to expedite their plans for total domination. Mu Yi continues his frantic search, hoping to catch Yin Li before he leaves the area.
A frantic "ah" sounding as Mu Yi hears a cry for help coming from the forest below.
A villager flees in terror while a monster with glowing red eyes prepares to strike him down. A sharp smack sounding as Mu Yi blocks the attack, desperately calling out to stop Yin Li. Mu Yi has finally intercepted the possessed Yin Li, who warns that he will kill anyone who dares to stop him. A sharp "pa" sounding as Mu Yi unleashes a swirl of spiritual energy to subdue his out-of-control disciple. Yin Li rubs a growing lump on his head and dizzily asks for his master, while a small Mu Yi spirit explains that a firm reminder can recall a possessed soul. Mu Yi points an accusing finger and demands to know why Yin Li left and if he intended to torment himself like a demon. Yin Li looks down at his master with a pained and regretful expression, beginning to say that he only meant to protect him. A quick whoosh sounding as Mu Yi binds Yin Li with a glowing blue energy cord, prompting the disciple to ask why he used the specific flower bracelet he once gifted. Mu Yi reminds him that he used to be the one doing the binding, so now it is simply his turn to get used to it. Yin Li stands silently before his master, the weight of his actions reflecting in his somber gaze.
Mu Yi scolds him for his poor appearance and warns that if he dares to run again, he will break his legs, leading Yin Li to submissively promise he will stay.
Mu Yi orders Yin Li to shut up and follow him as they approach a startled older woman in the forest. Mu Yi apologizes to the terrified grandma, claiming Yin Li is his husband who suffers from mental problems and occasional fits that caused the earlier scare. The bound Yin Li is left speechless and utterly bewildered by the sudden claim that he has a brain problem. The grandma is relieved to hear it was just an illness, but warns the little girl to watch her husband closely while Mu Yi demands Yin Li apologize to her. Chibi Yin Li looks adorable and deeply wronged as he mutters an apology to the grandma while still bound in glowing ropes. Mu Yi offers a shimmering piece of gold as compensation on behalf of his husband, leaving the grandma wide-eyed with shock. A quiet sigh sounding as the grandma watches them walk away, wondering why such a generous young woman would fall for such a troubled husband.
Mu Yi leads the way through the bright forest, pulling the bound and compliant Yin Li along behind him. Yin Li leans in with a mischievous smirk and asks his wife to let him go, promising again that he will not escape. A soft huff sounding as Mu Yi stops and asks exactly who he thinks his wife is, while Yin Li looks on with an amused glint in his eyes. Yin Li asks if he doesn't accept the title now, his expression shifting into a playful and knowing smile. Mu Yi retorts that since he also told people Yin Li had brain problems, he wonders if his disciple wants to admit to that lie as well. Mu Yi's expression softens as he tells Yin Li to stop talking and asks if he is currently in pain. Mu Yi explains that he already stole the soul treasure from the Qianyuan sect and instructs Yin Li to sit and use it to suppress the demonic flames within his soul. Yin Li is stunned that his master went to the sect so quickly for him and asks with concern if he was hurt during the theft. Mu Yi reveals the glowing red lotus seed of Snow Soul, explaining its cold nature is perfect for quenching the demon fire in Yin Li's world. The radiant red treasure floats before Yin Li as he stares at the artifact that will save his soul from darkness. Mu Yi promises to protect him while he focuses on his cultivation, and Yin Li sits cross-legged to begin the healing process. Mu Yi watches over him, reflecting on how Yin Li once protected him in the exact same way during a past trial. Mu Yi stares at his disciple, hoping the divine treasure will successfully purge the demonic influence and keep him safe. A sudden quack sounding as the scene shifts to a crescent moon hanging over the dark silhouettes of the forest trees. Mu Yi notes the encroaching darkness and worries that the sheer volume of demonic flames in Yin Li's soul will require several more hours of protection. Suddenly, Liu Ju and 2 other disciples arrive at the clearing, declaring that they have finally tracked them down. A cold whoosh sounding as Mu Yi turns to face the intruders with a look of icy determination. Liu Jie recognizes the sitting figure as Chu Yin Li, his face contorted with a mix of recognition and malice. Liu Jue mocks Mu Yi for standing in defense of Chu Yin Li and warns her not to think about making a mess here. Liu Jue draws his sword and gleefully notes that Yin Li is defenseless, vowing that today he will finally kill him and anyone who stands in his way. A sharp hum sounding as Mu Yi decides to be merciless, preparing a powerful technique to deal with the stubborn intruders. Mu Yi chants a cryptic spell about flowers and moons, while his body begins to radiate an intense and blinding golden light. Mu Yi thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a massive burst of spiritual energy that illuminates the entire forest clearing. A loud zoom sounding as the golden energy surges toward the attackers with overwhelming force. Liu Zhou is blasted back by the explosion of light, crying out in pain as the master's power overwhelms him. Mu Yi stands tall and orders the group to leave immediately, promising to spare their lives if they retreat now. A pained cough sounding as Liu Jue stubbornly refuses to back down against the Demon Palace members and orders his companions to seize the woman. The 2 other disciples lunge into the air with a roar, but Mu Yi resolves to get rid of them if they persist. A quick whoosh sounding as the 2 attackers dive toward Mu Yi, their eyes glowing with an unnatural and sinister red light. Mu Yi realizes something is wrong, noting that the combat moves of the 2 disciples are strangely erratic and unlike their usual sect styles. Liu Jue sees that Mu Yi is distracted by the other 2, and decides now is the perfect opportunity to strike down his enemy. Liu Ju lunges at the defenseless Yin Li with a shout of rage, while Mu Yi calls out a desperate warning for his disciple. Mu Yi's face tenses with panic as he realizes he might not be able to reach Yin Li in time to block the blow. A loud boom sounding as Mu Yi releases a massive shockwave with a command to go away, blasting everyone back from the clearing. A sudden whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi reacts to an unexpected incoming attack. A sharp bang sounding as the green-clothed man releases a powerful energy blast. A painful cough sounding as Mu Qingyi stumbles while fresh blood drips to the ground. A heavy whoosh sounding as Chu Yinli arrives to shield his injured master from further harm.
Liu Ju is infuriated that the silver-haired man would sacrifice himself for a monster.
Mu Qingyi vows to protect Yinli from harm as long as he remains standing. Chu Yinli is horrified by his master's injuries and curses those responsible. Mu Qingyi warns his disciple not to move as his soul remains in a fragile state. A powerful whoosh sounding as Yinli releases his demonic energy while ordering his enemies to die. A sudden crack sounding as Liu Ju trembles before the overwhelming and terrifying demonic power. Realizing he cannot win, Liu Ju prepares to use a talisman to flee the scene. A loud boom sounding as Liu Ju vanishes, leaving the silver-haired man to note the teleportation. A low whoosh sounding as Chu Yinli continues his merciless assault on the remaining enemies. The survivors are paralyzed with fear, decrying the black-haired man as a true monster. Mu Qingyi restrains his disciple, asking him to spare the survivors for questioning. Consumed by a murderous rage, Chu Yinli simply commands his targets to die. The black-haired man's demonic aura surges with an even more intense and violent energy. A massive boom sounding as a scream of denial is lost within a dark explosion. Mu Qingyi watches the aftermath in shock, questioning if any of their enemies survived. Mu Qingyi notices Yinlis's persistent demonic state and reaches out to check on him. Chu Yinli appears composed, questioning why his master looks so concerned. Mu Qingyi expresses his fear for Yinli's well-being and demands to examine him closely. The master checks for magic patterns and asks if the soul world has truly been healed. Yinli claims the soul treasure was effective and that the demonic flames are gone. Skeptical of the claim, Mu Qingyi insists on entering the disciple's spirit world again. The black-haired disciple firmly refuses, claiming there is no need for such an intrusion. Mu Qingyi remains deeply suspicious of the disciple's sudden secrecy and uncharacteristic behavior. Yinli shifts the focus to a deeper conspiracy, urging them to regroup with their allies. Mu Qingyi asserts that Yinli's health is more important than any sect's complex schemes.
Yinli insists his master recover first, leaving Mu Qingyi feeling helpless and concerned.
A sharp clang sounding as a glowing jade message strip appears between the pair. Mu Qingyi recognizes the message strip and realizes something urgent has happened with his allies. A soft swish sounding as the master contacts Jiuyu and Xie Hongchen at a distant location. Mu Qingyi warns his hidden allies to protect their identities while staying on high alert. Jiuyu acknowledges the master's orders while Yinli urges they move to rejoin the group. Mu Qingyi secures a promise to inspect the disciples' soul world once their mission is complete. A faint whoosh sounding as Yinli turns away, concealing a glowing red mark on his arm. A painful cough sounding as Liu Ju recovers from the battle with blood on his lips. Liu Jue laments Yinli's monstrous strength and decides to seek help from the Qianyuan sect. Representatives of the Qianyuan sect invite the local disciples to join them immediately. The disciples are confused by the sudden midnight summons to the Qianyuan sect headquarters. Liu Jie steps forward to lead the crowd, urging everyone to follow the sect's instructions. Jiuyi and Xie Hongchen watch from the shadows, questioning Liu Ju's suspicious and sudden reappearance. A young woman questions the urgency while Liu Jue claims the sect's treasure was stolen. Liu Ju shows his wounds, blaming Chu Yinli and spreading fear among the gathered disciples. The crowd is terrified by the news of a lunatic killer lurking in the city. The young woman remains silent and observant while watching the chaos unfold. Liu Jue reflects on his sinister plan to turn everyone against his enemies. Xi Hongchen realizes the situation is critical and prepares to inform the silver-haired master. A soft whoosh sounding as the night deepens over the quiet city rooftops.
Mu Yi and Yin Li sprint through the dark streets as a glowing green message appears.
Mu Yi reports that the other sects have already joined forces and headed toward the Qian Yuan sect.
Dark, shadowy spirits descend upon them, declaring that neither of them will be allowed to leave.
Yin Li offers to stay behind and handle the monsters while urging his master to proceed alone.
A bright flare sounding as Mu Yi tosses a small creature that erupts in a blinding golden light.
The light transforms into the monster girl Qian Mei, leaving the dark spirits stunned by her sudden appearance. Mu Yi orders Qian Mei to deal with the group while he and Yin Li make their escape. Qian Mei indignantly refuses to attack her own kind, declaring that they are simply dreaming if they expect her help. A pained gasp sounding as the spirit lock rope around Qian Mei's neck suddenly tightens with lethal force. Mu Yi warns her against attempting to escape as they fly away, leaving her to face the angry spirits.
Forced by the threat of the spirit lock, Qian Mei reluctantly decides to obey Mu Yi's command.
A powerful whoosh sounding as Qian Mei unleashes a massive wave of energy against the dark spirits. The monsters curse her betrayal, while Qian Mei offers a somber apology to her fallen demonic comrades. Qian Mei continues her fierce assault, dispelling the shadowy monsters with her blue-green energy. A messenger reports to his master that the group sent to intercept Yin Li has been killed by Qian Mei. The Dark Leader decides to prioritize the destruction of the human sects before settling his score with the traitorous girl. The scene shifts as the villainous leader confronts Liu Jue and the gathered disciples of various sects. The villain mocks Liu Ju for successfully gathering all the sects in one place for their trap. Elder Li reveals a sinister, wide grin as his eyes glow with a terrifying red light. A loud hum sounding as the Blood Soul Array is activated, trapping everyone within a giant red magic circle.
Panic erupts among the disciples as they realize Elder Li is using magic energy to slaughter them all.
The light-haired man warns his companion of the killing array, realizing the monsters intend to wipe out everyone.
Liu Ju is horrified to learn that Elder Li has been a secret partner of the demon clan all along. A blue-skinned demon in a dark hood looms over the cowering Liu Ju, mocking his earlier loyalty. The demon reveals he destroyed Liu Jue's original sect years ago just to manipulate him into this trap. The dying disciples realize they were fools to trust Liu Jue and blame Lingxuan Palace for the demon's crimes. The demon claims Yin Li only stole treasures for his own selfish desire to revive his master. Liu Ju realizes his massive mistake and regrets not believing the warnings given by the white-haired woman. Driven by rage and regret, Liu Ju lunges at the demon, but the monster remains completely unfazed. A sharp crack sounding as the demon blasts Liu Jue back with an effortless surge of red energy. The demon gloats that since Mu Qingyi has been dead for 10 years, the human world is finally theirs. Multiple demons cheer triumphantly as they stand over the bodies of the fallen human cultivators. The lead demon orders the final slaughter to celebrate their return, leaving the humans in absolute despair. A thunderous boom sounding as a massive golden light erupts, and a voice declares the human race will not end. Mu Qingyi arrives in a blaze of glory, appearing before the stunned demon in his original form. The disciples cry out in relief while the demon is paralyzed with shock at seeing the supposedly dead master. The demon trembles in denial, insisting it is impossible for Mu Qingyi to be standing before him. Mu Qingyi declares that he is very much alive and will not allow the demon race to destroy his people. A massive blast sounding as Mu Qingyi unleashes a golden shockwave that rips through the demonic army. A stunned silence follows as the disciples realize Mu Qingyi has single-handedly shattered the demonic killing formation.
The survivors praise Mu Xianzun's return, while the wounded Liu Ju finally realizes his savior's true identity. The demons are shaken by the loss of their array, fearing that they are about to be defeated once again.
The lead demon refuses to back down, claiming they killed Mu Qingyi once and can surely do it again. He rallies his entire army of hundreds of demons for one final, desperate charge against the master.
The horde of monsters lunges forward, but Mu Qingyi remains calm and composed in the face of the assault. Yin Li steps up beside his master, promising that he will never allow him to fight alone again.
Mu Qingyi smiles at his disciple and agrees to face the coming battle together as one. The two of them channel their spiritual energies, creating a massive swirl of golden and purple power. Their combined force manifests as a giant golden phoenix and a purple lion, charging toward the enemy. A deafening roar sounding as the massive energy blast incinerates the entire army of demons in an instant. A quick puff sounding as the hooded demon is consumed by golden energy. Multiple demons cry out in agony while their leader laments his failure as the light incinerates them. Mu Qingyi explains that 10 years ago he intended to wait, but the human race's casualties were too great. Yin Li offers forgiveness, while Mu Qingyi confesses that even in death, he only thought of their missed time. Embracing tightly, Yin Li laments that he finally waited for his master, but it was far too late.
Mu Qingyi is confused by the warning, while the wounded demon declares the demon race's coming victory.
Mu Qingyi and Yin Li look on in shock as a new, sinister presence emerges.
Laughing maniacally, the demon sacrifices his own life to tear open a passage to the 9 serenities.
A violent surge of red and black energy erupts as the demon completes his lethal ritual.
A dark and crackling vortex forms, signaling the opening of a forbidden demonic realm. The sky fills with multiple red portals as a massive demonic invasion begins to manifest. Disciples watch in terror while the demon challenges Mu Qingyi to sacrifice his life once more. Demonic spirits swarm from the portals, vowing that their race will never be defeated again. Mu Qingyi realizes the monster used its life to open the passage and fears history will repeat itself. The gathered disciples urge Mu Xianzun not to worry and claim they can handle the monsters themselves. They promise Mu Xianzun that they will not allow him to sacrifice himself for the world again. Inspired by their master, the cultivators vow to protect the common people, even at the cost of their lives. A chaotic battle begins as the disciples charge toward the encroaching demonic army. Yin Li notes that many others besides himself have never forgotten Mu Qingyi's original sacrifice.
Mu Qingyi prepares to fight, refusing to let the brave disciples perish in the conflict.
He unleashes a massive wave of golden power to counteract the spreading demonic energy. The skeletal demon mocks his efforts, claiming the tunnel cannot be destroyed by ordinary force. Mu Qingyi wonders if sealing the passage again with his soul is the only remaining option. Yin Li offers to take his place, but Mu Qingyi insists that as his master, the duty is his. Yin Li remains firm, declaring himself the most suitable person to handle the coming sacrifice. Mu Qingyi is stunned to see Yin Li engulfed in magic flames despite his claims of being cured. Yin Li admits the treasure failed and resolves to do one final deed for his master before he disappears. Mu Qingyi desperately tries to grab his disciple's hand to prevent him from leaving. With tears streaming down his face, Mu Qingyi begs Yin Li to find another way. Yin Li warns him to stay back as the flames burn, regretting that he cannot offer one last hug. Mu Qingyi screams for his disciple, while Yin Li hopes they might meet again in another life. Mu Qingyi screams in agony as his disciple plunges into the vortex to seal the passage. Trapped behind a barrier, Mu Qingyi demands to be let out as the demons cry out in defeat.
A firm clench sounding as Mu Qingyi watches his disciple sacrifice himself for the world.
Mu Qingyi strikes at the space where the portal once stood, only to find the energy has dissipated.
He looks around the empty, dark battlefield, calling out his disciple's name in hope and fear.
Mu Qingyi stands alone under a vast, empty sky, the silence of the night heavy with grief.
He screams at the void, accusing Yin Li of hiding and lying about his survival.
As lightning crackles in the storm, Mu Qingyi calls his absent disciple a traitor for leaving him.
A pained cough sounding as Mu Qingyi collapses in the rain, blood staining the wet ground. Overcome by weakness and despair, he weakly calls out Yin Li's name one last time.
Liu Jie and the other survivors find their master, shielding him from the relentless downpour with an umbrella.
Liu Ju tries to comfort the grieving master, insisting that Yin Li wouldn't want to see him so broken.
Mu Qingyi laments that Yin Li's devotion to him alone led to his corruption and ultimate death.
He blames himself for his disciple's fate, while a lingering demon spirit vows to take Mu Qingyi away.
The disciples cry out in alarm as the master sinks further into his profound sorrow. A quick poof sounding as the final demon spirit is suddenly sliced away and destroyed.
Liu Jue stands guard with a drawn sword, apologizing for the role his mistakes played in the tragedy.
He admits that his blind trust in the wrong people led to the loss of many lives. Seeking atonement, Liu Ju prepares to give up his own life to pay for his past failures.
Liu Jue holds his sword high above his head, pleading for Mu Shanzun to grant him death for his failures.
Somber disciples watch in the rain, their faces etched with the pain and exhaustion of the recent tragedy.
Mu Qingyi walks away in the downpour, stating that Liu Ju's final fate should not be decided by him.
Liu Ju acknowledges that his death is rightfully determined only by those who perished because of his choices.
He falls to his knees, resolving to descend to the afterlife to find his fallen comrades and confess.
A pained grunt sounding as Liu Jue collapses onto the wet ground in a pool of his own blood.
Kneeling beside the lifeless body, the light-haired man reports Liu Ju's suicide to the departing Mu Xianzun.
The survivors lament the end of the sect and realize the high price of a single wrong step. Mu Qingyi orders them to return Liu Jue's body to his sect for burial before flying off into the storm.
The dark-haired man worries about the master's recklessness and follows him after assigning duties to the others.
He questions the ruthlessness of the Tao, wondering why fated lovers are so often kept apart. A sharp crack sounding as the relentless rain continues to lash against a silent, darkened temple gate. Mu Qingyi stands alone under the heavy downpour, resting his weary head against the closed temple doors.
Refusing to believe Yin Li is dead, Mu Qingyi enters the Soul Lamp Hall to search for proof.
A quick puff sounding as the lamp Mu Qingyi summons remains cold, dark, and seemingly extinguished.
Mu Qingyi screams in denial, desperate to find any sign that his disciple is still alive. A thunderous hum sounding as Mu Qingyi unleashes a golden wave of energy to command the heavens and earth.
Staring at his shaking hand, Mu Qingyi wonders why the soul lamp shows no sign of life despite his efforts.
A wet cough sounding as Mu Qingyi vomits blood, vowing that Yin Li will not wait for him any longer. Mu Qingyi wipes blood from his mouth, his gaze filled with a grim and unwavering determination.
He channels spiritual energy toward the lamp, calling out to Yin Li through the void to find him.
Mu Qingyi recognizes the flower bracelet Yin Li gave him and hears a faint, ghostly voice calling him master.
A soft glow sounding as a strand of blue light flows from Mu Qingyi into the dark lantern. A bright flash sounding as a glowing blue lotus manifests inside the previously dark soul lamp.
Relieved, Mu Qingyi realizes Yin Li's soul remains and celebrates the great news that he is still alive. The dark-haired man arrives at the hall and is stunned to see the senior brother's soul lamp glowing. Mu Qingyi explains Yin Li's consciousness was hidden in a bracelet and vows to find his disciple. The companion asks Mu Shanzun where he could possibly hope to find their senior brother.
Mu Qingyi explains that Yin Li must be in another realm since his soul is not in the human world.
The companion looks on in shock as he realizes the dangerous path Mu Qingyi intends to take.
Mu Qingyi reveals his plan to enter Juyu through a secret passage, ignoring his companion's desperate protests.
He declares that after a lifetime of duty, he will finally be willful for his own sake.
Mu Qingyi reaffirms his singular, burning resolve to save Yin Li from the depths of the demon realm.
The companion agrees to wait at the palace, thanking Mu Xianzun for his courage and devotion.
A low hum sounding as Mu Qingyi approaches a dark, flower-framed portal deep within his residence. A sharp whistle sounding as Mu Qingyi prepares to summon a guide for his journey into Jiuyu. Elsewhere, Qian Mei feasts on meat and mocks Mu Qingyi for being a fool to let her go. A sudden blast sounding as a beam of golden light strikes Qian Mei, making her scream in terror.
Qian Mei is horrified to see Mu Qingyi standing before her, his power overwhelming and absolute.
She demands to know how he found her and how he managed to forcibly transform her body. Mu Qingyi commands the shocked girl to lead the way into the forbidden demonic realm of Jiyu.
Qian Mei refuses, calling him crazy for wanting to go to the demon base camp after her betrayal.
A quick snap sounding as Mu Qingyi ignores her pleas and shrinks her into a tiny childlike form. A roaring whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi unleashes a massive blue phoenix of energy to open the way. Tian Mei is awestruck as the master's powerful blast smashes open the sealed eye of Jiyu. A dark pulse sounding as a cavernous pit of swirling red and black energy forms on the floor.
A loud boom sounding as Mu Qingyi dives into the terrifying vortex, dragging the tiny demon along. A heavy thud sounding as they land in a desolate, craggy wasteland stained with demonic energy.
Qian Mei laments being back in Juyu while questioning the courageous master's lack of fear.
Mu Qingyi explains that his arts will hide them and expects cooperation since she has been reduced in size.
Mu Qingyi is stunned to see the soul lamp suddenly glowing with the presence of Yin Li's energy. A mysterious purple-haired man with animal ears appears in the distance, surrounded by flickering blue flames.
Mu Qingyi observes the approaching stranger, questioning if such a powerful being could truly be human.
A low hum sounding as Mu Qingyi notes the lamp's brightness and asks if the stranger knows Yin Li.
Introducing himself as Ling Yao, the man warns that this is no place for Mu Qingyi to be. Mu Qingyi hides the lamp while the cat-eared demon man observes his suspicious behavior with quiet curiosity.
A quick whoosh sounding as demonic soldiers appear, ordered by their city lord to eliminate the foreign outsiders.
Tian Mei panics, realizing they have been discovered almost immediately after entering the dangerous demon realm. A thunderous hum sounding as Mu Qingyi shields the tiny girl, promising to keep her safe from harm.
A sharp whiz sounding as Ling Yao steps forward, telling the master to stay back while he fights. A soft smack sounding as Ling Yao gets close to Mu Qingyi's face, complimenting his scent before leaving.
A roaring swoosh sounding as the purple-haired demon charges into battle, unleashing a massive wave of energy. Mu Qingyi touches his cheek in shock, processing the bold and unexpected actions of the mysterious demon. Qian Mei teases Mu Qingyi for his charm while playfully claiming his physical body belongs only to her.
A quick whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi flies off, ordering the reformed girl to keep up with him.
Pursuing the conflict, Mu Qingyi finds Ling Yao surrounded by demons who are determined to kill him today. Ling Yao asks why they chase him so relentlessly when he only intends to pass through their territory. A loud boom sounding as Ling Yao dismisses his opponents as unreliable and channels a massive blue blast.
A sudden boom sounding as he unleashes a complex spell that overwhelms the surrounding group of demons.
The demonic soldiers cry out in terror, finding themselves completely paralyzed and unable to move their bodies.
A sharp whiz sounding as Mu Qingyi recognizes the move's human origin and approaches the victorious demon man.
Mu Qingyi suggests the demon settle his own business while the remaining soldiers attempt a desperate escape.
A quick whiz sounding as a fleeing demon screams that the city lord will eventually find Ling Yao.
A heavy crack sounding as a red blast strikes while Qianmei questions why they are being targeted.
Qianmei urges the master to run, but Mu Qingyi remains calm and refuses to dodge the attack.
A sudden swoosh sounding as a figure blurs across the battlefield to intervene in the incoming strike.
A pained cough sounding as Ling Yao takes the blow for Mu Qingyi and collapses into his arms.
Mu Qingyi looks at the injured demon man with deep concern, asking him if he is truly okay.
A heavy thud sounding as Ling Yao explains he protected the master because he is the most important.
Mu Qingyi is struck by sudden grief, recalling Yin Li saying those exact same words to him once.
The master asks for his true identity, and the purple-haired demon reveals his name is Ling Yin.
Ling Yin notes Mu Qingyi's name is nice and admits the master feels familiar despite never meeting him.
Staring into the man's eyes, Mu Qingyi believes that if this were Yin Li, he would never forget.
A weak cough sounding as Mu Qingyi wonders if this man is truly just a simple demon spirit.
Noticing the severity of the wound, Mu Qingyi resolves to find a safe place to heal his injuries.
Mu Qingyi carries the injured man away while the tiny girl cries out about being left behind again.
A soft crackle sounding as Mu Qingyi builds a campfire to provide warmth and safety for the night.
Mu Qingyi prepares to extract the arrow, telling Ling Yin to remain brave through the coming physical pain.
A pained groan sounding as Ling Yin suffers while Mu Qingyi successfully pulls the weapon from his shoulder.
Ling Yin affectionately thanks Yi Yi for staying, but Mu Qingyi demands he use his proper full name instead. Ling Yin finds the master's full name too formal and insists that the nickname Yi Yi is far better.
Relenting, Mu Qingyi orders the demon to undress so he can apply ointment to the poisoned arrow wound.
Qianmei watches from the fire, muttering about their intimacy and feeling bad for the late Chu Yinli.
A sharp bonk sounding as Mu Qingyi strikes the girl for her nonsense and orders her to draw.
Qianmei begins drawing a map while lamenting the loss of the once gentle and harmless Mu Xianzun.
Ling Yin asks if the master is treating him, and Mu Qingyi explains the ointment will heal him.
Ling Yin leans his head against Mu Qingyi's shoulder, complaining of dizziness and wondering about the poison's effects.
A rhythmic pulse sounding as Mu Qingyi realizes the demon man is exaggerating his symptoms for extra attention.
Ling Yin looks at the tiny girl, questioning her dark past and offering to help purify her spirit.
Qianmei trembles as she senses a terrifying, overwhelming aura coming from the purple-haired demon.
Ling Yin explains his desire to purify souls and help them achieve a better reincarnation.
Mu Qingyi listens with quiet skepticism, questioning the strange demon's ultimate goals and twisted logic.
Qianmei angrily refutes his kindness, accusing him of slaughtering demons and causing widespread destruction.
A soft whoosh sounding as Ling Yin insists he only saves demons from their suffering.
Qianmei finds his logic terrifying and asks why he must enter the dangerous Xia city.
Ling Yin reveals his target is a master criminal whom he must save to become one.
Intrigued by the connection, Mu Qingyi asks for the identity of this powerful demonic being.
Ling Yin clarifies that his intended target is the Xia city lord, a man named Langley.
Somewhere else, the dark-haired city lord stands amidst a swirling, ominous red and black mist.
a sharp ping sounding as the city lord notices a glowing gem reacting to a nearby presence. Hearing the name, Mu Qingyi looks utterly stunned and whispers the name of his lost disciple. A soft sigh sounding as Ling Yin corrects him, stating the city lord is called Langley. Mu Qingyi stares intensely at the projection, convinced that the man is truly his Yin Li. A low hum sounding as Mu Qingyi observes the soul lamp's weak flicker, noting the distance. Mu Qingyi realizes he has no time to lose and must head to Shaya City immediately. Mu Qingyi bids farewell to Ling Yin, but the demon man notes how important his goal is. Despite his injuries, Ling Yin insists on accompanying Mu Qingyi on the dangerous journey to Xia. Mu Qingyi tries to dissuade him, but Ling Yin declares their interests are now permanently entwined. Qian Mei mocks their intimacy, only for Ling Yin to threaten her with his purifying arts. They agree to rest by the fire until dawn before starting their trek toward the city.
As Ling Yin sleeps on his lap, Mu Qingyi wonders about the strange, inexplicable familiarity he feels.
A soft crackle sounding as Mu Qingyi waits for the fire to dim before making his move. Mu Qingyi quietly explains to the tiny girl that he is leaving the injured demon a note. Mu Qingyi is suddenly haunted by a memory of Yin Li desperately pleading for him to stay. A quick snap sounding as Mu Qingyi tries to banish the vivid, painful vision of his disciple. He tries to convince himself the vision was just an illusion born of his deep longing. Qian Mei watches him with wide eyes, asking if he truly intends to leave right now. A soft whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi prepares to depart, ordering the tiny girl to follow him. They arrive at the gates of Xia City, finding a bustling street filled with diverse demon races. Qian Mei shows Mu Qingyi the map while explaining the division of demon race territories. The tiny girl warns that Shaya City's monsters share a deep hatred for all humans. A group of guards announces that the city lord is holding a concubine selection today. Mu Qingyi is surprised by the news, questioning the intent behind the lord's concubine selection. A crowd of eccentric and odd-looking demons eagerly volunteers for the chance to be chosen. The recruiter shouting that the Lord prefers beautiful, charming men over any female candidates. The older demon woman sighs as she laments the distinct lack of attractive male monsters. A sharp gasp sounding as the recruiter's eyes widen upon seeing Mu Qingyi's peerless celestial beauty. Mu Qingyi is surprised by the news, wondering why Yin Li would seek a concubine. The woman grabs Mu Qingyi's arm, praising his beautiful body and his peerless face. Mu Qingyi asks her to wait a moment, clearly caught off guard by her aggressive recruitment. The recruiter lists the Lord's many terrifying flaws, but insists he is a perfect talent. Mu Qingyi asks if he will see the Lord immediately, while the recruiter scolds his tone. Mu Qingyi agrees to the plan, seeing the selection as the perfect opportunity to find him. The recruiter is momentarily stunned by his quick compliance before leading him toward the mansion. A confused squeak sounding as recruiter realizes he's the one who should be leading. A confused squeak sounding as Qian Mei realizes she's being left behind as Mu Qingyi walks. Nearby demons watch Mu Qingyi with suspicion and envy, questioning his origins and his skills. Mu Qingyi observes the grand procession, while whispering rumors suggest the powerful city lord's arrival. A masked subordinate explains that they have gathered all the beauties for his concubine selection. The dark-haired city lord, Langley, overlooks the potential candidates and questions the current concubine selection process. A hopeful candidate professes her undying devotion, but Langley cynically grants her wish by striking her down with a lethal blast. Turning his cold attention to a brown-haired man with animal ears, the city lord questions if he also harbors such deep admiration.
Langley seizes the nervous man by the throat, skeptically challenging the sincerity of his sudden profession of love.
A pained choke sounding as the man begs for mercy while Langley dismissively drops him, declaring the entire display boring.
The remaining candidates tremble in absolute terror, whispering about the city lord's terrifying and unpredictable cruelty.
Mu Qinyi observes the violent scene from the crowd, noting how much more aggressive and volatile Yin Li has become.
Langley approaches the white-haired master, questioning how he can stand there so calmly without showing any signs of fear.
Mu Qinyi asks if he intends to kill him, but Langley merely boasts about his many victims while gripping his chin. Mu Qinyi asks if he is remembered, only for Langley to laugh mockingly and question why he should care about his identity.
Nearby demons mock Mu Qingyi's perceived arrogance, laughing at the idea that his good looks would earn him special recognition.
Stunned by the rejection, Mu Qingyi wonders if severe soul damage has caused his former disciple to suffer from total amnesia. Langley berates the master for being distracted in his presence, demanding to know how he dares to stand there so dazed. A soft cough sounding as Mu Qingyi challenges the Lord, asking why he hasn't questioned his feelings like he did the others.
Caught off guard by the bold gaze, Langley listens as Mu Qingyi confesses to having liked him for a very long time. Mu Qingyi is haunted by a painful memory of searching for treasures to save his disciple, only to realize he understood nothing.
The master is overcome by the weight of his past mistakes, lamenting that his understanding of the truth came far too late. Returning to the present, Mu Qingyi stares into Langley's eyes and declares that he is willing to die for him.
Langley questions if such words are meant to soften his heart, while a weak cough sounding from Mu Qingyi invites him to try.
Langley summons a flame, threatening to kill the stranger, despite a strange, internal hesitation he cannot quite explain. The city lord's inner thoughts reveal a deep conflict as he realizes he is inexplicably unable to bring himself to strike.
The crowd anticipates a bloodbath, noting that the previous candidates met a grisly end for making the exact same claim. A demon laughs at the master's impending fate, but a sudden slash sounding reveals a different target has been struck instead.
Langley touches Mu Qingyi's face and praises his courage before shocking everyone by choosing him as his selection.
An outraged demon objects to the choice, claiming that a monster with no status is unworthy of being by the Lord's side.
A sudden swoosh sounding as Langley unleashes a powerful wave of energy to silence the man for daring to question him. Standing over his fallen critic, Langley coldly asks if anyone else is foolish enough to challenge his authority. A masked subordinate warns that the injured man is the son of a nearby lord, emphasizing the political risk of the attack.
A heavy thud sounding as Langley strikes the man again, declaring that no one is permitted to question his whims.
The defeated demon quickly submits to the city lord's will, trembling as he realizes the true depth of Langley's power. Mu Qingyi watches the display of violence, resolving to find an opportunity to examine Langley's soul and determine what went wrong.
A soft rustle sounding as Langley lifts Mu Qingyi into his arms and announces he is leaving with his chosen one. Langley clarifies to his stunned subordinate that the master isn't a concubine, but rather just a new pet for him to keep.
A soft whoosh sounding as Langley carries him away, while Mu Qingyi addresses him by name and asks to be put down.
Langley notes the master's lack of fear and finds it interesting that he has the audacity to call out his name so boldly.
A soft thud sounding as Langley drops him onto a seat and begins to undress, stating he doesn't care about his opinions. The city lord looms over Mu Qingyi, bluntly demanding that the master find a way to please him.
Mu Qingyi is confused by the order, but Langley mocks his ignorance and asks if his pet needs a personal lesson in service.
Mu Qingyi denies being a pet, but Langley asserts his absolute authority and impatiently orders him to remove his clothes.
The master stands his ground and firmly refuses the demand, glaring back at the lord with an unwavering resolve. Langley laughs at the master's defiance, and a quick tear sounding as he forcefully rips Mu Qingyi's robe open.
A heavy thud sounding as Langley pins him down while Mu Qingyi struggles to process the sudden and aggressive turn of events.
Langley asks if his intentions aren't obvious, reiterating that he wants his pet to find a way to satisfy him right now.
A sharp smack sounding as Langley covers his mouth, prompting Mu Qingyi to realize he must teach the lord a lesson. Mu Qingyi prepares to fight back but hesitates, realizing he must first discover Langley's true attitude toward the human race.
Langley pulls him closer, suspiciously questioning why the master has suddenly become so compliant and nice.
Mu Qingyi ignores the question and asks Langley what he truly thinks about the human race.
Langley declares his absolute hatred for humans and states he would kill them on sight, only sparing the master because he isn't one.
Mu Qingyi presses him for more information, asking why he harbors such a deep and seemingly irrational hatred for all humans. Staring back with cold, unforgiving eyes, Langley simply questions if hate truly needs a specific reason to exist. Langley pins the master down and demands silence, stating he only wants to hear sounds of pleasure. A soft grunt sounding as Mu Qingyi struggles against the aggressive pinning while considering his next move.
Mu Qingyi realizes he must seize this chance to explore the dark-haired lord's soul and find answers.
A magical spark sounding as Mu Qingyi initiates a spiritual connection through their close physical contact. Langley notices the master's touch and mockingly questions his sudden and unexpected proactive behavior. A low hum sounding as Mu Qingyi's spirit enters the mental realm, only to be met with hostility. Within the soul space, Mu Qingyi is shocked to discover that Yin Li's essence has been violently fragmented. The Lord's consciousness roars with fury, ordering the intruder to immediately get out of his soul.
A sharp crackle sounding as Mu Qingyi is forcibly ejected from the spiritual realm by a powerful rejection. Mu Qingyi is thrown back and coughs up blood, reeling from the severe backlash of the soul intrusion. Langley is enraged, accusing the master of entering his mansion as an assassin and demanding to know his employer. A pained choke sounding as Langley grips his throat while Mu Qingyi weakly insists he only meant to help. Mu Qingyi observes the Lord's red eyes and realizes another demon must have already damaged his soul previously. The master explains that the Lord's spirit is flawed, and he only seeks to help him recover his true self. Langley loses his temper and screams for him to stop lying while demanding the name of his mastermind. The city lord unleashes a burst of energy, declaring he is no longer reluctant to kill his new pet.
A heavy thud sounding as guards outside the room hear the violence and fear for the prisoner's life.
Langley stands amidst the wreckage of the room, looking down at the kneeling and injured white-haired master.
Despite the clear danger, Mu Qingyi looks up and softly calls out his disciple's name with deep concern.
Langley commands him to be silent, reiterating his demand to know who sent him on this assassination mission.
A quick sizzle sounding as Langley places a magical bracelet on the master's wrist to prevent his escape. The Lord mockingly asks if he is afraid and warns him to stay obediently within the room or die.
A soft click sounding as Langley exits the room, met by guards who ask if a corpse remains inside.
Langley looks back with a cold expression, admitting he is currently unsure if the master is dead or alive. A sudden whoosh sounding as Langley strikes a guard for his insolence, asking if he also wishes to die. A pained gasp sounding as the guard begs for mercy while Langley orders them to guard the grounded prisoner. The guards are stunned by the Lord's uncharacteristic mercy, noting his usual habit of leaving no bones behind. A brown-haired demon watches the scene from the shadows,
resolving to find a way to eliminate the new arrival.
Mu Qinyi examines the glowing bracelet on his wrist, noting that his disciples' possessive habits have not changed.
The master reflects on the complexity of the situation, wondering why Yin Li's soul was split into two pieces. Mu Qinyi realizes the Lord will succumb to madness without his full soul and wonders where the missing half is. The scene shifts to the forest where Ling Yin stands alone under the moonlight, looking deeply worried and anxious. A soft clink sounding as Ling Yin drops a green jewel, lamenting that the master has broken his promise. Ling Yin holds the stone close while looking at the distant city, overcome with a sense of betrayal and loss. A soft rustle sounding as Ling Yin prepares to depart, fearing what will happen if the master is discovered. Back in the mansion, Mu Qinyi decides he cannot remain passive and must find the missing soul fragment immediately. Guards block his path with drawn swords, reminding him that the city lord has forbidden him from leaving. The lead guard aggressively orders him back inside, warning him not to force them to use their weapons. A rhythmic tap sounding as a group of demons approaches, with one guard calling out that they've found a spy. Mu Qinyi is surprised as Yuan Han and several elders arrive to confront him outside the lord's bedroom.
A dark-cloaked elder asks Yuan Han if this man is a spy sent by another city to kill them.
Yuan Han smugly suggests the elder verify the truth by questioning the demon soldiers stationed at the door.
A sharp whoosh sounding as the elder ignores the soldiers and launches a powerful energy blast at the master.
Mu Qinyi prepares his spiritual energy to defend himself, but worries that revealing his identity will cause trouble.
A heavy slam sounding as the elder's dark magic binds the master, forcing him to his knees in pain.
The elder orders the master to be taken to the demon prison for torture to reveal his true goals. The demon soldiers watch in visible distress, torn between the elder's orders and their fear of the city lord. Yuan Han dismisses the master as a mere traitor, claiming the lord will not care if he is killed. Yuan Han mocks the master's beautiful appearance and threatens to personally end his life in the demon prison. A nervous nod sounding as the guards agree to hurry, fearing the consequences of disobeying the powerful demon elders.
Outside the city walls, the hooded elder Toye notes the prisoner is being stubborn and demands that the white-haired man reveal who is instigating him from behind the scenes.
Mu Qinyi coughs up blood as the hooded elder decides to continue the interrogation with a whip. A menacing shadow looms as the elder raises his whip and questions how much longer the master can endure the torture. Yuan Han suggests using the various punishments of his 1,000-volt city to force the demon to confess. After the elder agrees to leave the interrogation to him, Yuan Han lists minor punishments like gouging eyes or cutting off ears, and asks if the master is truly sure he won't talk. Mu Qinyi firmly states he has nothing to say, and a sharp crack sounding as Yuan Han lashes him with the whip, eliciting a pained grunt.
Yuan Han leans in close, coldly explaining that he doesn't actually care for a confession and intends to kill the master slowly through a long series of punishments.
Mu Qinyi resolves to avoid using human martial arts to maintain his cover, trusting that Yin Li will eventually come to his rescue. Back at the palace, subordinates report to Langley that a powerful spirit demon has been slaughtering their soldiers and cannot be ignored. Lounging on his throne, Langley ignores his advisors to wonder if his new playpet is currently scolding him in his absence. When a subordinate asks for his opinion, Langley snaps and threatens to cut out the man's tongue for yelling at him. Staring with cold intensity, the city lord demands that the messenger repeat what he just said. Langley mocks his subordinates for their inability to handle a single demon and declares that he should kill all the trash he has raised.
Terrified by the threat, the subordinates bow low and promise to kill Du Lingyao immediately to appease their lord's fury.
A guard rushes into the throne room shouting that something is wrong, prompting Langley to demand who sent him. Langley questions why the guard failed to protect the prisoner
and the man explains that Mr. Yuan Han and the elders took the monster away just now. Langley is outraged to hear that Mu Qingyi was taken to the demon prison and demands to know exactly where they are.
A sharp smack sounding as Langley stomps his foot in anger while preparing to head to the prison. Langley declares that anyone who dares touch his people is courting death, leaving his subordinates to wonder why he cares so much about the little demon. A loud bang sounding as the heavy prison doors are suddenly blasted open by an incoming force. Yuan Han taunts the Silent Master, noting that his teachers taught him well, but Mu Qingyi retorts that they both know the spy accusations are just a lie to get rid of him. Yuan Han admits his jealousy and love for Langley, claiming that the city lord doesn't remember the master at all and cannot be beaten. Mu Qingyi watches him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, wondering how the brown-haired man knows of their past connection.
Yuan Han draws a blade to finish the job, but a sudden roar sounding as a blast of energy interrupts the execution.
A pained cry sounding as Yuan Han is sent flying back by the powerful and unexpected magical strike. Mu Qingyi is stunned to see Langley arrive, and though he tries to speak, the Lord gently tells him not to worry about his condition.
A sharp snap sounding as Langley breaks the master's chains, coldly stating that he wouldn't care if the prisoner died as he pulls him into his arms.
Yuan Han struggles to his feet and desperately asks the Lord why he would bother saving a lowly spy. A sharp blast sounding as Langley silences him with another energy attack, declaring that an ant like him has no right to touch his property. Engulfed in magical flames, Yuan Han screams for mercy and reminds the Lord that he is the son of a nearby city's ruler. Elder Toye is horrified by the violence, but Langley simply clarifies that he is in the middle of killing people. The elder warns that this action will cause a war between cities, questioning if saving a single spy is truly worth the political risk. Langley looks back with disdain and asks the elder who gave him permission to touch his personal playpet without his consent. A sudden whoosh sounding as Langley lashes out with energy, stating that everything he owns must be taken seriously by his subordinates. Elder Toye collapses and coughs up blood, begging the city lord for forgiveness while insisting he meant no offense. Wiping blood from his mouth, the elder realizes Langley has gone insane and believes choosing him as lord was the worst mistake the monsters ever made. Langley dismisses the elder's thoughts, stating that once he is dead, all his opinions and concerns will vanish forever. A sharp beam sounding as Langley unleashes a final lethal blast of energy that completely incinerates the elder. Yuan Han watches the execution in terror, realizing that his own death is likely imminent now that the elder has fallen.
Langley turns his cold gaze toward the injured Yuan Han, signaling that he is next to face his judgment.
Mu Qingyi softly calls out to his disciple, and Langley asks if the master truly finds his actions to be too cruel. Langley grips the master's chin and questions why he still has mercy for the monsters who just abused and hurt him so badly. Mu Qingyi calmly tells him not to get too excited, noting that the Lord's tight grip is actually pressing on his open wounds and causing him pain. A soft thud sounding as Langley's hand lingers near the master's face while he processes the unexpected complaint. A low hum sounding as a tense silence falls between the two men amidst the destruction of the prison cell.
Langley lifts him up and promises to take him for treatment, noting that Yuan Han will not survive much longer after being hit by his magic flames.
Mu Qingyi reflects on how annoying his disciple's temper remains despite his amnesia, wondering if someone else is secretly manipulating Yuan Han from the shadows. Yuan Han lies alone in the dark cell, coughing up blood, still unable to comprehend why the Lord would favor a lowly demon spy.
The masked number 1 appears and informs Yuan Han that the prisoner wasn't just a little demon, leading the injured man to blame him for the failed plan.
Number 1 stares down at the broken man,
mockingly comparing Yuan Han's current misery to his own past unhappiness.
Yuan Han questions the masked Chu Ting if they share the same status, but the intruder mocks him as a lowly servant who should hurry and help him up. Chu Ting laughs while choking Yuan Han, who warns that their master-servant contract means the intruder cannot escape if he dies, though Chu Ting claims he only came to share a secret. Yuan Han nervously asks what secret he could possibly have to tell. Chu Ting leans in close to reveal that the prisoner tortured earlier was actually human, a fact that leaves Yuan Han reeling in shock. Chu Ting touches Yuan Han's face, explaining that since the city lord hates humans above all else, the truth will result in the prisoner's execution. Yuan Han resolves to notify the elders, knowing they would never let a human go, even if Langley spares him.
Yuan Han grows suspicious and demands to know the intruder's true purpose.
Chu Ting claims he simply wants the human dead out of personal enmity, then warns Yuan Han not to be rude to him again as he walks away.
Chu Ting watches the man depart, vowing that everyone who insults or looks down on him will eventually be killed.
Unmasking to reveal his face, Chu Ting declares that both Chu Yinli and Mu Qingyi must die so he can become the king of the demon race and unify the common people.
A new scene begins as Langley carries the injured Mu Qingyi through a moonlit courtyard. Langley explains he is taking the master to a medicine pond to heal his physical wounds.
Mu Qingyi insists he can treat himself, but his disciple ignores the protest.
Langley orders him into the water and mocks the idea that he would be interested in his pet, despite his overbearing behavior.
A splash sounding as Mu Qingyi is dropped into the glowing blue medicine pond.
Langley joins him in the water, claiming it is his pond to use as he pleases, while Mu Qingyi asks him to keep his distance. Langley pulls him close by the chin, reminding him that as his property, he can get as close as he wants. Langley touches the master's face and decides he must kill Yuan Han for daring to mar such beauty.
A soft sounding as Langley pulls the master into a tight embrace, promising not to harm him if he remains obedient.
Mu Qingyi questions his honesty as the city lord leans in for a kiss, claiming his actions are not profound.
Mu Qingyi blushes and tells Yin Li that enough is enough, calling him by his true name.
Langley pulls back with her cold gaze, demanding to know who this Yin Li person is.
Mu Qingyi tries to claim he actually said Langley, but he worries that his slip of the tongue will cause a serious misunderstanding.
Mu Qingyi decides to be honest and identifies Yin Li as his lover. Langley is visibly shocked, asking if the master truly infiltrated his mansion just for the sake of another man. Mu Qingyi admits he came for him, but Langley insults the lover for sending him on such a dangerous mission.
Langley continues to insult Yin Li as a bastard who doesn't care for him, despite Mu Qingyi's attempt to defend his disciple's character.
The city lord mocks Mu Qingyi for having poor judgment and liking such a hypocrite. Mu Qingyi looks him in the eye and declares that the man deserves his affection regardless of his personality.
Mu Qingyi reflects on the irony of scolding a man who has lost his memory for his own past actions.
A splash sounding as Langley vows to make the master his own so he can see how much he still likes that other man. Mu Qingyi teases the city lord, asking if he has already fallen in love despite his earlier denials. Langley laughs at the suggestion, stubbornly insisting that he could never care for a pet. A splash sounding as Langley exits the water, telling the master to finish soaking by himself. Mu Qingyi finds it amusing to tease his disciple, noting that his awkward personality hasn't changed with his memory loss. The master enjoys the peace of the pond, wondering if Yin Li will ever return to his true self. A clack sounding as Langley walks away, but he pauses to reflect on the master's refusal to let him touch him. A splash sounding as Langley decides that as long as his identity remains hidden, he is not technically breaking his promise. Mu Qingyi steps out of the pond, noting that his injuries have been mostly healed by the magical water. A flash of energy sounding as someone suddenly attacks the master from behind. Mu Qingyi realizes his acupuncture points have been sealed and knows only Yin Li has the skill to do so. A voice from the shadows tells the little beauty to give up on trying to move. Mu Qingyi asks if it is Langley, but the figure blindfolds him and tells him no one is coming to save him. Recognizing the presence as Yin Li, the master curses his shameless disciple for coming up with such a crooked plan. When Mu Qingyi asks what he wants, Langley suggests that his intentions should be perfectly obvious. Mu Qingyi tells him to hurry up because he has more important things to attend to. Langley is outraged by the master's casual attitude and lack of resistance, while Mu Qingyi asks if resisting would even help him. An sounding as the master tells him to stop talking and just continue with what he planned. Langley declares he will not be polite since the master is being so casual, pinions him to the ground. An sounding as Mu Qingyi groans in pain while his disciple pins him down in the dark prison cell. Mu Qingyi asks the man to remove the blindfold, thinking to himself that his attacker is behaving like a biting dog. Langley tells him he is only dreaming if he expects to be let go, warning the master to endure the night. The scene shifts to the courtyard before showing Langley sitting on the edge of the bed. Mu Qingyi wakes with a groan and reflects on his hoarse voice, realizing he shouldn't have provoked the man. Langley mockingly asks why his throat is hoarse and questions if the previous encounter was too intense or caused pain. Mu Qingyi demands to know why he won't leave, but Langley calls him ruthless for dismissing him after their enthusiasm. Realizing his acupuncture points are resolved, Mu Qingyi reaches for his blindfold to identify his attacker while Langley senses danger. Langley quickly retreats into the shadows to avoid being identified, leaving Mu Qingyi to pull off the ribbon and find himself alone. Standing unblindfolded, Mu Qingyi notes how quickly the man fled and wonders how he dared to act so boldly. Mu Qingyi struggles to stand and vows that he never wants to see the man again after being pushed. Langley returns in his guise as the city lord, casually asking if the master has finished soaking in the medicine pool. Mu Qingyi complains that the mansion is poorly guarded because a thief just broke in and treated him with disrespect. Acting shocked, Langley asks if a thief really took advantage of him and promises to investigate until he finds him. Mu Qingyi tells him to let it go, insulting the thief's poor skills while telling the Lord to forget it. Mu Qingyi watches his disciple closely, realizing he is still pretending and wondering how long the charade will last. Offended by the insult to his skills, Langley asks where exactly the technique was lacking, but Mu Qingyi dismisses him. Langley awkwardly laughs it off, claiming his anger stems from the fact that such a person dared to enter. Mu Qingyi tells the Lord he should reflect on his management before stating that he is tired and going home. Langley stops him and asks for a description of the thief's technique, which Mu Qingyi summarizes as being easily defeated. Deeply insulted by the harsh critique, the disciple wonders if his skills are truly that bad. Mu Qingyi assures the Lord he was only talking about the thief and mockingly suggests his own skills are better. Langley pulls him close and demands to know who he thinks is stronger, the thief or the man named Yin Li. Gripping the master's chin, the city lord demands a clear answer on who possesses the superior technique. Mu Qingyi coughs and tells him that both are equally bad, prompting an angry Langley to demonstrate his skills personally. Mu Qingyi is startled and asks what he thinks he is doing. Amidst falling blossoms, Langley embraces the master and promises not to let him down, since his skills must be superior. Mu Qingyi asks if he is still pretending, while Langley realizes the master knew his identity all along and was mocking him. Mu Qingyi dismisses the accusation and tries to leave, stating he is exhausted. Mu Qingyi realizes his slip-up and decides he must escape quickly before his disciple can retaliate again. A sudden thud sounding as Langley pins him against the wall, refusing to let him go and vowing to prove himself. The intimate moment is interrupted as Mu Qingyi spots the elders of the monster race approaching.
Langley demands to know why they have trespassed, but the elders claim they are there to arrest the deceptive prisoner. The city lord asks who gave them permission to catch him, stating that the man's origin is none of their concern.
The elder shocks everyone by revealing that the prisoner is actually a human, a fact that leaves Langley stunned.
The elder explains that while a demon's fate belongs to the lord, a human must be dealt with by the race. Mu Qingyi grows suspicious of the demon's knowledge, while Langley turns to him and asks if he is truly human.
The elder insists that his identification is certain.
Langley silences the elder with a blast of energy before grabbing the master's chin and demanding the truth from him. Mu Qingyi looks him in the eye and calmly confirms that he is indeed a human. The elders immediately attack with lethal intent, forcing Langley to shout a warning to the master.
A sudden puff sounding as Mu Qingyi repels all the elders at once, leaving Yuan Han in total disbelief at his power.
Glowing with powerful golden energy, Mu Qingyi finally reveals his true nature and confirms his human identity to everyone present. The master explains he only came to find someone important, leading Langley to ask if that person is the mentioned lover.
Mu Qingyi confirms he came specifically for him, prompting Langley to ask if one man is worth risking his life.
Mu Qingyi smiles and declares that Yin Li is someone he would gladly die for if it meant he would live.
A sharp snap sounding as Mu Qingyi easily deflects another magical attack from the surrounding monsters.
The elders activate the Xuansha formation, surrounding the human in a cage of violet energy.
Yuan Han watches gleefully, noting that no one can survive the Yaozu fierce formation, and that death is certain. Mu Qingyi looks at the barrier with boredom and asks if they truly believe such a ridiculous formation can kill him.
A deafening boom sounding as Mu Qingyi releases a wave of golden energy that shatters the purple cage into countless fragments.
Yuan Han watches in horror as his elder's formation is destroyed, while the fallen elder realizes they are facing a human immortal.
Langley gazes at the master, pondering why the name Mu Qingyi resonates so deeply within his clouded memories.
The elder questions Mu Qingyi's intentions, fearing the powerful human venerable has come to annihilate the entire demon race.
Mu Qingyi declares his peaceful intent while warning that further hostility from the demon race will be met with overwhelming force.
A sharp whistle sounding as the city lord suddenly lunges forward with aggressive speed toward the silver-haired master. Langley seizes the master, refusing to let him leave, while the elders desperately urge their lord to kill the human leader.
With a cold smirk, the city lord suggests that killing the master would grant the demon race total dominion over humanity.
Mu Qingyi challenges the man's resolve to kill him, but Langley laughs, claiming he simply intends to keep him as a prize.
A sudden crack sounding as Langley silences the complaining elder with a brutal blast of energy, showing no patience for dissent.
Gripping the master's chin, Langley vows to possess him regardless of his human identity or the protests of his people. The elders watch in paralyzed terror, realizing their lord is completely enchanted by the very human he should be executed. Langley demands the master remain by his side forever, ignoring Yuan Han's disbelief that the human immortal is being spared.
Mu Qingyi realizes with growing frustration that his disciple truly intends to turn this mansion into a permanent prison for him. The master rejects the offer of care, insisting he will find his lover's soul and leave this realm as soon as possible.
Outraged by the mention of another man, Langley releases a surge of dark energy, but Mu Qingyi knows he must escape.
Mu Qingyi reflects on the urgency of his mission, deciding that staying in this place is a foolish waste of his time.
A bright flash sounding as a streak of blue light descends from the sky to intercept the city lord's aggressive energy.
A blue-haired youth with fox ears arrives in a swirl of mist, standing protectively in front of the master. The elders identify the newcomer as Du Lingyao, who tenderly checks on Mu Qingyi, explaining he followed him out of sheer worry. Du Lingyao looks deeply hurt, realizing that the master intentionally lied to him about his secret trip to Xia City. Mu Qingyi can only offer a soft apology to the boy for his deception, feeling guilty for the worry he caused. Langley mocks the intimate way the fox boy addresses the master, while Mu Qingyi worries the situation will lead to a catastrophe. Dark with jealousy, the city lord asks if this newcomer is the Yin Li the master has been so obsessed with finding. Ling Yin is equally confused, asking the master who this Yin Li person is and why he holds such importance. A violent snap sounding as Langley attacks the fox boy, declaring that no one else is permitted to touch his master. Du Lingyao retaliates with a surge of cold blue energy, insisting that the master belongs to no one, especially not a demon. A thunderous clash sounding as red and blue spiritual energies collide, creating a massive explosion that shakes the entire courtyard. Mu Qingyi desperately calls for them to stop, realizing that both men are equally matched and will only hurt each other. Ling Yin stubbornly insists on defeating the demon, forcing Mu Qingyi to take a final stand to end the senseless violence. A massive roar sounding as Mu Qingyi summons a colossal golden phoenix that sweeps across the battlefield to separate the combatants. Both the city lord and the foxboy are thrown back, gasping in shock at the sheer magnitude of the master's power. Mu Qingyi stares them down with a cold, authoritative gaze, asking if they only respond to reason when he is angry. The two fierce warriors shrink into terrified versions of themselves, realizing that a truly angry master is far scarier than any demon. Mu Qingyi declares that he will not tolerate their petty hatred and violence as long as he is present to stop them. A soft hum sounding as Mu Qingyi notices the spiritual fires of both men resonate with an identical, familiar energy source. Langley asks if the master is merely protecting his favorite demon, but Mu Qingyi confirms he cannot allow either to die. The master looks at Ling Yin, wondering if the foxboy is actually the missing half of the city lord's fractured soul. Langley asks if there is truly no room for him in the master's heart, his voice filled with a mix of rage and sorrow. Mu Qingyi tries to explain he wants to prevent both from suffering, but Langley demands a final choice between the two of them. Du Lingyao adopts a pathetic tone, claiming he would never force the master to stay and would accept being alone and sad. Infuriated by the foxboy's blatant manipulation, Langley prepares to kill him once and for all to end the competition. Ling Yin taunts the lord, while Mu Qingyi finally shouts for silence and declares that he chooses to go with Ling Yin. Langley is devastated by the rejection, his face contorted in disbelief that the master would actually choose to leave him behind. Mu Qingyi promises he will return once he confirms the truth, but his words do little to soothe the city lord's heart. A dark roar sounding as Langley summons a gargantuan black dragon, vowing to kill the foxboy and drag the master back. Du Lingyao prepares to fight the dragon, but the master steps forward and tells the boy to let him handle the situation. A soft whisper sounding as Mu Qingyi apologizes to Langley before slamming his hands together to activate a hidden golden formation. Langley finds himself suddenly paralyzed within a glowing seal, outraged that the master prepared a trap for him so quickly. Mu Qingyi tells the trapped lord that he will explain everything later, before leading Du Lingyao away into the dark night. A sudden fwu sounding as a glowing golden magic circle activates on the floor, erupting into a towering pillar of light. A sharp ah sounding as Langley screams the master's name in a fit of uncontrollable rage, a massive black dragon looming behind him. A thunderous roar sounding as the brown-haired city lord is caught within a shimmering barrier of golden energy, his expression twisted with frustration. A deafening boom sounding as the dragon's snout crumbles part of the temple, its red eyes glowing with an intense, vengeful light. The cloaked demon elders watch their master's outburst with fear, noting that his anger has created a suffocating spiritual pressure. Wreathed in dark energy, Langley vows to never let the master go and commands his servants to summon the entire demon army. The city lord orders the demon soldiers to hunt down and execute the crossing spirit demon, wishing for his rival's total annihilation.
Yuhan watches with a hidden smile, hoping the human escapes forever so that Langley can never find peace.
The brown-haired demon is caught off guard when a masked man named Number 1 appears, and he tells the intruder to leave before Langley spots him. The masked man dismisses the concern, stating that Langley is currently too obsessed with finding his master to notice anything else. Yuan Han questions the intruder's purpose, but Number 1 simply orders him to follow the demon troops in secret. Number 1 presents a glowing red spirit stone, explaining it contains a deadly formation that must be crushed when Mu Qingyi is found.
Yuan Han questions the plan's purpose, while the masked man warns him that neither the master nor the lord are easy to deceive.
The masked man explains that crushing the stone will kill the human instantly, then asks the demon if he also wants the master eliminated. Yuan Han admits his desire for the human's death, but reminds Number 1 that their shared contract means his own safety depends on the demon's life. Number 1 agrees, but reveals he intends to kill both Mu Qingyi and the one he refers to as the Old Master.
The masked man declares that he once wanted to help Yuan Han become king, but now considers him a failure for his obsession with private affairs.
A sharp whistle sounding as the scene shifts to Mu Qingyi and Ling Yin standing before a massive, ruined stone gate. Ling Yin asks if they have left the city behind, but the master explains the teleportation was random, landing them at a demon clan temple. Mu Qingyi explains that demons worship their gods for power at these shrines, then asks if the foxboy follows the same path. With a calm smile, Ling Yin states that he only believes in himself and his own efforts to grow stronger.
The master sees a reflection of Yin Li's pride in the boy, while Ling Yin expresses his happiness at being chosen and asks for a favor. The foxboy offers to commit any act of violence, including destroying the entire demon race, if it is what the master desires. Mu Qingyi reaches out to touch the boy's forehead, asking for permission to enter his spirit world and observe his soul.
Glowing with golden light, the two stand close together as Mu Qingyi prepares to bridge their consciousnesses. A soft whoosh sounding as the master enters a spiritual plane filled with swirling blue light and glowing butterflies. A gentle foo sounding as the master lands in a beautiful field of white flowers known as Hansing Hua. Mu Qingyi confirms that Ling Yin is the missing half of Yin Li's soul, noting the kindness reflected in the blooming flowers. He realizes Langley is the embodiment of the soul's evil thoughts, while Ling Yin asks if there is a problem with his spirit.
Ling Yin reveals he has always known his soul was incomplete, but ignored it because it didn't hinder his combat abilities.
The master warns that such neglect will eventually lead to death, while worrying that the boy will never accept being part of his enemy.
Ling Yin ignores the danger and focuses on the master, asking if this worry means the master truly cares for him.
Mu Qingyi asks how the boy would react if he discovered that the cruel Langley was his other half. Ling Yin's expression turns to one of pure disgust, declaring he would rather die than be connected to someone like the Lord. A pained sounding as Mu Qingyi clutches his head in distress, wondering how the two parts of the same soul can hold such intense hatred for each other. Ling Yin asks if the master is unwell, while Mu Qingyi realizes he must find a way to break the boy's cycle of hatred for his disciple. The master asks why the boy hates the Lord so much, seeking to understand the depth of their rivalry. Ling Yin explains his hatred stems from Langley's history of violence against monsters and innocents, as well as his attempt to kidnap the master.
Mu Qingyi defends his disciple, claiming he isn't a bad person and that staying at the mansion was a personal choice.
The master looks at the boy and declares that both he and Langley hold an equal place in his heart.
A shocked gasp sounding as Ling Yin reels from the confession, his eyes suddenly catching sight of a mark on the master's neck.
Mu Qingyi tells him it is nothing and reiterates his hope that the two rivals can eventually find common ground and settle down.
A low grit sounding as the fox boy points to the hickey on the master's neck, demanding to know if Langley laid hands on him.
The master tells the boy to calm down, but the air between them becomes heavy with possessive tension. Ling Yin yells that he cannot remain calm knowing another man has touched him, his jealousy boiling over.
Grabbing the master in a tight embrace, Ling Yin vows to erase every trace of the other man from his master's body.
A soft kiss sounding as Ling Yin pulls the master closer, ignoring the master's concerns about being seen in a public area. With an intense and searching look, the fox boy asks the master exactly how intimate he was with his rival.
Ling Yin declares that he will not be outdone and intends to claim the same intimacy for himself right then and there. Mu Qingyi pleads with the blue-haired fox boy to calm down and let him go so they can speak reasonably. Ling Yin refuses to stop his advances, but their intimate moment is interrupted when he senses someone approaching the nearby demon temple. Fearful of being discovered, the silver-haired master begs to be released as the fox boy pulls him into the shadows.
Ling Yin whispers into his master's ear, assuring him that they are hidden from prying eyes behind the temple walls.
Mu Qingyi questions the boy's intentions as he notices the red marks left on his own neck from their previous encounter. Ling Yin declares that he will continue to do as he pleases, prompting a shocked and worried expression from the master. Shushing his master, the fox boy covers the man's mouth to prevent any sound from drawing the attention of those nearby.
Muffled and helpless, Mu Qingyi listens as nearby demons pray for strength, while Ling Yin senses his rival's presence and vows his devotion.
The silver-haired master demands silence, leading Ling Yin to smirk and agree to be quiet for the moment. A sharp clap sounding as a hand is suddenly grabbed, the tension between the two spirits reaching a breaking point. A muffled thud sounding as Mu Qingyi yields to the boy's persistence, while a demonic statue looms ominously in the background.
The praying demons are startled by a sudden tremor, mistakenly believing it is a sign of manifestation from their divine deity.
Mu Qingyi breathes a sigh of relief as he hears the footsteps of the departing demons fade into the night. Ling Yin notes that his master seems distracted, his yellow eyes fixed on the man with intense desire. The fox boy leans in close, suggesting that they have all the time in the world to proceed slowly. A soft hiss sounding as a candle flickers above the pair, revealing the master lying down as the fox boy watches him. Ling Yin asks if the master has awakened or if he is feeling any lingering physical discomfort. Infuriated, Mu Qingyi scolds the boy for his insolence, while Ling Yin admits his actions were driven by uncontrollable jealousy. The master insists they flee immediately, warning that the city lord will likely find their location very soon. A low hum sounding as a blue magical seal suddenly manifests on Mu Qingyi's forehead, catching him completely off guard. Realizing he has been paralyzed, the master is horrified to learn that Ling Yin intends to leave him behind and kill Langley. Mu Qingyi shouts that fighting to the death is foolish since they are the same person, but Ling Yin only cherishes their final moments together. The fox boy bids a sorrowful farewell, promising to find his master again if he manages to survive the coming battle. A sudden whoosh sounding as a blue energy portal opens, and a small girl in a green dress tumbles onto the stone floor. The silver-haired master recognizes the intruder as Qian Mei, staring at her with a mixture of confusion and concern. Ling Yin commands the girl to take Mu Qingyi back to the human realm and threatens her life should the master come to any harm. Adopting a cheerful yet fearful tone, Qian Mei promises to fulfill her brother's request and ensure the master's safety. Mu Qingyi desperately tries to break the seal as Ling Yin gives him one final, lingering kiss before departing.
A sharp snap sounding as Qian Mei leads the paralyzed master away, leaving the foxboy alone to face his destiny.
Ling Yin prepares himself for the final confrontation, relieved that his beloved master is finally out of harm's way.
A quick tap sounding as a pair of boots land on the cold stone, signaling a shift in the master's location.
Qian Mei explains they are returning to the human realm through a secret passage, much to the master's silent disapproval. Mu Qingyi narrows his eyes in suspicion, his mind racing to find a way back to the boy he left behind. Qian Mei claims she is only following orders due to a deadly curse, but the master's spiritual energy begins to flare in anger. A sudden crash sounding as Mu Qingyi shatters the seal by force, coughing up blood from the intense spiritual backlash. Mu Qingyi grabs the golden rope around the girl's neck, demanding to know why she dared to follow the foxboy's orders. Qian Mei weeps as she laments her terrible luck, caught between the threats of two powerful and angry masters. The master promises to free her if she reveals the plan, and she confesses that Ling Yin is luring the Lord into a trap. A soft rustle sounding as she reveals the location of the impending duel is a place known as the Soul-Splitting Cliff. Recalling the location from a map, Mu Qingyi realizes the cliff sits on a dangerous border and resolves to intervene immediately. The silver-haired master takes flight into the dark sky, ignoring the girl's pleas to break her curse before he leaves. A low rumble sounding as the scene shifts to a desolate, rain-slicked wasteland littered with bleached human skulls. Standing alone amidst the carnage, the blue-haired foxboy announces his arrival to the silent, oppressive darkness. A thunderous roar sounding as Langley arrives with a massive demon army, noting the foxboy's surprising bravery in facing him alone. The dark-haired city lord declares that choosing this specific cliff was a mistake, as it will now serve as his rival's grave. Langley demands to know the whereabouts of his master, his red eyes glowing with a mixture of suspicion and suppressed rage. A sharp hiss sounding as Ling Yin reveals that the master has safely returned to the human realm, out of the Lord's reach forever. The foxboy smiles triumphantly, stating that his willingness to let the master go is what truly separates the two of them. Langley smiles coldly in return, expressing his satisfaction that they are not alike before preparing to strike. The black-haired man declares he will kill his rival and reclaim Mu Qingyi, vowing that the master belongs to him forever. A sharp clank sounding as blue and red energies clash in a violent explosion of power between the two rivals. Terrified by the devastating battle, nearby demons flee while noting that Mu Qingyi has unexpectedly returned to the human realm. Clenching a red stone, a man expresses regret that he could not use the artifact to kill the master before his departure. A thunderous crash sounding as Mu Qingyi suddenly appears on the battlefield, horrified to see Langley and Ling Yin already fighting. A soft whoosh sounding as the silver-haired master takes flight, desperate to stop the two halves from killing each other. A muffled puff sounding as the master intervenes, forcing both combatants to halt their duel as they cough from the sudden shock. Langley clenches his chest in pain, his eyes burning with hatred as he repeats his vow to kill the foxboy. Raising his glowing blade, Ling Yin declares he will die before allowing his rival to find Mu Qingyi again. The black-haired lord prepares for a final strike, eager to see which of them will be the last one standing. A sharp hiss sounding as the master positions himself between the two, shouting for the senseless violence to stop immediately. Both rivals are stunned into silence, their eyes widening as they realize the silver-haired master has actually returned to their side. Breathing a heavy sigh, Mu Qingyi is relieved that he managed to intervene before either of them committed a fatal mistake. The master scolds Ling Yin for using a deceptive spell on him, while the blue-haired boy looks on in guilty shock. Ling Yin attempts to apologize for his actions, though Mu Qingyi acknowledges the boy's surprising level of combat skill. Langley smiles coldly at his master's arrival, stating his intent to take him away once the fox boy is dead. A sharp thwack sounding as Chibi Mu Qingyi delivers a swift bonk to Langley's head, scolding him for his murderous intentions. Standing with authority, the master declares that he will not allow any more killing between the two of them. A sudden crackle sounding as the master turns toward a new threat, realizing that a far more dangerous power is approaching. Ling Yin and Langley are intimidated by their master's sudden shift in mood, noting how truly scary he looks when angry. The man with the stone is furious that the Lord has forgotten his mission just because the master reappeared. A sharp snap sounding as the man shatters the red stone, vowing to prevent Mu Qingyi from ever leaving his sight again. A dark voice announces that a life has been taken as payment for a wish, leaving the summoner screaming in horror. Engulfed in a red aura, the man is consumed as a sacrifice for a ritual beyond his control. A low rumble sounding as the massive form of the demonic deity Yao Shen begins to manifest in the sky. The battlefield is bathed in an ominous red light as the towering entity looms over the shocked combatants. Mu Qingyi's expression turns to one of pure dread as he recognizes the ancient and powerful presence of Yao Shen. A loud cackle sounding as the summoner laughs, boasting that no one can withstand the return of a demonic god. Identifying himself as Chu Ting, the summoner mocks his former master and declares that everyone on the cliff is doomed. Mu Qingyi recognizes the intruder as his former student, who confirms his plan to kill everyone present without mercy. A thunderous boom sounding as a massive clawed hand swings through the air, targeting the group with overwhelming force. The master and his two disciples prepare to defend themselves, each calling out warnings as the ground begins to shatter. A violent crash sounding as the demonic attack explodes, sending a wave of destructive energy across the rain-slicked battlefield. Mu Qingyi looks back with narrowed eyes, desperate to know if the two boys behind him are safe from the blast. Ling Yin and Langley insist they are unharmed, though both demand that their master flee while they hold off the monster. Chu Ting mocks their futile resistance, claiming that even the master's original strength would be insufficient to defeat him now. Langley is baffled by the mention of two souls in one body, questioning why he is being called Chu Yinli. Blocking a searing beam of light, Mu Qingyi warns them that the summoner cannot control the god's power for much longer. The master finally reveals the truth, explaining that both rivals are parts of the same soul and the person he has always sought. Both halves react with pure disgust and disbelief, vehemently denying that they could ever be connected to their hated rival. A low snarl sounding as the summoner commands the demonic deity to kill them all and leave no survivors. A thunderous roar sounding as the massive creature lunges forward, its red eyes fixed on the defiant trio. A sharp whoosh sounding as a massive wave of energy sweeps across the scene, indicating a powerful incoming attack. A bright flare sounding as the master is caught in the path of the blast, causing his disciples to cry out in terror. A wet splat sounding as Mu Qingyi falls to his knees, coughing up blood as his strength begins to fail him. Ling Yin and Langley are fueled by a protective rage, summoning their spirit dragons to strike back at the demonic god. Qian Mei rushes to the fallen master's side, asking with concern if he is still able to continue the fight. Mu Qingyi admits his power is suppressed by the surrounding realm, fearing they cannot win unless the two souls reunite. To herself, the girl confesses she is exaggerating the danger to force the two stubborn rivals to finally merge. A sharp crackle sounding as Ling Yin reluctantly agrees to merge with his rival, but only to save the life of his beloved master. The black-haired man complains about his bad luck while agreeing to the ritual for Mu Qingyi's sake. Chu Inli and Mu Qingyi stand tense as a dark, mystical energy flows between them. A low hum sounding as a massive vortex of blue spiritual energy swirls violently across several panels. The black-haired man in red robes appears beneath the swirling eye of a powerful energy storm. Mu Qingyi calls out to Yinli while the enemy questions how a soul merge is possible. A sharp crack sounding as the master is targeted by a lethal red energy blast from above. Chu Yinli manifests as a demonic god and coldly commands his enemies to die. The terrified enemy realizes the power of a god cannot stop the disciples' overwhelming assault. Chu Yinli mocks his surviving opponent, noting that he has lived much longer than expected. Paralyzed by fear, the man realizes he is outmatched and attempts a frantic escape. A heavy thud sounding as Chu Yinli catches the fleeing man and ignores his desperate pleas. A massive boom sounding as the disciple crushes his enemy despite their final, unwilling protests. The black-haired man stands alone in the silence following his brutal and decisive victory. Mu Qingyi calls his disciple's name as the chaos of the battle finally comes to an end. A soft swish sounding as Chu Yinli embraces his master and welcomes him back home. The hidden observers are stunned to see their city lord acting so affectionately toward the master. Chu Yinli leaves the survivor's fate to his ally, while the girl watches in complete shock. A low whoosh sounding as the master is carried away, while the girl follows behind them. Mu Qingyi is confused to find himself back at the city lord's residence once again. Chu Yinli pulls his master close and confesses how much he missed him during their time apart. Mu Qingyi scolds his disciple for recklessly risking his life during the previous battle with 9 Chu Yinli admits his memories are blurry and asks if other souls have touched his master. The silver-haired man is annoyed by the disciple's jealousy over his own past fractured souls. Mu Qingyi suspects mental instability and demands to enter the disciple's soul world for confirmation. A soft rustle sounding as the disciple agrees to the inspection after finishing his more intimate task. Mu Qingyi is flustered that his disciple prioritized the bedroom over the soul world inspection. The disciple insists that intimacy is the most important priority between them at this moment. A low hum sounding as the scene shifts to the pair resting together in the quiet room. Chu Yinli wakes his master up while looking intense and uncharacteristically cold and distant. Mu Qingyi is confused by the sudden change in his disciple's personality and their location. The silver-haired man stares intently, realizing the person before him is not his usual disciple. The man confirms he is the deity Lang Li and questions why he has no memories of them. Mu Qingyi demands to enter the divine soul world to investigate the internal anomaly he senses. Lang Li warns his master not to act recklessly despite the deity's current favor toward him. A sharp bang sounding as the angry master punches the deity into submission to gain entry. Mu Qingyi finds a field of glowing blue flowers hidden within the dark spiritual realm. A bright flash sounding as a pillar of golden light prevents the souls from merging. Mu Qingyi realizes the heavenly Tao is intentionally preventing the disciple's divine soul from resurrections. The scene shifts back to spearheaded the bedroom as the master reflects on the startling revelation. Mu Qingyi observes the powerful barrier of light deep within the disciple's fractured spiritual realm. Lang Li asks about the master's concern, while Mu Qingyi notes similarities to his own past. Mu Qingyi explains that the soul halves cannot merge together due to these unexpected changes. The deity claims he prefers remaining separate rather than being an appendage of another soul. Mu Qingyi warns that failure to merge will result in total soul annihilation for everyone involved. Lang Li refuses to go to the human realm until his master demands an immediate answer.
The deity begrudgingly agrees, while the master struggles to restrain his mounting, frustrated anger.
A massive boom sounding as a red energy portal opens in the sky above the city. Shi Hongchen wonders if the silver-haired master has finally found his missing senior brother. The allies watch from the courtyard as the sky begins to crack open above them. A powerful whoosh sounding as the master and disciple emerge together from the Juyu Eye. Xiao Yu calls out to his master and senior brother as they stand together. The two younger disciples look on with expressions of pure, wide-eyed shock. Mu Qingyi explains to Xiao Yu that the boy's mind is currently unwell and uncured.
Lang Li asserts his dominance, reminding the master of his place as a mere concubine.
Qian Mei hides her amusement behind a fan, while the master remains silent. Mu Qingyi scolds his companion's behavior while the black-haired man complains about his coldness. A sharp pft sounding as the girl struggles to suppress her laughter behind her fan.
Lang Li turns his irritation toward the girl, demanding she stop laughing at his words.
The girl apologizes through her giggles, admitting she finds the master's words incredibly funny.
Mu Qingyi apologizes to his disciples, explaining that the boy is not thinking clearly. The black-haired lord decides to follow Mu Qingyi regardless of the human clan's rules. Lang Li threatens to kill Xiao Yu if he dares to stay close to the silver-haired master.
The lord of the Yao clan repeats his deadly warning to the cowering disciple.
Xiao Yu stands close to his master, looking slightly awkward despite the earlier threats. Mu Qingyi decides to let the boy follow him while seeking a spiritual cure. Xiao Yu promises to be ready if the master needs any assistance during the search. A sharp squawk sounding as the chibi master and his rival argue over their travel plans. Qian Mei and Xiao Yu note how the master remains cautious despite the boy's return. Surrounded by glowing scrolls, Mu Qingyi begins his research in the Spirit Book Pavilion.
Lang Li asks how much longer the master intends to stay buried in spiritual texts.
Mu Qingyi looks up from his reading, wondering if something is bothering his companion. The black-haired man suggests they retire for the night as the sky turns dark. A sharp thwack sounding as Chibi Mu Qingyi delivers a swift bonk to Lang Li's head. The master returns to his scrolls, his expression turning serious and intensely focused. A sudden shout sounding as Mu Qingyi discovers a passage about the cruelty of heaven. The ancient scroll reveals how the heavens deprive mortals of divine souls and immortality. A low whoosh sounding as the text explains how to break free from celestial constraints. Mu Qingyi wonders if they were targeted by heaven as Yin Li finally wakes up. The master stares at his disciple, questioning if another possession is taking place. Confused by his surroundings, the chibi boy asks where they are among the books. Mu Qingyi explains they are in the human realm and offers to treat him. The blue-haired boy looks dazed as the master's explanation begins to sink in. Xiao Yu asks with concern if a way has been found to save his senior. The master details a ritual involving rubble and water to mend a divine soul. Mu Qingyi entrusts the palace to his disciple before preparing for their long journey. A soft rustle sounding as the master tightens his sleeves for the upcoming travel. Chibi Lang Li gets jealous again, ordering the other disciple to keep his distance. Mu Qingyi explains that his disciple's transformation requires them to move with extreme haste. Xiao Yu agrees to join the journey to ensure his master's safety and comfort. A sharp ring sounding as the master summons a massive, glowing green phoenix. The group boards the giant bird, preparing for the flight to the Black River. A thunderous screech sounding as the phoenix takes flight into the cloudy night sky. Mu Qingyi ponders the connection to heaven while his disciple rests against him.
The master warns that their destination has become a dangerous realm teeming with monsters.
Mu Qingyi fears that heaven's will shall attempt to block the boy's recovery. A sudden crackle sounding as lightning strikes, reflecting the master's concerns about divine interference.
A sharp screech sounding as the master assures his disciple they have nearly arrived. Looking down at the dark landscape, the master resolves to uncover heaven's true intentions. Xiao Yu notices that his senior brother has fallen back into a deep, unconscious state.
A soft glow sounding as the master explains the fatigue caused by the soul merger.
Waking with a start, Yinli asks his master if they have finally reached the Black River.
Mu Qingyi asks if he remembers his previous incarnations, which Yinli confirms are part of his fragmented soul.
Standing beside his phoenix, Yinli notes that his other soul fragments will not possess any additional memories.
Yinli suggests that merging their souls a few more times will surely restore his own essence to full strength.
Qian Mei and Xiao Yu awkwardly clear their throats, reminding the pair that they are still present. A sharp thwack sounding as Chibi Mu Qingyi delivers a swift bonk, telling his disciple to be quiet.
Mu Qingyi declares they must find the ruin stone and weak water as they prepare to depart. The master dismisses his phoenix, while Xiao Yu notes that the weak water lies at the river's source.
A low rumble sounding as the group suddenly looks upward, startled by an ominous, vibrating noise.
A massive pack of demonic beasts with glowing eyes charges through the mist toward the travelers. Mu Qingyi identifies the beast tide and commands everyone to spread out and remain on their guard.
Yin Li strikes at a beast, but Mu Qingyi warns him to stay back due to his unsettled mind.
Yinli obeys while Xiao Yu questions if this sudden attack is actually a calculated and deliberate ambush.
The young disciple wonders if the celestial will, known as Tiandao, is actively working against them.
Mu Qingyi spots a cave in the distance and suggests they retreat there to avoid direct combat.
The group moves with haste toward the shelter as Yinli acknowledges the master's tactical plan.
A desperate cry for help echoes through the woods as a young child flees from monstrous wolves.
Despite his disciples' suspicions about the child's presence, Mu Qingyi insists on going to investigate.
The master resolves to save any living being he finds, regardless of the danger to himself. A sharp whoosh sounding as Mu Qingyi leaps to defend the child, promising to eliminate any threat.
Yinli reminds Xiao Yu that the master's selfless nature has not changed since his sacrifice long ago. The black-haired man vows to remain by his master's side no matter what path he chooses.
A bright flash sounding as the master strikes down the beast, stopping it from reaching the girl.
Embracing the child, Mu Qingyi listens as she tearfully thanks her big brother for saving her life.
A sudden crackle sounding as red lightning reveals the ominous presence of divine celestial energy. Mu Qingyi senses the arrival of a powerful force and urges the child toward the cave entrance.
A thunderous roar sounding as the lightning transforms the beasts into even more ferocious and monstrous forms. The master realizes that Tiandao is actively empowering the creatures to block their progress. Yinli unleashes a massive surge of blue power, causing Mu Qingyi to wonder about his true strength. The child is awestruck by the powerful aura as Yinli takes his master's hand to lead them away. The group reaches a massive rock face covered in a shimmering and intricate blue celestial seal. Xiao Yu calls out to his master as the group gathers before the blocked entrance of the cave.
Xiao Yu notes they cannot pass the seal, prompting Mu Qingyi to ask if anyone knows a way in.
The little girl looks around nervously, appearing to hide a secret about the sealed cave. Yinli threatens to feed the girl to demons, who frantically complains about his fierce and scary personality. Qian Mei is appalled by the suggestion that they must use such a lowly and tiny entrance.
Mu Qingyi takes action,
using a concentrated burst of flame to force open the path himself.
The young girl is wide-eyed with admiration after witnessing the master's impressive display of power.
Mu Qingyi demands the truth about her identity and why the celestial realm has her sealed away. Yinli remains skeptical, questioning how a child could survive alone among the demonic beasts. Shedding her human disguise, the girl reveals she is a horned spirit who was merely testing them. She identifies herself as the spirit of the Black River, surprising the silver-haired master and his group. The group stands on a high ledge overlooking a vast and churning sea of golden liquid. Mu Qingyi looks around in confusion, asking for their exact location within this hidden core territory. The spirit explains this place is safe from heaven and asks if they seek the soul fragment. Mu Qingyi asks if she possesses the 2 vital artifacts they need for their restoration ritual. The spirit girl admits she no longer has them and advises the travelers to simply give up. Xiao Yu is baffled by her warning, asking for the reason behind her sudden and hopeless outlook. She explains how heaven divided her heart and body to strip away her divine identity and power. The spirit of the Black River explains that practicing immortal techniques has depleted the world's spiritual energy. She reveals that the heavens orchestrated the demon invasion to regain power through millions of deaths. Despite their calculations, the heavens could not prevent Mu Qingyi's rebirth, providing a glimmer of hope. Mu Qingyi and his disciples listen intently as the truth behind the celestial realm's cruelty is unveiled. A low hum sounding as the spirit girl offers to transport them to the core of Tiandao. Mu Qingyi decides to go alone, but Yin Li insists on accompanying him to face fate together. The master agrees to let his disciple join him, and they prepare to enter the portal. Mu Qingyi instructs the rest of the group to stay behind and wait for their return. Xiao Yu and the others promise to wait faithfully, expressing their absolute belief in their master's success. A soft hum sounding as the spirit girl sends the pair toward the source of the heavens. The duo arrives at the core of Tiandao, a desolate landscape of jagged peaks and swirling clouds. The spirit girl warns that she lacks the power to help them further in this sacred realm. She cautions that failure to defeat the heavens will result in the certain death of everyone. Mu Qingyi and Yin Li stand ready to face the heartless will that governs their fragmented world. A low rumble sounding as a glowing blue eye manifests within a rectangular frame of mist. A powerful whoosh sounding as a massive golden-haired celestial being appears before the tiny mortals. The golden deity mocks them, comparing the challengers to straw dogs unworthy of his attention. A sharp hiss sounding as Mu Qingyi defies the heartless heavens, ready to fight for humanity's future. The golden being dismisses their efforts, claiming they are nothing more than insignificant ants to him. A thunderous boom sounding as the deity strikes, sending a shockwave that knocks the duo back. Yinli asks with concern if his master is all right after taking the massive celestial blow. Mu Qingyi wipes blood from his lip, realizing the overwhelming power they must somehow overcome. The spirit girl's voice echoes, reminding Mu Qingyi to reflect on how he was actually reborn. Mu Qingyi questions Yin Li about the events that transpired immediately following his initial death. Visions appear of millions of people kneeling and praying for the return of their fallen protector. The collective voices of humanity beg the heavens to be merciful and return Mu Qingyi's soul. A soft ripple sounding as Yin Li recalls his vow to bring his master back at any cost. Spiritual energy swirls around the fallen master as the power of human belief takes hold. A sharp ring sounding as golden beams of light pierce the darkness, signifying a miraculous rebirth. Mu Qingyi realizes the belief of thousands became the glimmer of vitality that allowed his return. The golden celestial being declares Mu Qingyi's soul should be extinguished for daring to challenge him.
a sharp crackle sounding as Yin Li unleashes a surge of dark power to protect his master's essence. Gritting his teeth in pain, Yin Li refuses to let the deity devour his master's spiritual power. Mu Qingyi places a steady hand on his disciple's shoulder, having finally understood how to win. The master explains that the collective belief of all living things can surpass divine will. A thunderous roar sounding as Mu Qingyi summons the strength of billions to establish new world rules. The golden deity watches in shock as spirits begin to rise and offer their strength to mortals. A powerful hum sounding as spirits from Taoyuan village and the immortal sect arrive to help. Yin Li realizes these are the souls of those his master had selflessly helped in the past. Ghostly allies appear, promising that the will of heaven will be destroyed as Mu Qingyi wished. Mu Qingyi smiles warmly, stating they shall overthrow the source of Tiandao together this day. Mu Qingyi and Yin Li lead an army of spirits into the final charge against the heavens. The golden deity cries out in rage and desperation as his celestial power is finally challenged. A thunderous boom sounding as the golden being is struck by the combined force of belief. The spirit girl looks up in awe, realizing they have actually succeeded in defeating Tiandao. She warns them to leave immediately before the source of the heavens begins to collapse.
The spirits bid their final farewell, promising to meet the pair again in the future.
Mu Qingyi offers a sincere word of thanks to the souls who aided in the victory. Walking away from the crumbling realm, Mu Qingyi and Yin Li reflect on their destined fate. A soft hum sounding as Mu Qingyi stands with the spirit girl, surveying the aftermath of their triumph. Mu Qingyi and Yin Li return to their world as their disciples wait below. Xiao Yu calls to his master as Mu Qingyi tells everyone to look around. A splash sounding as a clear river flows through a vibrant, peaceful mountain valley. Xiao Yu wonders if the falling droplets are actually spiritual energy rain refreshing the land. The spirit girl gives Mu Qingyi the artifacts to restore Yin Li's fractured soul. The master and disciple share a quiet, meaningful look of mutual trust and relief. A whoosh sounding as Yin Li lifts Mu Qingyi into the sky toward his soul world. Yin Li asks if they are entering his inner world for the soul-mending ritual. Mu Qingyi embraces his disciple to begin mending the damage to his spiritual essence. The master uses the gravel and water to permanently connect their two souls together. Back at the palace, Mu Qingyi reflects on how the soul-mending ritual actually ended. Blushing deeply, the master tries to stop Yin Li's excessive and persistent physical affection. Mu Qingyi bans Yin Li from his sight for 2 days to reflect on himself. A thud sounding as the master slams the door on his smirking disciple. Xiao Yu tells Yin Li he is being ignored because he bullied their master too much. Yin Li dismisses the concern, claiming their intense interactions are just a form of affection. The black-haired man mentions an important matter that requires the help of his peers. Mu Qingyi reflects on their peaceful new life now that heaven has finally collapsed. The master hopes their immortal palace will continue to flourish in this new era. Mu Qingyi wonders why his disciple is being so unusually obedient and avoids him. Fireworks explode over the decorated palace as the master wonders what is happening outside. Yin Li appears in magnificent red robes and calls out to his beloved master. Yin Li recounts their long separation and vows to finally fulfill his deepest hidden desire. The disciple confesses his eternal love and asks Mu Qingyi to marry him officially. The disciples urge their master to agree to the proposal after 10 long years. Mu Qingyi accepts, realizing there is nobody else he would rather spend eternity with. The girl tells him to be quiet as celebratory fireworks fill the night sky. Guests gather for the grand ceremony, glad that the chaotic disciple is finally settling. The assembly of friends and allies watches as the long-awaited wedding procession begins.
a soft rustle sounding as the couple approaches the altar in their formal red garments.
Mu Qinyi and Yin Li walk together toward their future as partners for all time.
A woman offers her sincere congratulations to the silver-haired master on his wedding day.
The gathered crowd expresses their joy and offers blessings to the newly united pair.
Xiao Yu instructs the couple to press their handprints onto the formal marriage contract.
The officiant declares them husbands, bound together by fate, heaven, and the earth.
Mu Qinyi and Yin Li look at one another with eyes full of deep devotion.
A sharp slap sounding as they seal their eternal union on the magical document.
Both men vow never to abandon each other as the contract shines with light.
Yin Li pulls his new husband close, finally holding the person he waited years for.
Mu Qinyi smiles at his husband, content with the life they have built together.
A whoosh sounding as the couple kisses while their friends celebrate their happy ending.
Red ribbons flutter in the breeze as the legendary tale finally reaches its end.